Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Molly sits and eats a pie, and people can survive without food for 7 days. His eye was tired because if there is no water, then the period is shortened to 72 hours. We see the legs of a man. Oliver holds an axe in his hands and at a very low temperature. The heart can beat only for 3 minutes. His eyes became wider because he saw the sun. There was a ball above which was blue. There are traces of boots on the ground. The ram is shaking and tilting his head. His eye was red. A fly is crawling on his pupil. The guys are carrying bags because all this seemed predictable. And will they be able to survive? Oliver is walking with a cart through the store because recently in the city, there were several cases of animal attacks on people, and citizens were asked not to leave the house. All the necessary services were already investigating the incident. Looking at the can, he thinks that it never hurts to stock up on non-perishable food. And in the background, they say that people in the city were infected with an unknown virus. In the city, and cases of group have become more frequent. People nearby said that the man had retired. Oliver loads boxes into the car because these are not peaceful times. He wraps them with rope because he bought everything he needed, and all that was left was to fill up with gas. He drives along the road because he needed to get back to his sister and deal with the deer he killed today. His phone starts calling, holding the steering wheel. They tell him that they can find him a job, so that he doesn't hide his eyes when talking to people, to which he replies that he won't send his sister to a shelter. Looking out the window, they ask him why she should raise a child who is nobody to her, and that he's had enough of her anyway. He lets go of the pedal, and they tell him that if he doesn't take her seriously, then they need to break up. His eyes widen, and he says that then they shouldn't get married. Suddenly, an animal crashes into him. The protagonist holds on to the steering wheel. Sweat runs down his face, and he wonders who it was. Looking at the hooves, he realizes it is a goat. The animal is standing in blood and shaking. Its eye was red, putting his hand to his head. He wonders if the ram is alive. The animal goes further down the road. Then he climbs into the bushes. The guy turns his head and looks. Turning his head, he thinks that this is good, because there is no need to call the police. Oliver drives up to the houses. After that, he takes the box. Turning his head, he hears his name. Molly runs with the dogs, happy to see him back, smiling. She says that she will help carry it. The guy gives her a bag of groceries. They walk along the ground, and the girl says that she fed the cows, changed the water, and watered the garden, which is why she is tired, and wants to eat the stew that will be cooked. The guy walks with the box and smiles. Rick is standing near a bush and eating grass. The girl hits him on the head and calls him bad, because you can't pick plants. The four of them walk to their house. There are footprints on the path. The main character walks near a cow. The animal is chewing its grass. Its eyes have turned red. A fly runs across the pupil, and we see reflections of people. There is a saucepan on the stove, and the girl says that she has never seen a solar eclipse before. Looking at the oven, he says that this is a significant day in this century, and the eclipse will begin soon. Molly sits and eats a pie because it was delicious, and her brother is hunting better and better, holding a fork. Oliver says that it will not be like night because the sun will darken, and to see you need to put on glasses. And she begins to count. The guy turns his head, and the girl points her finger and asks, "What is it in the window?" We see the moon, and the main character gets up from his chair. The moon was half blue, and there were 3 seconds left. The light goes out for a second. Molly folds her arms and asks why it is so dark and cold. Jack starts barking, and the guy looks away. There is interference on the radio. The girl points at him and asks to look. The main character's eyes widen sharply. Then he runs outside, looking into the distance. He sees snow standing on the terrace. Oliver says that he will close the cattle and asks not to worry, putting his hand to his head. He is horrified by the storm. We see the moon, which is shining. He closes one eye and bares his teeth. The tree was completely covered in snow. An animal appears behind the guy. Its eyes widened and turned blue from the light. The sun began to shine brighter. Jack looks at it and is silent. Baring his teeth, Oliver thinks that this is all strange. Suddenly the dog opens its mouth and begins to bark. The animal also had red eyes. The dog runs up to him and barks. Looking the other way, he is surprised. The guy starts to run away, and the bull tries to kill. and Jack is sitting on it. The protagonist stops nearby. He sits and looks up. The animals look at each other. He starts running because his bow was nearby. There's a weapon on a log. The dog falls to the ground, taking the bow in his hands. He wishes the animal to die. A screen appears near him, which is aimed at the bull. With wide eyes, he wonders what this is. Then he removes his hand. Arrows fly straight at the animal. They hit the bull, and it makes sounds. Squeezing his hand, the guy rejoices. The animal was still alive and heading towards him. Then it starts running, and the guy understands that he is not dead yet, taking the bow in his hands. He wonders what is wrong. A screen appears which says that there are 0 shells. Oliver reaches into his pocket and understands that it is really empty. The protagonist is attacked. He rolls on the ground while the dog barks. The bull looks at him. The guy had blood on his face, and he turns his head. Rick is standing near him and barks. We see the house where they live. Because if the cow mutated, then the girl is in danger. Molly is standing near the dog. She clasps her hands and asks what's wrong with him. His eyes were red. He opens his mouth and starts making sounds. Oliver runs up and hits him, taking the girl in his hand. He says that it's dangerous outside and will take her to a safe place. He leaves the house and asks her not to go out under any circumstances. We see his leg walking. The protagonist approaches the barn. Grinning his teeth, he holds the girl. A screen appears near him. It says that there are 0 shells and 4 living organisms nearby, and it wasn't a hallucination. Molly is left in the barn and asked not to go out and to believe her brother. The screen says that there are already 5 living organisms. He closes the door to the building. Rick appears behind him and hits him. The protagonist makes sounds and stands still. Molly hits the door and cries, trying to call her brother. Jack attacks a white dog, taking hold of the shoulder. He calls the name of the animal. Oliver runs away because the bull is behind him and says that he will come soon as he will sort it out. Then he takes an axe in his hands. He stops on the ground, standing near a tree. He thinks the bull runs to the tree and hits. His horn is in the tree itself. The guy holds the axe to hit. Opening his mouth, he wishes him death. Suddenly, he is bitten on the neck. Looking in that direction, he calls the name of the dog. The bull also hits him on the body. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. We see a screen that the Doomsday Survival game is being installed. Closing his eyes, Oliver thinks that he cannot fall asleep. Many screens appear around him. He was noisy and had to finish off these 2. We see that he has become a player. Blood flows from his mouth onto the bull. The axe begins to fall from his hands. The screen says that the Doomsday Survival game has been successfully installed. The guy is in the water, and he had a refuge in an abandoned first-level manor. His mouth opens, and they tell him that the refuge level has an eye of truth. Opening his eyes, he is told that the rank is a guest house. Light appears, and it took 8 million points to reach the rank of a fortress. His eye opens. It was turquoise, lying on the ground. His hand is on his chest. Oliver begins to touch his clothes. Getting up from the ground, he realizes that he was killed, and even traces of blood remained. We see blood because the wound has disappeared. And where did the animals go? We remember how the guy was hit in the stomach. Blood comes out of his mouth. Holding his head, the main character closes his eye. Then he looks in the other direction. A cut bull lies near him. He turns his head and sees Rick grinning his teeth. He wonders what happened after he lost consciousness. Widening his eyes, he realizes that a person is not capable of such destructive power. His face darkened and his eyes lit up. His body begins to electrify. Rick, who bites, also electrifies and is welcomed into the game. Then he hits the animal on the cheek. We see an explosion and how they bark. The guy is holding a gun in his hands. Near him is the bull he killed. The animal opens its mouth in shock. The guy's eyes were white. Opening his mouth, he electrifies. There is a wound on his body. We see a white flash. The guy holds a sword and wants to strike. We see a bright light. His eyes widen after that. Raising his hands, he begins to scream. Looking up, Oliver tries to catch his breath. Screens appear near him because he died. But the wound has healed and the strength is not his. Apparently all because of the system. The display says that the game installation is complete and the shelter binding is successful. Looking up, he wonders if there will be a mission. Now everything starts to become electrified, and the boy's pupils become smaller. A screen appears, because the information enters directly into the brain. Opening his mouth, he thinks about the first period of destruction, and the first wave sent the Earth, due to which people survived. Oliver stands next to Rick, who is conscious, looking seriously. He thinks that according to the system, the animals mutated because they accidentally ate poison plants. After the radiation taking him on his back, he thinks that the mutation leads to physical strengthening and abnormal ferocity, so he needs to tie him up and lock him up. He opens the barn doors, then Oliver goes up the stairs, pressing the switch. He realizes that the electricity has not been fixed yet. Looking at the phone, he sees that there is no signal, but with diesel generators, this is not such a problem. Standing on the floor, he thinks where the girl is. Molly is lying behind the box. Opening his mouth, he calls her. Taking her in his arms, he asks what happened. A screen appears near her that she is sleeping. Molly's eyes begin to open. Wiping her eyes, she says that she was waiting for her brother downstairs, and then a white light flashed, and she does not remember anything else. He made her bed, and her sister is sleeping. We see a house that was in the snow, because outside there is no more cattle, which has mutated. And we need to understand how the system differs from computer games. Poking at the screen, he sees a beginner's reward. There are icons on the screen, and he wants to get a special weapon or abilities. And he also sees a question mark. He sees seeds that can germinate in poisonous soil. Looking at the prices, we understand that Oliver is a homeless person, folding his arms. The protagonist thinks that he just checked the supplies of the house, and that everything that was in direct contact with the ground is contaminated to one degree or another, and it will take time for the network to be restored. And the situation in the outside world is clearly not cheerful. Putting his hand to his lip, he thinks, then we remember the bull. Oliver's eyes widen sharply. We also remember Rick, who has red pupils, because the sources of infection need to be destroyed. The guy is standing near the fire. The sun is shining on him. Looking up, he opens his mouth slightly. He takes hold of the door handle. Then he opens it. There is a gun hanging on the wall, and also turns on the diesel generator. He takes a gun in his hands. After that, he puts it in his pocket. He puts the phone near the girl. The main character holds onto the door. We see that he is driving along the road. A bird with red eyes flies near the car. The animals begin to run towards him. The guy takes out a gun because he attracted the animals in the area, and the faster he deals with them, the better. Another car is driving behind him, shooting. Baring his teeth, he looks back. The car stops near him. Oliver holds onto the steering wheel and tries to brake. Something got out of the car. We see that a gun was pointed at him. The guy stands behind the gun and aims. The protagonist raises his hands to show that he is peaceful. Picking up the phone, he says that the alarm on the road has been eliminated. There was an emblem on his shoulder. Raising his hand, he understands that these are the military from the neighboring base, and the city is probably in complete chaos. The guy in glasses says that it is dangerous outside, and you should not drive here. They answer that he has run out of supplies. Getting into the car, he says that if he needs supplies, then he should go to the government supply point, because the city is not safe. We see a helicopter. It flies near them. Looking up, Oliver thinks that even military planes were involved, and apparently there are many more mutated animals. And although he broke up with his girlfriend, he cannot stand aside in such a situation. We see a city where there was smoke. The car stops, and on the avenue, there was a robbery, and a woman's body was found in a pond. The guy holds the steering wheel. Looking out the glass, he sees a car. There's a police car, and besides them, there are also ambulances. The guys put the guy in the car because he is covered in blood, and it was another case of lung disease caused by food poisoning. The girl is bleeding from her mouth, and there were too many patients, and there are no drugs left. We see that the glass is breaking. The girl is sitting next to her beloved, holding on to his clothes. She cries and asks him not to fall asleep, because now they will go to the hospital. Closing his eyes, Oliver thinks that the current medical system is also paralyzed and, in principle, unable to cope with the consequences of plant radiation. He holds the steering wheel, and he wonders if Molly will be able to protect him. We see the road and the supply point. Asked to maintain order. The police look in different directions and ask to keep the line. There are vegetables on the counters that are being sold, and there should be enough for everyone. People open their mouths and become aggressive because their places were taken. A mother and child are sitting on the floor and thinking about food. The guy calmly looks the other way. A man beats a man because the food was taken. People in the crowd are shouting at each other. Oliver looks in the mirror because her house is on the left turn. He drives and sees a car in front of him holding the steering wheel. He turns, someone gets out of the car. A man in glasses is holding a bag, knocking on the window. He asks if he's coming from a supply point showing food. He says that he has everything. The protagonist looks at the food. We see different vegetables. Smiling Oliver says that if he can eat it in front of him, he will buy it. Sweat runs down his face, and he asks, does he not believe him knocking on the window? He says that he would feel sorry for him, that he could not buy anything, and then begins to become aggressive. The protagonist looks seriously. We see a black pistol, putting it in front of him. They ask to talk to him normally. Opening his mouth, Oliver says that if he shoots such a vile merchant, they will not say a word to him. The man clenches his hands and is silent. Standing near the car, he agrees. Holding on to the door, he understands that he shouldn't have bumped into someone like that. Cars are driving along the road. The protagonist is driving towards skyscrapers. Getting out of the car, he goes to the door. Then the guy goes up the stairs. Knocking on the door, he calls the girl. He takes the keys from under the carpet. Opening the door, he calls her again. The house was quiet and dirty. Although she was a clean person, the blood was not cleaned up. The pills were out of place. Approaching the nightstand, he sees contaminated fruit and medicine. Oliver takes her antibiotics in his hands. Although the reputation of this pharmaceutical company was disgusting, opening his mouth, he sees that there are no traces of blood in the room, and she could not have accidentally eaten poisoned food. They are depicted in the painting, and such a mess was not typical for her. There is a napkin on the bed. Looking at the pills, the guy wonders where she could have gone in the middle of the chaos. We see a field and a house. Because his bonus skill of the shelter was such that all objects and living creatures would be displayed to the owner in digital form and could also be controlled remotely. On the ground, there is a greenhouse, which was the first level, and when he gets enough points, he will be able to improve the objects on the farm. But this will not affect the level of protection from radiation. He hits the ground with a hoe, wiping sweat from his face. He is told that the seeds have sprouted. Jack sticks out his tongue and looks at the plant. Molly sits near the flower while they come to her. There were sprouts in the ground because everything worked out, and the radiation-resistant seeds completely correspond to the description from the system. The main character smiles because they ripen quickly, and as long as there are points, they can survive. Molly sits near the sprouts and says that all the seeds that were planted before did not grow, and thought that there was nothing left to eat. Raising her finger, the girl says that you can't eat anyone's food, except what your brother gives you. Showing the second finger, she says that without permission, not to run outside the farm, and also to hide from animals that are behaving strangely, and to keep an eye on Jack. We see a notification that radiation-resistant products are ripe and can be picked. Tomatoes are hanging on sticks. A notification comes that such tomatoes are nutritious, and long-term consumption can improve physical fitness, and the shelf life is 30 days. Oliver takes a tomato and decides to taste it. He bites the vegetable with his teeth. Squeezing his hand, he realizes that heat is spreading throughout his body, and the fatigue from working for the past few days has disappeared. And that is in a world where there is not enough food. He not only has products, but will also receive a bonus to his characteristics. We see screens because everything depends on points. Then we see the moon, because the only way to get points is the exchange system. Products fall down, because the exchange system mainly uses agricultural products, livestock, and minerals, and in addition, the price differs depending on the level. We see a pyramid of different products. Vegetables are falling near the tree because the levels are increasing, and there's no need to worry about supplies. Life delivery if you have enough points. Then you can turn the estate into the best military base in a short time. Smiling, Oliver thinks that this is just an anti-radiation product. There are still products of the other 3 levels, and the effect can be more amazing. Turning his head, he decides to look at the fruits of the healing level. The protagonist stands near the carrot. His face changes dramatically. Because this is a 10% whitening coefficient, a screen appears near the carrot that it is ripe, and removes the negative effects of any poisoning and diseases. Smiling, he understands that with this you cannot worry about diseases. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist sells 70% of the harvest, exchanging it for points, and leaves the rest in the backpack as a reserve. His hand is near the screen, and he decides to exchange 200 kilograms of anti-radiation products. Looking at the display, he receives 2,000 points, and the healing product entered the inventory. A robot appears near the screen. Because he made the first exchange, and received the achievement of the Master of Exchange. And for this, he will receive an intelligent robot. Looking at it, Oliver thinks that you can get a lot of things for achievements. The robot is placed on the hand because it was tiny and seemed useless. Making a displeased face, he stares at the guy. Then he jumps off his hand. Around Oliver, everything starts to cut, and the robot receives instructions from his head. The robot stands near the logs that it cut. Molly sits with the dog in front of the TV. And if you earn points in exchange for a combat robot, you cannot worry about safety. Putting his hand to his chin, Oliver thinks that this is quite convenient. We see a house where the girl is called to eat. He holds a chicken dish in his hands. Molly's eyes sparkled from the chicken. Putting it on the table, she begins to drool because they know the sprouted seeds. Smiling, the main character says that they cannot worry about food because they will still grow, and there is still some left from this harvest. The girl's eyes became bigger. Sitting at the table, Oliver says that if he shows them food to anyone, he will punish them and will not feed them for 3 days. Jack is given the first piece because he protected them. Hugging the dog, she calls him cool. Molly suddenly becomes sad because she is thinking about Rick. Turning his head away, Oliver thinks about what to tell her. Stroking her head, he asks her not to worry because he just got hurt and can't go out to her yet. Closing his eyes, he says not to go to the attic and not to disturb him while he rests. The guy is standing near the cage with the animal. Rick had red eyes and was angry in himself. His eyes widened sharply. A notification comes that someone is trying to enter the shelter. Turning his head, he turns on access to observation, and it was a man of 42 years old. A man is standing near the door, and it was his uncle. The hero turned around, hearing that someone is trying to enter the shelter, to which he used access to observation. It was said that a scan of the appearance is in progress. A man 42 years old, unarmed. Threat level 3. The man was standing at the door. The thought appeared that the uncle. What is he doing here? Harry looked away, hearing that something happened. The cigarette fell to the ground. Standing behind bars, the man said that he wanted to ask him about something, to which the protagonist replied that he should talk. Breathing heavily, he asked if he by any chance had any extra food on his farm. Said that he really had no choice. His house had been robbed and all the food had been stolen. Food was too expensive in the city. Looking down, Harry asked that therefore he could not share with him. Oliver looked at him silently. Closing his eyes, he replied that he should excuse him. He also had no reserves. Everything he grew was contaminated. To which his uncle said that it was like that. Adjusting his hat, the man said that that was true. He had already gone around to many relatives. No one had any extra food to lend him. He was so shameless, gritting his teeth. The hero said that he could give him a ration, but it was very small in gratitude for his care in the past. The uncle smiled and thanked him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the only thing he could share was instant noodles. He could calm down first and then think about what to do next, and wished him good luck, to which the man replied that yes. Okay, thank you very much. Grinning, Harry said no. Good luck to them. Looking at him, Oliver thought that this food would be enough for him to last only 3 to 5 days, although he had enough food. But in this collapsed world, someone else's soul is darkness. He needs to learn to hide his feelings. He no longer needs ordinary vegetables from the freezer either. He will have to quietly give them to him at night. The car was driving along the road. It was heard that she wanted to look at the houses of the little spirit. There were still mutated animals in the vicinity of the farm. He was uneasy leaving her home alone. They were going to see Grandpa, who often came to help them on the farm before. They were bringing him some food. Holding the bag in her hands, The girl said that she remembered that hard-working grandpa. He also had a brother at home who often gave her candy, to which the hero replied that he told her that you can eat no more than one candy a day. Having driven into the city, the protagonist thought how quiet it was. Even the dogs did not bark. He looked away and added that he was afraid. All the cattle had mutated and people got rid of them. Abandoned streets appeared. Holding out the bag, the girl said that here are more snacks, to which Oliver responded approvingly. He looked in amazement hearing that. What was wrong with him let him not scare his dad? The hero abruptly turned towards a scream. The guy spat out blood. The man looking at him asked that he didn't feel better. Why did it start again? Blood was dripping on the floor. The guy began to cough up blood. Screams were heard looking at him. The protagonist wondered what was wrong with him. The girl looked at him in fear and said that her uncle's son had spat out so much blood that he was dying, to which Oliver replied that no. Everything was fine, he shouldn't look. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if the symptoms were the same as those of people who had eaten irradiated vegetables. Had that food really run out that quickly? The hero looked at him in amazement and added, wait, isn't he a great test subject? Will he be able to survive? So he'll see the effect. Looking at the guy, Harry said that he should lie down quickly. These charlatan doctors say that there are no beds in the hospital, and they also say that it is incurable even if there were beds. Charlie began to cry, closing his eyes. The man asked what he should do. The guy rolled his eyes. The uncle looked at the fragments in amazement. The package flew to the floor. The man angrily clenched his teeth. Turning his head, he shouted, "What kind of freak threw this? Let him come here." To which the guy replied that he should wait. Stretching his hand forward, Charlie said that he should look there, to which Harry replied that he should not move. He would look. The man was holding a bag in his hands. The hero looked away, hearing that it was food. These were fresh vegetables. Looking at the contents of the bag, the uncle asked what the paper was. There was a carrot in the paper. He heard that one carrot. It seemed that something was written on the paper. If he did not want him to die, let him give him this, holding the note in his hands. The uncle asked what kind of sick person he was, that they could not cure him in the hospital, and he was giving him some carrot. The guy looked away, hearing that even with fresh vegetables, what difference did it make? Poor son, he was a useless father. Tears appeared in his eyes. The man put his hands to his face. He looked at his son, hearing the appeal. Taking his hand, Charlie said that he wanted to try. If he just lay there, he would die. He wanted to live. The uncle looked at him silently. He wiped away his tears and said that it was true. They wouldn't cure him in the hospital anyway. He couldn't watch him die in his arms. Holding out a carrot, Harry said that they would try. Let him bite. Quickly, the guy swallowed the carrot. He opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly. The man looked at him in fear and turned. The guy spat out blood, to which the uncle screamed that no blood was flowing from the guy's mouth. Suddenly, it stopped flowing. The man looked at him in amazement. The hero grinned, hearing that it was so good, Dad. Lightning flew around the lantern. Suddenly, it began to shine. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that the electricity had been restored, which meant that the signal should also be received. He took the phone in his hands. Oliver put the phone to his ear and heard that the subscriber he was calling was temporarily unavailable. A notification came on the phone. Sitting behind the wheel, the man asked what was so noisy. Whose phone was ringing, grinning. He said that there was a connection, to which he was told that it was the girl behind him. Let him turn off her phone. Looking straight ahead, the man asked how much food they could get after its delivery, to which the driver replied that would be enough for at least a few months, and he added that he would not rust. They were driving through the city. It was heard that he was thinking, why do they need all these people? What difference does it make? He is paid, so let him do his job. Silently, the car was driving through the forest. It was heard that he was so cool. Stretching her hands forward, Molly said that she saw Charlie spit out so much blood, but after eating a carrot, he immediately recovered. She opened her eyes wide and added that he was gray, and then turned blue, so cool looking at her. The hero thought that she loved cartoons too much, behaved like a character from them. The car was rapidly accelerating. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Raising his head, he thought, why the roof? The monster hit the car. Its eyes lit up. The creature screamed angrily. Looking at it, Oliver told him to hold on tight. The car crashed into the fence. The monster waved his hand and exclaimed, holding the gun in his hands. The hero sat down. He fired sharply at the roof. The monster descended onto the hood. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. The creature grabbed the car. Oliver stretched his hand to the side. The monster raised his hands up and screamed. The hero pointed the gun forward. He fired sharply at the creature. The protagonist looked at the dead monster. The corpse fell to the ground. The thought appeared that the license plate. Oliver opened his eyes in surprise, wondering where it came from. There were no nurseries or zoos in the area. Looking to the side, he added that there were only nearby. Lightning flew in the sky. A high-rise building appeared. A view of the house opened up. The hero turned his head and said that he should go watch cartoons. His brother had other things to do, to which Molly responded approvingly. The protagonist entered the room. He looked at the monster. The beast's eyes lit up. Oliver put on his gloves. A notification appeared to get a healing carrot. Having stuck the carrot into the beast's mouth, the hero thought that this carrot could even cure poisoning from irradiated vegetables. He could probably return to his former self. The protagonist watched the animal. He opened his eyes wide. The beast looked at him furiously. He opened his mouth wide. Bright lightning appeared. The girl looked away, frowning. She thought that there was such a strong thunder. She was a little scared why her brother had not returned yet. Rushing forward, Molly added that she had to find him. She looked out from behind the door and thought that here she would scare him. The girl slowly approached him. Suddenly she screamed loudly. Turning around, the hero addressed her, grinning. Molly said that he was scared this time. She froze in amazement. The dead animal was lying on the ground, stretching his hand to the side. The protagonist shouted the girl's name, opening his eyes in fear. He said that he should let her come to her senses. The girl began to cry and asked, "Why don't they have healing carrots? Let him give them to Rick." Quickly closing his eyes, Oliver answered that carrots cannot save mutated organisms, to which she shouted that no, she does not want Rick to die. Sitting on the ground, the hero heard a scream. A bright flame appeared. The protagonist and Molly were standing in front of a tree. The girl lowered her head down. They were holding hands. A bone and a ball were lying on the ground. It was heard that it was getting cold. They would come back sitting in front of the TV. The girl heard that she should go eat. Her favorite food was here. She looked at the screen, silently holding the food in his hands. The hero sighed, looking at Molly. He said that he should let her stay here. He heard that the anti-radiation crops were ripe. Let her harvest as soon as possible. The protagonist clicked on the notification. Sitting on the hay, he heard that the harvest was complete. Anti-radiation crops were 500 kilograms. Oliver looked at the robot, hearing that the healing crops were 10 kilograms. He waved his hand. He heard that the points were exchanged successfully. A glow appeared around the greenhouse. It had improved to level 2. The hero looked surprised, hearing that the warning player. Oliver, shelter protection level +3. Can only protect against the invasion of small wild animals. The risk level is extremely high. It is recommended to create a defense system as soon as possible. Frowning, he thought that it was true. That what should be done now is to increase the security level of the farm with the level of crops he was currently growing. He would not earn many points, but this issue could be postponed for now. A glow appeared around the fence. A notification appeared about strengthening the fence to level 2. Wire appeared on the fence. A mobile radar was received. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that there were not enough points. He needed to get a defender robot. He opened his eyes in surprise and added that this was it. Looking at the points, the protagonist thought that there were not enough points. Lowering his head, he added that if he sold food supplies from the warehouse, then it should be enough. If there are no points, then he just needs to earn more. And for now, they will take this. Oliver waved the notification. Robots appeared. It was heard that the purchase was completed. A tree appeared. The thought appeared that a hummingbird model to knock down falling leaves. The hero looked away in amazement. Raising his head, he thought that she was accurate. The hummingbird flapped her wings. The thought appeared that air patrols and a sniper shot were available. Pointing forward, the protagonist thought that they would. Look at the strength of the ground attack. Let him blow it up. A glow appeared from the robot's mouth. He abruptly struck the stone. Oliver grinned and thought that he was calm now. Sitting by the TV, Molly heard her name. The dog came up to her. The girl turned to her sitting on the floor. The hero said that he should let him protect her now. Closing his eyes, he added that they would choose a name. Asked, "What about Rick?" Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she answered approvingly. A view of a high-rise building opened up. It was heard that the out-of-control samples were eliminated, holding the papers in his hands. The guy said that only the number 7 indicators were steadily growing. Now he could easily crush a plate 5 millimeters thick, to which the man asked what about the other question. Standing behind him, the employee replied that the vice president was very unhappy, that they had not donated medical equipment. If she found out and reported it to the head office, they would be in trouble. The man grabbed the back of the chair. He smirked and thought sitting at the table. Archie said that she was just a stupid girl with few connections. Besides, everything was kept secret. Even if she wanted to check, she needed to know where to start. To which the guy replied that yes. But at the head office, holding a cigar in his hands, he added that okay. Let them keep an eye on her. Do not let her spoil his plans. She can go. The director sat silently on the chair, smiling. He said that perhaps a huge fortune awaited him. Walking along the corridor, the girl asked where Archie was, to which she was told that she should excuse him. He was not there now. She was putting them in a difficult position. The girl abruptly opened the doors. Mary frowned and asked him what he was thinking about in general. Said that the medical system of the entire southern city was paralyzed. As a representative of the medical field, he should now cooperate with hospitals with all his might, donate their equipment and drugs, and not engage in some kind of experiments on animals. Sitting at the table, Archie said that this was the office of the president of the company, and it was not quite appropriate to burst in here. In his opinion, lowering his head, he added that in addition, he was an entrepreneur. The goal of an entrepreneur is to extract profit from any situation. He did not think that modern medicine was capable of doing anything in the current circumstances. Standing in front of him, the girl asked again, to which the director replied that she was also a shareholder of the company and received dividends. Let her just imagine if they could offer a way to solve the problem, what reward they would receive. Smiling, Mary asked what it meant. The president had made progress in his research. She had a pendant around her neck and said that even the federal government couldn't provide information on an effective cure. In that case, she should take a walk to the lab. The man closed his eyes and asked her if it was possible to do it that quickly. Said that if the vice president cooperated more and provided workers for this project, progress would go much faster. Turning around, Mary said that she would go to the lab later to see where they were. She would only be able to cooperate after she checked how the work was going right. To which Archie replied that she was always welcome. He would send a person to fill her in, to which she said that she was going. The girl crossed her arms when she heard the technical team say that she had been in the office for too little time. It was not enough for a full scan. But the entrance to the secret lab was most likely not in the office, to which she chuckled, walking forward. She asked that he recruited those captured experimenters. The guy closed his eyes and said that no. They had their eyes closed every time they entered, but they had received a pass. To which Mary replied that it was very good. The guy handed her the card. Holding it in her hands, the girl thought that if not here, then where else could she be? If the most dangerous place should be the safest, really. Walking through the lab, Mary heard that today he would accompany her and tell her about the research, to which she replied that it was good. First, they would look at the progress of the test subjects, to which he said that it was good, asking her to come here looking at the monster. The girl heard that it was number 7, the only one of the test subjects who had not gone crazy. His strength has increased tenfold, although he will not become as bloodthirsty and crazy as the failed samples, but he is still unstable and somewhat aggressive. Running up to them, the guy said that trouble. He began to speak in a whisper, to which the man asked again. The girl grinned, hearing that they really have no choice. Asked him to come and see quickly how this could happen. Grinning, the manager said that he is very sorry, but an emergency situation has occurred, so he will not be able to accompany her further. He will ask his colleague to replace him. To which Mary replied that it is okay. Just a work task, she herself will look around here a little and leave. She grinned, hearing that she is afraid this does not comply with the rules, to which she said that this area is completely under video surveillance, which she is still worried about. Let him go quickly, the matter is urgent. The people left, she heard that okay. They would continuously monitor her safety. The girl put her finger to her ear. Sitting at the computer, the guy heard that they were starting, to which he responded approvingly. He began typing on the keyboard. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that it was ready, to which she responded that it was good. Let him look for a hidden entrance, to which the guy responded that it was in the corner, on the northeast side, standing by the wall. Mary heard that there was a cavity in the wall. It might be necessary to press on it. They had another 30 minutes pressing on the cavity. The girl said that there was the doors opened in front of her. She opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at the flasks, the girl heard what was in there, to which she responded that everything was worse than she had assumed. And the guy asked if it was necessary to request support from the head office. Standing still, Mary said no. Let him wait. She raised her head up. The girl looked at the test subject. After reading the inscription, Mary said that she was a bastard. Looking at the plants, the girl heard that her anti-radiation corn was ripe. She opened her eyes wide, hearing that she should help him quickly. The sooner they finished, the sooner they would go to bed. To which she responded approvingly, holding the corn in her hands. Molly said that she wanted fried. Grinning, the hero asked why she was hungry so quickly, to which she replied that she was so hungry that she had no strength to collect corn. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that she should bring him dry firewood. He would fry her corn in oil, to which Molly responded approvingly. Sitting by the fire, the girl asked what to do if she continued to eat so much and became a fat pig, to which Oliver thought that it was true. She had been eating even more than her lately, and then said that these were special plants that improve their physical fitness. When the body grows, it requires more and more nutrients. Fried corn appeared. It was heard that since it was growing, it would not get fat if it ate a little more. Holding the corn in her hands, Molly responded approvingly, and the hero thought that for several days they ate anti-radiation vegetables, and his and Molly's characteristics increased significantly. If they continue like this, she will not become like a bodybuilder. The girl grinned. The thought appeared that his sweet little sister. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that why was he even thinking about it? He grinned, hearing that fried corn was so delicious, to which Oliver replied that he would fry her another one with spices, and then thought that with such a shelter, even if Molly's appetite continued to grow, he would simply grow more food. He looked away, hearing that a visitor had arrived, to which the hero thought, who was visiting him at such a time? The guy was standing in front of the fence. The thought appeared that Charlie, the protagonist, eyes widened as he thought that this was the food he had given them. That he, Oliver, grinned and asked what was the matter, looking at him. The boy turned to him, holding the bag in his hands. He said that 2 days ago he had given them instant noodles. His father had said that he needed to thank him, and as soon as they had food, he had brought it to him standing in front of him. The hero replied that that was it, and then thought that it meant that it was not in vain, that he had helped them. He grinned and asked where he had gotten all this food. Closing his eyes, Charlie replied that, frankly speaking, they had found it in the yard of their house. Maybe some relative of theirs, or just a kind person had left it for them. Putting his hand behind his head, he added that in general, in addition to gratitude, he could ask for a favor. To which the protagonist replied that he should speak. Holding on to his jacket, the guy said that he heard the new supply point had opened in the suburbs of Nanjing, and there was still a lot of supplies there. He wanted to borrow his car to go shopping. Oliver grinned and said that fine. Let him take it, lowering his head. Charlie said that the thing is, he still hasn't passed his driving test, and that supply point is in the middle of nowhere, so waving his arms, he added that it was a long way there. To which the hero thought that he really needed a car with a driver. The protagonist looked down, hearing that he wouldn't keep him too long, to which he thought that he had planned to go to the supply point, again a couple of days ago, to scout out the situation. But things at the farm had delayed him. He had warned him just in time he would give him a ride. The hound shot a beam. The thought appeared that there was a mechanical guard at home. So he was also calm about Molly. With Rick's strength, you cannot be afraid, even if a group of enemies gets through. The guy smiled, hearing that it was good after all. Old friends, but he needed to return before noon to feed Molly, to which he replied that yes. Of course, putting on his jacket. The hero said that let her be a good girl and not go anywhere, not open the door to anyone. He will return soon, to which his sister responded, approvingly grinning. Molly said that he should not worry. Rick is very strong, looking at her. The protagonist asked when she managed to rename him, to which she replied that because this is an improved version. She already tried it split a large stone like a nut, to which he replied that she should call him only if he is really needed. Oliver closed his eyes and said okay. He and Charlie would bring her something tasty, to which Molly replied that she wanted to say hello. The hero grabbed her face and asked where she was going, said that she couldn't go with Rick and show him to strangers, to which the girl replied that she knew she was already 6 years old. She was not a little child. But at home, she didn't even have anyone to talk to except her brother. She was bored. The car drove out of the gate. Molly grinned and turned to the guy. She opened her eyes wide and asked what his name was. Suddenly, the hero grabbed her head. Looking at her, he said that's a let her get out and let him sit down. The sooner she left, the sooner he would come back and cook her something to eat, putting her hands on her hips. The girl said, oh, this brother. She wasn't finished. Rushing forward, she added, well, okay. She'll go watch cartoons. The car was driving along the road, looking straight ahead. The hero thought, what a devil. He knew that she never closed her mouth. The trees were moving in the wind. Putting his hand to his face, Charlie asked if it was okay to leave Molly alone at home. There was complete chaos all around. Now, what if some scoundrel got into the farm sitting behind the wheel? The protagonist answered that he was an ordinary farmer. He had no money or food who would need to climb into their house. She was only 7 years old. She would not be able to use it. To which the guy asked what? And he did not leave her something for self-defense. The thought arose that now it was necessary to look for a safer place than the farm. Smiling, Oliver said that. But he had installed electricity to the farm gates. No one would be able to enter. There was no need to worry. Closing his eyes, Charlie replied that then he was calm. He put his hand in his pocket. The guy took out his phone. The hero looked away. Charlie looked away in amazement. He grinned and said he was afraid he might not have enough money, so he asked his friend for some. The protagonist watched him in silence. Molly raised her hand and shouted, "Rainbow Squad attack!" The yellow lemon turned gold. She stretched her arms out to the sides and added that Charlie could change colors too. The girl asked wide-eyed if that was true. Her eyes lit up and she added, if Charlie's brother was a member of the Rainbow Squad too. Molly widened her eyes and said that the last time she and her brother saw him, he was green, and this time he turned red. How cool. The guy turned red. The protagonist handed over the money and said, here, let him take it. The guy looked at her in amazement. His eyes widened, gritting his teeth. The protagonist said that he didn't have much money either, but let him take this, to which Charlie replied that no, he had already helped him a lot. How could he take the money as well? Extending it closer, Oliver said, let him take it holding the steering wheel. The hero said that enough talking. He needed to watch the road. Lowering his head, the guy said that he would definitely repay him for his help. The car was driving along the road. It was heard that it was straight ahead 500 meters, sitting behind the wheel. The protagonist heard that in 300 meters he should turn right. The guy gritted his teeth. When he heard that there were 200 meters left until the fork, he grabbed the steering wheel abruptly and heard that he should turn right in 100 meters. Smiling, Charlie said that it seemed that the road on the right was blocked. He closed his eyes and added that they would go around on the left. The hero looked at him silently. The car suddenly rushed forward. The protagonist hid his hand and said no. Turning his head, he added that he often drove along this road. It was the main one in the village. It could only be blocked by a major natural disaster. How did he know about this? To which the guy replied that a friend had told him so. Frowning, Oliver asked what friend said that he should call him. Lowering his head, Charlie asked why he was asking. Said that he would not harm him. They needed to turn now, otherwise they would be late. He opened his eyes wide and added that he asked to believe him this time. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He turned the steering wheel sharply. The car turned down a different road. A mark appeared on the map. A sound was heard. The man punched and exclaimed. Grinning his teeth, he said that his mother knew something would happen, sitting in the car. The man said that this bastard dared to deceive them. What would they do now? The man took off his earphone and said that it was good that he was prepared for this. The car was standing on the road. He heard that they should remember where the target was heading. They must stop them. The president said that they needed them alive. Let him press and block him from the front and back, along with the second group. See if they can fly away from them. The car was driving fast near the forest. He heard what was happening. Let him explain to him, clutching his head. The guy said that he should forgive him. He betrayed him with his eyes wide open. He added that he had done something. But he had no choice. They grabbed his father. Frowning, the hero replied that he should calm down first. Who are they? What do they want? Looking down, Charlie said that they were people from Tianan. They found out that he had a cure for the infection and forced him to lure it away from the farm. While he was gone, they would capture Molly to blackmail him. The protagonist looked away in amazement. He looked angrily when he heard that she was only 6 years old. But they were kidnapping a 6-year-old child. Looking away, Oliver heard that. He did not know that they would threaten him with his father's life. He had no choice. Suddenly a car pulled out in front of them. They drove forward quickly. It was heard that they had caught up with them, to which the hero replied that he should shut up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what that meant. That's why he asked him all this information earlier. He looked away. Angrily, the girl was eating chips. It was heard that to find out for them the situation on the farm. Looking at the pet, Molly asked what he was doing. It was heard that he also brought the phone to give them this information. People were standing in front of the excavator. It was heard that he was guilty before it. Let him just give the medicine. There were too many of them. They cannot escape, she begs him. To which the hero replied that he was very disappointed. He did not want to be cruel. But they climbed to Molly. The guy began to cry, saying that let him forgive. He regretted it back when they took his father. But he has no way back. They will soon catch up with them. Begs to give them medicine, tightly gripping the steering wheel. The protagonist replied that he would deal with them later. Gritting his teeth, he added that. But they should blame themselves, even if they dream of leaving the farm alive. Sitting on the bed, the man said that he finally came to his senses. How he scared him, to which the guy replied that he was alive. And Harry added that yes. A stupid child, why did he eat God knows what? And Charlie said that he was so hungry that he could not stand it anymore. In the basement, he found an apple. It did not look infected, lowering his head. The guy added that they had eaten only porridge for several days, so he decided to take a risk. Otherwise, he would have died of hunger anyway. Grinning, the father replied that he should not talk nonsense. He borrowed food besides. They were given other products, including a magic medicine that saved him, nothing less than a divine blessing. He suffered so much that the gods decided to save him. There are so many corpses of people on the street who ate contaminated vegetables, and he survived later. They should go and bow to their ancestors. The guy looked at him in amazement, hearing that he needed to thank them properly. Looking down, he thought that if there was a god in the world, he would not have allowed such a catastrophe. This was left by some person who did not want to reveal his identity. Grinning, Harry asked that he was not hungry. The thought occurred that this person could share so much food. A bag of vegetables appeared. It was heard that they now had food. He would go cook him something. He needed to eat well to recover. The thought occurred that their family was doomed to hunger and could only provide themselves with basic things for survival. What injustice! The guy looked at him in amazement and thought that for sure. Raising his hand up, the man asked where he was going, to which Charlie replied that he would be back soon, and he added that he had not yet recovered. He needed to rest. A view of the house opened up. Opening the door, the guy said, "Let's go, stop messing around. What the hell are you doing here?" To which Charlie turned to him. He opened his eyes wide, hearing what happened to him, to which the guy replied that it was not so. His house was robbed. He wanted to look at his surveillance camera footage, holding a cigarette in his teeth. The guy asked again, to which Charlie replied, "From that one, it has a 360-degree view," and he responded approvingly. A camera appeared. He heard that he should let him see. It was he who beat him up like that. He should catch him, then he should hurry. He was already going to sleep. Sitting at the computer, Charlie thought that this camera only captured the area at the entrance. To there, Ali looking at the screen. He added, "Who is it?" The car was driving along the street, and the guy thought about it. Looking away, the man asked what he was going to do. To which Charlie replied that he knew who saved him. And he asked again, looking away. The guy said that it was Oliver. He just checked the camera footage. The time his car appeared and the time he took the medicine matched. Smiling, Harry replied that he was such a good person. Not only did he share his food with them, but he also saved his life. The guy lowered his head silently. Looking straight ahead, he asked that. He knew that the Tion Run Company was currently looking for effective medicine. For a generous reward, the man frowned and asked what he was planning, to which Charlie replied that he just wanted to make their lives a little easier. In this damn world, how long this food would last? What would they do when it ran out? The man looked surprised hearing that. He really hoped to ask the boss again. Having hit the guy in the face, he shouted that this meant his gratitude. How could he raise such a worthless puppy? Let him just try to go there. He would break his legs. The guy silently looked away. Gritting his teeth, Charlie asked that. He still did not understand what situation they were in. Said that if they wanted to survive, they should rely only on themselves. The car was moving forward rapidly. It was heard that if they did not take care of themselves, then no one would. The thought appeared that, oh no, they were too close. They would not be able to break away. The car was catching up with them. There was an obstacle in front of them. The thought appeared that it was bad. The hero turned sharply. He began to brake. The car stopped abruptly. The protagonist got out, holding the guy by the neck. Looking straight ahead, he heard that Oliver right. The man smiled and said that he would introduce himself. His name was Ben. He was under the control of the Tion Run Pharmaceutical Company. They just wanted to meet him. That's all he knew, that he had a medicine that could cure the infected. So they wanted to discuss possible cooperation with him. He supplied the medicine, they contributed and shared the profits. A huge amount of money. The hero grinned and asked, what if he refused? People surrounded him. It was heard that now there were only two paths in front of him. The first, he voluntarily cooperated with them. They worked harmoniously and happily earned money. The man took out a knife. It was said that the second, they would find a way to make him talk. Looking away, the protagonist said that he had found that medicine by accident. Himself, there was only one. He had already used it on that guy. Let him forgive them for wasting so much time. And then he thought that they didn't have guns. They didn't need Charlie anymore. If they had guns, they would have just finished him off and not chatted with him here, holding the phone in his hands. The man said that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that they were already at the entrance to the farm. Let them break and grab that girl and feed her the contaminated fruit. Smiling, Ben asked what he thought. Since he installed electricity, the farm was now protected. They sent real specialists there before going against the company. It is worth thinking carefully. He opened his eyes wide and added that he should just listen to him and cooperate. A bright glow appeared around the hero. He clenched his teeth and said that he hated being threatened the most. The man looked angrily and wondered how some collective farmer could have such a frightening look. Looking up, the protagonist said that he should be glad that he himself did not go to the farm here. He can live a little longer. Looking at him, Ben thought that he had so many people. He found someone to scare, and then said that it was enough to bluff. If he cooperated with them, then he and the girl could survive. Oliver looked away, holding a knife in his hands. The man asked that he did not want a yes. The people rushed forward, hearing that they should take him. Let them do with him what they wanted. The main thing is that he could talk. A red glow appeared around the people. The bucket hit the ground. The girl closed her eyes and asked what was so noisy. Were they going to let her watch cartoons in peace or not? What idiots, he wants to rip their heads off. The excavator hit the wall. The hero was hitting people. The guy flew to the side, gritting his teeth. Ben thought that the guy was lying on the ground. A thought arose, what the hell? Frowning, the man thought that they had found out that the weapon was only on the farm, and that's why they lured him out of there. The man looked through binoculars. An explosion of stones was heard. It was heard that something was wrong with this farm. Looking through binoculars, the man said that the stone was blown up. The distance was too great, but it looked like an explosive weapon. Let them just lure him out of there and grab him. The protagonist struck. The thought came that he had not said, that this collective farmer was so strong. Grinning, Oliver said that he did not expect that the effect of body enhancement from anti-radiation plants would be so terrifying. He had been eating them for the last few days, and his characteristics had increased slightly. The hero statistics appeared. It was heard that not only strength and speed had increased. The hero struck and said that the skeleton had become stronger, and the reaction speed had increased noticeably. He turned around and added that in ancient times, it was possible to take the path of the sword. The path of the fist. The man waved his hand, sharply smiling. The protagonist said that it turned out that he had taken the path of food. He jumped to the side and added that, well, for starters, they would increase the distance. The characteristics check was over. Enough games. Oliver took a gun out of his pocket. He pointed forward. The man gritted his teeth and thought that they had underestimated him, expecting a hunting rifle at most. But this guy had managed to pull out a pistol. Smirking, Ben said that he better not anger the one standing above him. If he touched him, he might not be able to cope with the consequences, and then thought that if he could get closer, the gun would be useless. Looking away, the hero answered that he definitely was. He started shooting, saying that he would still be useful, but the rest could be disposed of. The man fell to the ground, frowning. He shouted that, damn it. Shots flew at the people. Gritting his teeth, Ben thought that he needed to hide in the forest until he used up all the bullets. The protagonist started shooting in his direction. The man hid behind a rock. Looking away, he thought that he had gone quiet. He had run out of bullets. Great Ben grinned and added that he wasn't ready for constant interference in the forest. He still had a chance. The hero looked at the notification. The protagonist took another gun from his backpack. The man turned around in fear. Looking at him, he asked where he got another one. Suddenly a shot flew at the man. People were lying on the ground. The girl frowned. It was heard that according to the order of the younger mistress, the last intruder was destroyed. Looking at the notification, Molly said that if her brother saw all this when he returned, and then thought that he would not think that she was a cruel child, he would not stop loving her. Corpses appeared on the ground. The girl shook her head and thought that no, she couldn't let her brother see this. She needed to clean up the entrance. The bird flew up, lowering his head. The man said that he should not have threatened him with a child. He was guilty. The hero clenched his fist, hearing that he was begging him. Stop torturing him, he would tell him everything. The protagonist stood silently in front of him. His eyes lit up when he heard that he was only asking to be left alone. Looking down, Oliver said that he would not leave him alone, but he could make his death quick, or he could beat him half to death, heal him, and then continue again. In any case, he still had bullets and time. Let him choose. Looking down, the man replied that it was fine. Let him ask, to which the hero asked who his boss was, and he said that it was the president of Tianjin, Archie. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was that idiot who was jacking up the prices of medicines. No wonder he used such methods. Asked that there was someone else involved besides him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that this project was completely under the control of the president. He kept all the information secret. No one else knew about it. Not even other high-ranking officials in the company. He had recently had a disagreement with the vice president, and he planned to use this project to raise his authority. He wanted to show off his worth at the head office, and then squeeze the vice president out of the Nanjing branch. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought that the head office, Tianjin in Nanjing, was a monopoly in the industry, but they were just a subsidiary. A blow flew at the man. It was heard that he should think carefully. Archie was reporting this project to the head office. Looking down, Ben replied that no. The vice president seemed to have support from the head office. Archie did not dare to tell them about the project. If the information was late, the vice president would ruin all his plans. Frowning, the protagonist said that was the last thing. Let him take him to Archie. And then thought that since the information had not yet been revealed, it would not be difficult to solve the problem. A notification came on the phone. The man picked up the phone and asked that he had completed the task, to which he was told that yes. The target had already been captured, but he said that he would only cooperate after meeting with him, and the old man bowing his head. Archie said that he was a useless piece of trash. He could not even cope with such a simple task. He had to do everything himself. To which Ben replied that he should forgive him, but he was too stubborn. They had lost several guys before. To which he said okay. Let him bring him to the 78th warehouse. He would be here soon. They would see what. He threw the phone down and shouted that he still dared to hang up. As soon as he got to the head office, he would immediately replace it. The man went to the exit. The hero held the phone to Ben's ear. Sitting in the back seat, the guy said that he thanked him, to which the protagonist replied that he was just picking up Harry on the way. Let him not flatter himself. The car was moving forward. It was her that let him forgive. People were walking forward. Looking straight ahead, the man exclaimed. Grinning, Archie asked why he came alone. Where Ben and that informant were looking straight ahead. The guy said that the informant lost consciousness. They left him in the car. His brother had a stomachache. He went to the toilet so as not to make him wait. He said, and the man lowered his head down, smiling. Archie replied that he was not yet ready to cooperate in this form. Let him just give up already. The old man was here. He would let him go as soon as he told everything. Harry frowned and thought that he should not say anything. He would never let them go alive from here. No, he began to move loudly, to which Archie shouted that it was enough to move. He kicked him and told him to calm down. The guy looked at him in fear. The man grinned and asked what he was standing there for. Let him lead him here. What kind of useless idiots are they? Suddenly a kick flew into his face. The hero was throwing a lot of punches. The people looked at him in surprise and asked again. The protagonist grinned and said that it was so inconvenient to climb this wall. The guys looked at him and shouted, to which he replied that they should not move. Archie turned around and asked how he was. Where the hell was Ben? Did he really sell him out? Let him dare touch him, pointing his gun. Oliver asked how he became the head of Tienan with such intelligence. All he was capable of was ingratitude. His subordinate. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was Ben, lowered his head, hearing what was there, frowning. The president asked that he was a bastard, that if he dared to touch him, the old man would die, smiling broadly. The hero said that he would do as he said. It was better to kill him than an ignorant man. The guy frowned and shouted that it was not necessary, that he was begging him. The employees looked at him in amazement and shouted about the boss. The man was lying on the floor, and it was heard that they should kill him. The hero pressed his finger on the trigger. He shot at the people pointing the gun. The protagonist asked him what's stupid. Oliver shot the man. The hand fell into a pool of blood, kneeling. Harry said that thank you very much. Thank you for sorting out everything that asshole did. He understands that apologizing is useless, but thank you, looking at him. The hero replied that he has nothing to apologize for because he is not guilty of anything in front of him, to which the man said that. But he could not stop his own son. There is his fault here too. And he added that he can also stop apologizing if he just wants to feel better. He does not deserve forgiveness. The sooner he understands this, the better. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he will not touch him, only because it is not necessary. What to do next, they must sitting on the floor. The man replied that they knew nothing. They could be calm about that, but what would he do with it? To which he said that he should gather all these people together. He would go and open the car. Looking at the hero, Harry asked what he was going to do. Looking away, Oliver asked again what else he could do. Obviously get rid of the corpses. The body fell to the ground. Looking at the corpses, the guy asked that he wanted to burn them, to which the father replied that he thought yes. They were in the wilderness. This case would not be solved so easily here. The man was dragging the man by his clothes. In his hands was a shard of glass. Suddenly Ben swung it sharply. He stuck the shard into the man's leg. Smiling, Ben said that he had dodged it after all. Turning his head, Charlie shouted about his father swinging. The man shouted that he was already dead anyway. He would drag at least one to the next world. The guy abruptly stood in front of the man. Charlie received a blow. The man's eyes widened. The car hit Ben hard. He crashed into the wall. Sitting on the floor, Harry screamed loudly. His hand shook and he said no. Looking at the guy, the hero heard that his father was right. He was a worthless bastard. He had not become a good person, and he did not dare to become bad. He raised his eyebrows, hearing that because of his greed, he had dragged his father into such a dangerous situation. He deserved it, and now he was paying him back. He finally felt better, clenching his fist. The guy said that he should also thank Molly for him. The protagonist looked surprised hearing that. Back then in the bag with food, there were probably her candies. It was immediately obvious that children liked them. Closing his eyes, Charlie said that. Thank her, it was delicious. Tears were streaming down the man's face. He lowered his head down. Oliver looked at him silently. Harry swung at Ben behind them. The hangar caught fire, standing by the window. The girl heard that something bad had happened. Turning around, she asked what had happened. Told him to calm down, not to rush. Mary looked at him in amazement. Hearing that there was news about Archie, he was dead, standing next to the corpses. The girl asked if they had been identified, to which the doctor replied that yes, although the corpses were seriously damaged. They had checked their DNA and dental pulps. Looking straight ahead, he added that these were Archie and Ben. They had not found the others in the database, and no one had been reported missing. The police currently did not have enough resources to conduct an investigation and identify the dead. Looking at him, Mary replied that it didn't matter whether it was a murder or an accident, to which the man replied that it was a murder. Bullet holes were found in the bodies of the dead. The source of the fire was the car, probably after the murder. The corpses were put together, and the car was set on fire to get rid of the traces. The girl uncovered the corpse. A burnt body appeared, and it was heard that there were also traces of beatings on several bodies, gritting her teeth. Mary wondered what kind of beast they had crossed, but who he was opposing. She covered the corpse. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought about what exactly Archie or the company, if the first, then she should celebrate it with a bottle of wine in the evening. But if the second, then he was her enemy too, holding the chip in his hand. Oliver asked Harry if he was sure he wanted revenge, to which he received the answer that he did, even if it cost him his life. The protagonist attached the chip to his uncle's neck and listened to Harry say that he had already destroyed all the traces. He could, but could not guarantee that some evidence pointing to him would not be found in Tianjin. After which Oliver warned that he did not want the situation with Charlie to repeat itself. The chip connected with Harry's nervous system. The car was driving to the settlement. The protagonist looked at Molly. He asked her with a puzzled look what she was doing. The girl started jumping up and down and said that she was doing nothing, just playing in the sandbox. She admitted with tears in her eyes that she was scared, that her brother hated cruel children and thought that she would be abandoned. Oliver laughed and asked how he could abandon her, after which Molly said that she had killed people standing in front of her. The protagonist said that no matter what the girl did, he would be there and help her take responsibility for it. She was and would always be his most important and closest person. Oliver grabbed her face and said that in fact, he was very happy to see that she could stand up for herself. She just needed to be herself, and that was it. He would guide her so she didn't have to worry about it. Smiling, the protagonist added that these bad guys had attacked her with bad intentions, and she had done a cool thing. They don't harm other people, but they won't let anyone harm them either. Enthusiastic Molly said that if anyone dared to hurt her brother, she would blow his head off. Confused Harry thought that the world was changing too quickly. He needed to adapt better. Looking at the sky, the protagonist asked if the girl was saying that these people were emitting an unpleasant red glow, and that's why she ordered to shoot their heads off. Molly answered with a serious look that it was true. They had also broken down the doors. She didn't like this kind of light. It made her nervous sitting next to the girl. Oliver asked if other people had light, to which he received the answer that they did. His brother had a relaxing blue color. Jack had a friendly green color. And Charlie also had red. Looking at the surprised Harry, Molly added that he was gray with a little green. She also saw passers-by on the street. They were gray. The dumbfounded protagonist clarified whether she saw anything else, except for different lights from people. For example, letters or numbers. And in his thoughts, noted that what unites all people emitting red light is bad intentions towards Molly. She also became a player, taking him away. The girl said that she does not see anything anymore, and this began about a week ago. Stretching Molly's cheeks, Oliver reasoned that her abilities manifested themselves after the beginning of the period of destruction, but she does not see the system. She is definitely not a player. Then probably. This is a development caused by the use of anti-radiation vegetables. The protagonist smiled with all his teeth. The protagonist presented various products. and came to the conclusion that the effect of the products from a system differed from the side effect of irradiated crops, and the probability of mutation was also higher. He and Molly had eaten anti-radiation products for several days, but their bodies had already undergone noticeable changes. Molly could now see the intentions of other people, looking into the eyes of the girls. Oliver emphasized the fact that green meant friendliness, gray meant indifference, blue meant closeness, and red meant bad intentions. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that his sister was a living indicator of human emotions. Enthusiastic Oliver cried out that Molly had a very useful ability. If she saw someone in red, she should immediately tell him. She would be his strongest assistant. The protagonist stroked her head and said that he would go cook them something to eat. There was food on the table. Molly raised her hands and heard that Harry would live with them. He would also help with the work on the farm. After which, the man said that he did not really understand what was happening now, but it was his duty. He would do what he was told. He could build himself a straw hut at the gate and live there, and at the same time, he would watch the entrance. Looking at her, Harry said that Charlie went to another world to atone for his sins. Molly greedily ate the food and suggested that the red, glowing people wanted to hurt her brother, but they all did not live long. Grinning, the girl said that whoever dared to hurt Jack and his brother Rick would cut off his head. Looking at his hands, Harry thought that it could not get any worse, and now his only goal was to avenge his son. He was ready to become the boss's watchdog. The man put a cigar in his teeth, watching the TV. He heard that today was already the 15th day since the disaster. The total number of deaths from the Blue Star was 386 million. The total number of deaths in the Federation was 47 million. The federal government was currently actively distributing grain reserves and Solaris. Crop cultivation technology would also be widely introduced into production. His face was calm. The man turned off the TV. The guy came up to the man from behind saying that he had called him, holding a cigar in front of him. The old man said that the mutation process has now accelerated. The military has caught a beast of the 5th mutation level in the mountains of southern Xinjiang. The guy asked again with a serious look about beasts with the 5th mutation level, adding that the most they can now study is the 3rd level, or a sample catalyzed by his employees. And the plot introduced us to Bill, a researcher at the parent company. The man imagined how planes shoot down the monster and said that there are no people deep in the mountain forests, and the soil is rich for the spread of radiation. Even the lowest level, beasts can accelerate their mutation by eating each other. Modern human technology is nothing compared to the new natural evolution looking out the window. The man said that this is why he wants Bill to take over their lab. Mary found that a lot of interesting technologies were used in the secret experiment. This needs to be combined with the information they have. He sat on a wheelchair and ordered to extract the virus as soon as possible. The girl threw the tablet on the table and thought that there was nothing suspicious in the records before those 2 days. It seemed that the cause of his death was somewhere around that time. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, she added that the records from the cameras for those 2 days were erased. That's where the leads end. It's useless to even think about it. You need to decide on a new location for the research institute and also meet the new director. She closed her eyes. The girl left the office. The car stopped. Bill got out of the car with a smile on his face. He shook the girl's hand and said his name. The happy girl introduced herself as Mary and asked who was next to Bill. Standing opposite the guy replied that it was his assistant Drake, after which he added that he heard that she had already roughly decided on the address of the new research institute and asked to give it to her. Oliver was studying information about livestock and fish on the projection, looking at the types of fish. The main character thought that there was a large selection, and different types of the same level were worth the same number of points. His gaze fell on the bluefin tuna, after which Oliver emphasized that this product, which was difficult to get until the end of the world, can now be obtained for 500 points. Turning around, the protagonist asked if Molly wanted to gorge herself on blue salmon fillet, noting that before they did not have enough money for it, but now they can eat it in peace. Putting on a cap and taking a shovel, Oliver said that they were going to dig a pond. The protagonist began to draw a line on the ground, standing in front of the circle. The protagonist said that they would dig from there. Harry stroked Jack and clarified how old he was, noting that he had the impression that he had grown up surprised. Oliver replied that the dog had long been an adult, so he should not grow anymore. Happy Harry assumed that Jack was comfortable there, and so he corrected himself, noting that he remembered when he used to come to help on the farm. The dog was knee-high to him, and now he had grown and was thigh-high. Looking at the happy Jack, Oliver reasoned that he sees him every day, so he did not notice the sudden changes in the body. If these are the same changes as Rick, then things are bad. But after that incident, he got rid of all the infected creatures and plants on the farm, then wondered if this development was caused by the consumption of anti-radiation vegetables like Molly. The main character, with a serious look, noted that it is necessary to observe. The main thing is that nothing happens again. Oliver turned around at the voice that said that a guest had arrived. To them, Bill and Mary were standing in front of the gate. The girl looked at Bill and clarified whether it was true, that he did not need to inspect the chosen place, noting that the equipment and security there were much better, to which she received the answer, that this farm has a very good location. The area is also sufficient. The security system, equipment, and other things can be bought and installed there. It is not a problem. Mary closed her eyes and thought that even though Bill was smiling all the time, it was impossible to talk to him. She tried so hard when choosing new places, and he didn't even look, and said that no one had come out for a long time. They probably wouldn't be able to meet the owner at such a time. Keeping his hands behind his back, Bill ordered Drake to continue knocking. The protagonist approached the gate and asked what business they had come for. Smiling, Bill asked to let them in because he had business with him. Crossing his arms, the protagonist refused to let them in, noting that they should talk from there and quickly because he was busy. Mary took a business card out of her breast pocket and introduced herself, handing over the business card. Mary said that in a nutshell, they would like to buy his farm, and Oliver could name the price. Oliver frowned, wondering if they had already found out about the farm, and then listened to him say that he could name any price, in money or resources, if he had no other place to live. She could provide him with an apartment in the city center. Mary was taken aback by the words that this was not necessary. Standing opposite, the girl clarified whether he was not interested in at least hearing the price, and suggested that if he heard the amount, he would change his mind. And Oliver replied that it was not worth doing, since he liked living there. Even if she offered a mountain of gold, he still would not agree. Drake hit the bars, saying that they were talking nicely for now. Squinting, the protagonist heard that the farm gate was under attack, after which the system asked whether to launch a counterattack. Standing opposite Oliver, thought that this man was able to trigger a system alert. With one blow, Bill began to scream loudly. The frightened man turned around. The guy slapped him standing in front of him. Bill suggested that Drake had forgotten what he had been taught, adding that one more liberty and he could roll back where he came from. Bill shook his hands and said that his subordinate did not understand anything. This should not be taken seriously. Drake approached the gate at the request of the protagonist. Oliver hit him in the stomach. His fist launched a hummingbird scout into the guard's body. Drake fell to his knees in pain, and the protagonist said that now they were even, and if this was all they had, they could leave. Bill held his chin with a satisfied look. The guy tore a sheet of paper from his notebook and said that they had been rude and apologized for it. He handed over a piece of paper and said that this was his phone number. If Oliver changed his mind, he could contact him at any time. Watching this, Mary thought that the protagonist was very impolite, and she was sure that the protagonist would not even take it. The protagonist took the paper. They drove away from the farm. Looking at the paper, Oliver reasoned that he did not think that the TNN people would find the farm. So quickly looking back, he noted that it was not clear whether it was a coincidence. The protagonist began to track the car with the help of a hummingbird. Watching the Jeep, Oliver emphasized the fact that they would meet very soon. Opening the refrigerator with meat, he thought that there were 10 days left until the next period of destruction. The crops were growing steadily. Excavations of the reservoir had begun, and now it was necessary to develop cattle breeding. There were delicious dishes on the table. A joyful Molly asked to try the sesame paste she had made. Oliver took food from her bowl. He was surprised to report that it was delicious. Looking out the window, the girl said that in winter, you need to eat hot pot with lamb because it warms you up. Looking at the boys, Harry clarified whether they were dressed too lightly. He sat next to the protagonist and noted that it was no longer possible to simply grow plants if they were to eat like that. And Oliver suggested that he had been interested for a long time, but he could not tell all the details. Smiling, the protagonist said that he wanted the man to prepare for what he was about to hear, noting that their food was special. If you eat it regularly, then some changes occur in the body. The cold becomes not scary. Strength increases and the body grows. Unusual abilities may even appear. He is really looking forward to Harry's changes. The man pointed his finger at himself and said that this looked like some kind of science fiction movie. Oliver, with a satisfied look, clarified whether this whole catastrophe was similar to science fiction. Looking at Harry, he said that besides, if it weren't for the fossils, people wouldn't even think that these huge prehistoric beasts once roamed the blue star, and judging by the situation they were in now, superpowers no longer seemed like something amazing, especially in the conditions of the apocalypse. Rather, it seemed like evolution. There was a smile on his face. Sitting at the table, Harry asked if anyone had come today, holding the sticks in front of him. Oliver answered that they were people from Tianan. The man was horrified by what he heard. He began to tremble and wondered if even a useless old man like him could become stronger if he ate food from the farm. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was. Harry sighed in relief and said that he understood everything. Oliver was riding a motorcycle and he had a mask on his face. The building stood under the night sky. The boys entered the room and Mary declared that this was her house. Bill would have to spend the night there today, and tomorrow she would find him a new place to live. Standing next to the boy, the girl said that he could choose any of the 4 rooms on the ground floor. She would ask for dinner to be brought to their rooms. Climbing the stairs, Mary wished him good night. She was going to the 2nd floor. Turning around, the girl thought that the mosquitoes irritated her in such a cold. Drying her hair with a towel, Mary thought that she was tired to death of looking at his face all day. How good it was to take a shower and take care of her skin. Standing in front of the mirror, the girl wondered who this beauty was looking at herself. Mary declared that she had no equal at work, and such a beauty at that. She began to slap her face. The irritated girl applied a mask to her face. She frowned when she heard the hummingbird flying again. Entering the bedroom, Mary said that, judging by the sound, it was more like a bug, after which she suggested that it would fly out on its own. If she opened the window, the girl opened the window. Looking out of it, she noticed that after the air conditioner, the outside air was very refreshing. She was suddenly taken aback. Oliver was hanging on a rope in front of her window. They looked at each other. The main character climbed into her room. The protagonist grabbed her by the face. He knocked the girl to the floor. Who thought that he would fire all the security? Oliver began to hold her, and Mary thought, the bandit is strong, she cannot move. She cannot break free, she must first calm him down. After which, the protagonist said that he will let her go if she does not scream. If she even tries to throw something, then he will check what is faster, his knife or her security. Oliver looked into her eyes. The protagonist let go of her mouth and heard that there was money in the bedside table. All in cash, there was also jewelry. Gold, which could also be taken. Lying under Oliver, Mary said that in this world, everyone wants wealth. If he harms her, nothing good will come of it. He should take the money and leave. It is enough to buy a lot of food. The protagonist, with a serious look, said that he was sorry that he did not come for the money. The girl was embarrassed. She, with a frightened look, called Oliver a pervert and a moral monster. The protagonist grabbed her lips and asked her to stop closing his eyes. The protagonist asked if she sent people to kill the president and why they still could not find the killer. Oliver let go of her lips. Standing over her, the protagonist told her that the president once helped him a lot. Now that he died so strangely, he must avenge him, and heard that she is now investigating the cause of his death. She must give him all the materials on this case. Stunned, Mary said that she and the police were now trying to figure out what happened then. But all the evidence was abruptly cut off in such a short time. They could not establish who the killer was. Pointing his finger at the girl, Oliver replied that the president had died and she had taken his place. He could not know if she had a hand in it. Stunned Mary screamed that Oliver had no evidence. The president had too many enemies. It was quite expected that if someone killed him in all this confusion, he died, so shamefully it was probably a revenge murder, and they did not have such hatred between them. Besides, killing someone for the sake of the president's place was too unreasonable, after which the main character replied that he did not believe that they had no suspects. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that they really did not have any. He himself destroyed all the documents and camera records related to his conspiracy. She now does not even know what kind of people he communicated with. Before his death, she is also worried about this question. Oliver looked at Mary thoughtfully. He turned around when he heard someone's footsteps. They started knocking on the door and asking the girl to open the door. The protagonist hit Mary in the neck with the back of his hand. Drake tried to knock the door down, while the maid said that the alarm had gone off, and she needed to be saved. Drake broke through the door. They saw Mary lying on the floor. The maid picked her up and asked what was wrong with her. The guard looked out the window. The protagonist landed on the ground. Looking up, he thought that the Scar monster had really broken down the door. Stunned, Oliver heard a voice, asking if it was too rude to break into a girl's bedroom in the middle of the night. The protagonist turned around. Looking at Bill, the protagonist asked how he found him, noting that he left no traces with his hands behind his back. The guy replied that when Oliver jumped out of the window and activated the gravity sensor, he immediately sent Drake to the door. He didn't want to collide with him, so he jumped out of the window. It was the best decision. The protagonist stood still and thought that this man was smart. He ran at Bill and wondered if some skinny guy would stop him. Oliver threw a punch at him. His punch was blocked, which surprised the protagonist. The protagonist jumped away from the guy. There was a bruise on Bill's knee. He said with a satisfied look that the bones of the arms are not comparable to the knee joint, according to his calculations. His elbow joint and radius should be broken now, due to the fact that they received a load of about 700 kilograms. The wrist joint should also be dislocated and damaged, due to the inability to cope with the load. But there is no hint of injury on it. Bill closed his eyes and asked if the protagonist had studied martial arts, adding that he had not seen him use any special technique now, and then asked him to explain it to him, because otherwise he would not be able to leave today. Oliver was shocked by what he heard. His hand began to shake. The protagonist stood surrounded by mana, wondering if he had really studied any martial arts, was able to withstand his blow. Although his body was already stronger than that of an ordinary person, but facing a person who could fight him was quite troublesome. Frowning, he listened, as the stranger said that he heard voices in that direction. He needed to take a look. Looking back, the protagonist said that he had no time to entertain him. If they met again, then they would have a duel. Bill jumped over him. The guy frowned and said that he had already said, even if he did not dream of leaving here today. He closed his eyes from the dust in front of his face. Oliver threw sand at him. The protagonist was leaving him, saying that he had to go and the opponent needed to go wash up. Turning around, Bill replied that it was very mean. The guy watched as the protagonist jumped over the fence and said goodbye. The bodyguard ran to him and called the master. He ran up to the sitting researcher, asking if he had missed him and if he was okay. Bill was squatting and sighing heavily. Opening his red eyes, the guy thought that he was smart, and his body was in perfect condition. Almost overcame the human limit. What an outstanding material. He got up with the help of the guys, and reported that everything was okay. They just needed to wash their eyes. The opponent was too fast. They couldn't keep up with him, and clarified how President Mary was. The researcher opened the girl's eye, and said that it was nothing serious. Standing by the bed, Bill told the housekeeper that she was simply unconscious. When she woke up, she needed to be given these drugs. He signed the dosage, smiling. He said that the city was in such disarray now. There was no point in adding work to their military, and nothing had been stolen from them. Drake ran into the room and said that something bad had happened, standing in front of the guys. The bodyguard said that he had just checked his room and found that one of the hard drives was missing. The researcher frowned and asked if it was the gray one that was connected to the computer, to which the man agreed meanwhile. The hard drive was in the protagonist's pocket. The protagonist was riding a motorcycle down the road, extending the cord to the laptop. He thought that if he disconnected the network cable, there shouldn't be any problems. He'll see what this Tianjun company is up to. The guy plugged in the hard drive. Looking at the folder, Oliver wondered if this was an experiment, if that guy was a researcher. The protagonist sat at the table, reading that although many creatures had already died because of this, he still believed in this hypothesis. Radioactive food products that cause drastic changes in the body of animals, and people are not a disaster in themselves. They bring organisms not only death and deformity, but also development. He sat in shock in front of the screen and read that only this evolution is going the wrong way. That is why they die. He is convinced that he can find the right way, even at the cost of human lives. A symbol appeared on the laptop screen, and a voice from it said that he would lead humanity from the catastrophe to a new level of civilization. And then people will not be separated because of incurable diseases, will not have congenital defects, will not be considered a burden because of their weakness. They will be able to compete in strength with warriors, with gods, and life expectancy will reach 300 years. Bill sat at the table and told the man that perhaps he had figured out a way to escape or had not yet looked at the contents of the disk. The main disk could not detect his location. Putting his hand to his head, he said that anyway, there was only old data on that disk. Even if he looked through it, he still wouldn't understand anything. The guy touched his forehead, thinking that those notes, if he read them, he would guess why he really came to Nanxing. Looking at the laptop, the researcher said that if number 7 wanted to do something to them, he wouldn't have sent a newbie on the mission. Although that person was strong, his technique was still rather clumsy. The protagonist and Bill sat at the computers, reading that there was darkness ahead and abyss behind him. He had nowhere to retreat. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that his ideas coincided with his, but at the cost of human lives. He looked sadly and decided that it was arrogant. Imagining the laboratory, Oliver thought that they really had already started experimenting on people. The girl looked at the animals on the ground and called her brother. Molly was holding her cheeks in delight, asking where he got so many cute, fluffy animals. The guy stood next to him with a thoughtful look, thinking that the explanation was too complicated for her. She probably wouldn't understand. How could he tell her he thought of it? Raising his finger, the protagonist said that he had Doraemon's magic bag. He could get anything he wanted from it, having painted the rabbit with lipstick. The girl asked if it was true and said that it was cool. The protagonist raised his finger up and said that it was their secret. They couldn't tell anyone. Molly was holding a painted rabbit. Crossing his arms, Oliver said that you can't play with precious food. Let her put it in its place. The sister sat on the ground and tearfully answered that. He was very cute, you can't eat him. She would raise him, he was still so small. Molly listened in shock as her brother said that it was pork steak, boiled chicken hot pot with rabbit, pork burger with bacon, Hainanese chicken with rice, baked chicken legs, spicy rabbit with rice, marinated and fried pieces of rabbit. She drooled when she heard that from now on. She would have to become a vegetarian. Smiling, Oliver said that therefore, she should be grateful for the food that was grown with such difficulty and then eat every last piece. This is respect for food, stretching out his hands. The guy said that if she gets attached to him, it will hurt later, and asked to give it to him. The girl held the rabbit tightly. Holding out the animal, she said that she would eat every last piece. The main character was taken aback when he saw the message, that a rare product was grown. White corn, and thought, what the hell is this? The protagonist stood near the paddock and asked his sister to play, while he went to check the beds. He looked at the cob, and the system told him that it was a rare level 2 product, a one-time consumable obtained from anti-radiation corn, which puts the user into a state of rage, which increases strength, speed, and reaction, opening his mouth in delight. Oliver thought that the characteristics increased tenfold. For 30 seconds, grabbing the corn. The guy thought that this is just like Popeye's spinach. Is there really only one? Well, maybe more have grown somewhere. The protagonist parted the bushes, realizing that there are none here. He walked through the field and thought that there are none here. Either the protagonist looked at the leaves, thinking that there are none either, raising his hand to his cheek. Oliver thought that it seems that such a rare product is really rare. It will grow only if you are lucky during the planting of seeds. The system did not mention special products. The guy closed his eyes and thought that this could be considered a small surprise. It looked like he needed to get more serious about farming. He needed to increase the density by 1/2 times, because there would be more rare products. The protagonist shook his head and thought that he was in too much of a hurry. It would simply increase the probability of their appearance, but it would worsen the quality and yield of crops. There could be many weak and dead shoots. It would still be better to leave it as is now. He primarily needed points, and rare items were just a nice bonus. The girl on the bed was visible through the window. Mary was sitting at the laptop. She remembered how the guy attacked her and hit her. After biting off a cookie, the president said that he was a fool. He would get it from under the ground. The girl looked at the laptop, asking what the security was doing, and reported that so many people could not catch some thief. The military and police especially did not have extra forces for the investigation. Put her finger to her lips. Mary said that it looked like it would not be possible to find out his identity. By ordinary means she looked at the bag in her hand, thinking that the hair that remained on her clothes was too light. Definitely not hers, remembering how the protagonist covered her mouth. The president thought that it probably belonged to that guy. The girl waved her hands furiously and thought that she should stop thinking about that fool, because she would definitely catch him. Mary looked at the researcher from the balcony and said that she had business with him. Bill closed the book with a smile and asked if she was feeling better. Already sitting down on the sofa, she answered that thanks to him, yes. The massage technique he taught her turned out to be very effective. Today nothing hurts anymore. She has already chosen a place for his research center. It is not far from that farm. There used to be a factory there. Raising her hand, the president said that because of what was happening, it was closed and was sold to them at a low price. The location is good, quiet, and remote. Everything as he wanted. The guy smiled and thanked her, asking if she wanted to talk about something else. The girl sat opposite and said that, frankly speaking, it was awkward to ask about it. She thought that since he was an expert in biological research, he could probably do a DNA test. She would like to ask him to find a person in Nanjing whose DNA matches this hair. Bill looked at the package in surprise, replying that with all due respect, if she wanted to compare it with the DNA of every city resident, it would be tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the time it would take to compare about 100,000 samples. Getting them from every resident of Nanjing is already a huge undertaking. Smiling, he asked if this person was so important. Mary laughed and said that it was not that he was important. He just wanted to find a bandit who attacked her that day. If it was too difficult, then he should forget about her request. The researcher was taken aback. The guy looked at the surprised girl and replied that it was not difficult. Putting his hand to his chest, Bill said that he was ready to help her with this. We see a syringe, and a scientist reported that a reagent is being injected. Diluted 10%, it was injected successfully. He watched as the monster opened its eye and said that the subject's muscles had hardened. Cellular activity had increased. 1,000-fold data was being recorded. The beast had multiple pupils. The researchers watched the monster from the balcony and said that these were compound eyes. The subject's genes were infected with the genes of other creatures. Looking at the broken chain, the girl said that the subject had gone into an aggressive state. The beast opened its mouth furiously. The boys watched as the monster hit the wall and discussed that the V-shaped B virus experiment, number 34, had failed. The girl stood in front of the subject and reported that the outer glass had been broken. Bill watched through the cracks, listening to what he would soon break through. This too, blood flew everywhere. Sunset was approaching over the house. Many people were walking around the hall. A boy stood in front of his friend, asking why he had left his poor brother alone. Travis turned around and said that he was just a bastard. Little Bill stood by the column, listening to the boys say that they were going to tease him. The boy dipped his face in the water. The explorer was choking under the water. The teenager lowered him into the fountain and said that he needed to squeeze harder. He would give the young master a hearty drink. "A bastard is a bastard, so ungrateful." Crossing his arms, the brother said that he needed to be lighter so as not to leave marks on his body, even though he was a brat. But with the last name Bai, you need to respect that. Bill burst into tears and asked his older brother to let him go. Travis scared and said that it was disgusting. The explorer suddenly woke up sitting up on the bed. He screamed not to be hit. The boy put his hand to his face. Bill sadly lowered his eyebrows. The explorer looked at the device on the table and called his brother, looking at the flask. He said that the stability of the V-shaped virus was increasing. Now, once he created the perfect sample, it would be one step away from being defeated. The TV screen showed a ferocious beast. The program showed a monster on a mountain and said that it was the capital time, the 19th day since the world changed. Their correspondent reported that more than 100 mutated livestock carcasses were found in Nancy Village. Molly lay in front of the TV, listening to them piled up right there, but where they came from remains unclear. The Epidemic Prevention Department has already processed these carcasses. The main character stood behind her and asked why she was watching the news instead of cartoons today, and her sister replied that she was also watching what was happening, smiling. The protagonist said that she could see the intentions of other people, and that this was already a big help. The girl hugged Jack and replied that she wanted to grow up quickly, to help her brother even more. The dog had already become strong. She also needed to become even cooler. Looking at his sister with the dog, Oliver thought about what he had observed about Jack. He was absolutely not prone to aggression. The changes in his physique were probably an evolution. After eating anti-radiation products, he smiled and said that he and his uncle would continue digging the pond. If she got hungry, let her have a snack. She had a big appetite lately. An hour later, Molly was lying on the dog and saying that her brother was right. She was a little hungry, looking around. The girl wondered what was there. The box contained divine seeds of enhancement. She happily opened the lid and said that these were glowing nuts. They looked very tasty. Molly handed the seeds to Jack and said that there were exactly 2 of them. One for him and one for her. The girl threw the food into her mouth. She spat it out and said that it was very bitter. The dog closed his eyes and listened that it was not tasty and needed to rinse his mouth. He lay down on the floor thinking that he didn't know why. But he wanted to sleep. Jack put his head on his paws. The pet fell asleep peacefully on the floor. Night fell over the house. The room was in disarray, and a creaking sound could be heard. Rubbing his eyes, Harry asked what the sound was. He shone the flashlight on the animal in the corner. Jack bared his teeth furiously. The man was taken aback. The dog jumped up. The pet flew up above his uncle. Harry fell to the floor. The flashlight flew off to the side. The man turned around worriedly and asked if it was Jack. The animal in a new guise was walking towards him. Its eyes were glowing red. The uncle looked at him in fear, wondering why he looked like a wolf. Had he mutated? But it didn't look like a normal mutation. The beast wasn't trying to attack him anymore. He had to try to calm him down. Raising his hand, he said his name with a smile. Watching Jack shake his head, Harry thought that he seemed to be reacting and saying that he was hungry. He shouldn't be afraid. He would bring him something to eat. The man held out his hand. The wolf suddenly started howling. The beast jumped out the window. The uncle frowned in alarm. He looked at the broken window and shouted that they shouldn't come near the gates, and walls were electrified. Jack stopped. The wolf jumped over the fence. Harry, taken aback, thought about how he had jumped over such a high wall so easily. The protagonist ran down the street and asked what had happened, pointing his hand to the side. The man said that something bad had happened. Jack had suddenly gone crazy and ran outside. He himself didn't know what had happened to him, but it didn't look like a normal mutation. Frowning, the protagonist listened. It seemed that he still recognized him. Molly ran scared through the grass and screamed that Jack was missing. He wasn't by her bed when she woke up. Oliver stood calmly in front of her and said that there was no need to worry. Maybe he was bored of sitting at home. He would run a little and come back. Let him go back to sleep. Everything would be fine. Looking at his sister's dirty feet, the guy asked why she was without shoes. He picked up the child in his arms and said that he could not think about it, specifying whether Jack had eaten anything unusual lately. Molly's eyes widened. and she replied that she remembered what her brother had said. He only ate farm-grown food. And that evening, he had eaten a glowing nut that he had left in the box. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if she was talking about the divine. Level 4 enhancement seeds. The protagonist grinned, thinking that Jack had definitely evolved. But why was he going crazy? Lost in thought, he asked the system if the level 4 seeds had a side effect of losing control of himself. Oliver looked down at his sister and said that he would go look for Jack, and that she should be a good girl and come back with Grandpa Harry. The guy looked at the moon, telling her that he shouldn't worry. He would definitely find him and bring him back, because Jack was a member of their family. Meanwhile, the wolf was rushing through the forest. He was breathing heavily, thinking that it was very hot. His eyes were sparkling, and the beast was thinking that he really wanted to tear fresh meat. Jack bared his teeth and thought about how he wanted to rip the throats out of everything that moved, but he couldn't. He couldn't hurt people. The wolf ran past the trees, thinking that otherwise he would never be able to return to his mistress. The stranger watched from an ambush, thinking that it was a holy beast. Grinning, she decided that it was definitely the holy beast from the prophecy. The woman looked at Jack running, thinking that she would take him with her. God would like that. The protagonist sat on a motorcycle and listened through an earpiece that no one had been found. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it looked like his pet was no longer in the area. He should find him quickly. If the military got ahead of him, the dog would definitely be locked up. Oliver looked back and asked who was there. The stranger smiled and asked if he was looking for the black wolf. If it was his dog, the guy asked with a serious expression if she had seen which way he had run and thought she was strange. Smiling, the woman asked if he knew the truth about the disaster that had happened. She frowned and said that it was because humanity had done too much evil. They had angered the gods, so they had sent disasters to punish people. This disaster could only be stopped by exterminating all of humanity. And if he wanted to be saved, he had to join their salvation society and repent to the gods. Only then would he have a chance to survive. The stranger smiled and said that their society of universal salvation had a hierarchy, members of the society at different levels, paid membership fees of different amounts, from 3 to 300,000. The higher the level, the closer he was to the god and the greater the chance of salvation. But since he, the young man, was the owner of the holy beast, he should just bring it to the meeting. The protagonist sat on a motorcycle and said that next time, before brainwashing her, she should learn to lie better. Taking the wheel, he said that she was a little late. With her naive teachings, he did not have time for these games. Specifying whether the gods would grant him salvation, the protagonist rode forward and said that the only one who would save him was himself. The stranger looked after him. She looked angrily and said that unbelievers always go to hell. He is an insignificant worm. The plot moves us to the past, when Oliver was standing near the car on the road. The guy lit a cigarette, looking back at the bushes. The protagonist wondered what that sound was. He was taken aback. In front of him lay a wounded she-wolf, looking at the bloody muzzle. The protagonist thought that apparently she was hit by a car. Oliver looked in surprise. The guy watched the wolf cub drink milk, thinking that there was also a baby here. The protagonist picked up little Jack, thinking that he was still alive without a mother. He would die in a few days. How stubborn! The wolf cub waved his paws, smiling. The protagonist said that they were both left without parents. He looked at the beast in his hands and said that it would go with him. The wolf was gnawing at his leg. The guys were standing in a clearing in front of their wounded friend. Frowning, the guy shouted that they needed to call someone quickly. He couldn't stand it anymore. We see a building at night. Bill was walking with the guys and asking where the mutated beast came from with his head down. The subordinate said that his friend went into the forest to smoke and threw a cigarette, but at the beast. It went crazy and attacked him. The beast was hiding in the bushes. He didn't notice it, but they had already called the military. Looking back, the researcher asked if he had said that the beast was hiding in the bushes. He looked ahead, thinking that the low mutation beasts had no intelligence. They just wandered around following the warmth of living things. It must be a high mutation. Frowning, the guy thought that besides, he had only bitten the guard's leg. He had not killed him. Bill watched as Jack gnawed on the bodyguard's leg, thinking that it seemed like he knew about the dangers of the gun and was trying to use the guard as a hostage. He was frightfully smart if they used him for research. They could solve the problem of the unstable V virus. Was he the perfect specimen he was looking for? The researcher looked at the man and said that he should call more people. They needed to catch this beast alive before the military arrived. Smiling, he asked them to bring a tranquilizer gun, and remember, the beast needed to be alive. The guy took the gun and told them to be careful with the weapon. To aim for the limbs, Bill took aim. He fired a cartridge. Jack was gnawing on his leg in fear. The wolf jumped over the syringes. The guys fired their guns. The animal jerked in pain. The guy dodged the blow. The researcher clicked his tongue in displeasure. Looking at the furious wolf, Bill said that everything was bad. He was going to run away. He looked after the animal and shouted that they had to go after it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on a motorcycle and listening to a report from Hummingbird. That large dog tracks had been found 700 meters to the southeast. The protagonist rode forward and said that they had to go there. Oliver stood over the paw prints, thinking that the prints were very large. Judging by the color, the blood was still fresh. Frowning, he thought that he was sure it was Jack. What happened? How could he have gotten such serious wounds? Several cars were driving behind the wolf. Aiming a gun out the window, Bill thought that he had never met such fast mutants. The researcher smiled, thinking that he was all in anticipation. Looking at the running animal, he thought that these muscles were beautiful during the run. Just a perfect creature. He had to catch it. The animal quickly ran through the forest. The protagonist turned around, hearing that the target was detected, and mentally asked to transmit the image. The protagonist grabbed the steering wheel. He watched through the camera as the car drove after the pet. Looking at the car, the protagonist asked the hummingbird to enlarge the image. Oliver watched as Bill held the gun and thought that even closer, he needed to face the guy. Was taken aback, wondering if it was him, that crazy scientist again. Why were they chasing Jack? Did he really want to take him as a test subject? The main character pressed the screen, and the system reported that white corn had been extracted. Looking at the cob in his hand, he thought that fools could not even dream of it. The wolf pulled his paw away from the bullet. Jack quickly ran away from the attacks. The car was driving through the forest, from which Bill's voice was heard, saying that they needed to surround from the left and right, trying to drive him to the old factory ahead. The cars accelerated after the beast, and the guys reported that it was accepted. The wolf looked back. He pushed off from the tree. Jack jumped up. The pet broke the glass with his paw. The wolf jumped onto the roof of the car. A man from another car screamed that trouble had happened. The second car had been hit. The researcher shot from the window and screamed that he was a damned beast. Bullets rushed towards the beast. Jack looked at the cartridges. He opened his eyes in fear. Suddenly, the protagonist caught the shells. Flames enveloped the wolf. The protagonist stood surrounded by mana, and the system reported that he had entered a state of rage. The effect would last for another 26 seconds. The car sped down the road. Dumbfounded, Bill wondered what this white light was. Jack bit into his leg, wondering if it was his master. Oliver was burning with bright flames. He rushed past the car. The protagonist attacked the enemy, and the hummingbird reported that the effect would last for another 20 seconds. The guy quickly hit the guard. The man cried out in pain. Dumbfounded, Bill fired his gun, asking what it was. The researcher looked at the light in shock. The protagonist flew up to him. Oliver hit him in the face with all his might. The guy threw his head back, spitting out blood covering one eye. The protagonist listened to the news that there were 2 seconds left. He quickly ran back, deciding that this was bad. The protagonist was squatting, thinking about the side effects of this effect, lying on the ground bloody. Bill thought that luckily he managed to block the blow a little. Otherwise, he would have said goodbye to his life right there, taking aim at his opponent. The man realized that this person was too dangerous. He needed to get rid of him. Jack pushed off the ground. The researcher gradually pulled the trigger. The wolf bit into his neck. The bullet shot through Oliver's shoulder. The beast continued to bite the enemy's neck. The guy sleeps on the animal. After that, he opens his eyes. Jack is drooling. He walks along the road. Then he looks down. The protagonist falls off him. The dog is lying on the ground and is silent. Oliver holds his shoulder and asks what's wrong with him. He starts baring his teeth. The animal starts to get up, while the system is asked what's wrong with him. The dog gets up and has red eyes. The guy starts to bite his neck. Blood appears on his neck, and they use the divine level. The main character looks at the dog, with which something starts to happen. Saliva comes out of his mouth. He was in a cocoon, and they were looking at him. Looking up, the guy thinks the pulse was stable on the device. We see that his pressure was 120. The guy breathes through the object, because now the situation is very sad. And after the attack, he got a concussion. The pituitary gland was damaged and pressed on the blood vessels. The guys look through the window, and it was a miracle that he holds on. The girl looks through the glass and says that their duty is to protect the researcher Bill, even at the cost of their own lives. Although she lies on the quay and a hair's breadth from death. Standing next to her, they ask him if he saw the attackers, to which they answer in the negative. Mary turns and says that if she's going to tell tales, then let him come up with better ones, opening her mouth. She says that she is not paying them to listen to nonsense. The doctor comes and says that it is useless to save him. Coming closer, he says that he can no longer be saved, and it is better to talk one last time. Bill opens his eyes. There is an object on his mouth. The guys come up to him, and he asks to inject the virus. Drake looks at him in surprise and says that there have been no successful cases with people yet, and if it does not work out, then he will not even be able to become a normal person. Looking at him, the guy says that he does not care who dies. There were bags under his eyes, and he asked to take a risk. Squeezing his hand, Bill says that he does not want to lose. He lies on the bed, and in the end, they decide to inject the virus reagent. They hang an explosive on his neck, and Bill says that there is no need to call his family, and they are nobody to him. They begin to inject the drug into his hand. Suddenly, he begins to twitch. His eyes look up. Mary puts her hands to her mouth. Bill closes his eyes. Oliver looks into the distance. We see that the cocoon begins to glow. Suddenly, it begins to crumble. The eyes of the protagonist have become wider. Jack stood up on two paws. We do not see half of his face. Opening his mouth, the guy calls his name. They stand next to each other. Then they take him by the shoulder. The paw begins to squeeze it, and blood comes out. Molly sits with her back to us, and they tell her that they need to go to bed, and Jack should not run far, and the boss will be back soon. Putting her hands to her face, she says that she is not cold and will wait for the truth. Giving him her hand, she says that if he does not believe, then let him touch her hand. They hold hands, and the old man says that eating farm products can strengthen the body. Sitting on his lap, she warms him. We see the roof of the building. Dawn begins to break near the house. Molly opens her as she is sitting on the old man who is in a blanket. He opens his eyes because he heard the cry of the girl, who was calling her brother. Going outside, she sees someone near the fence. Her eyes widened, and she asked what was wrong with him. Jack was carrying the guy, and the dog itself had evolved, but had not yet learned to control its strength, which led to an open wound and fractures. Oliver opened his mouth and said that he had returned it. The girl put her hands to her mouth and was touched. Molly walked around him and was surprised by his changes. Sitting on his neck, we saw that the dog had merged with human genes. Looking calmly, he realized that earlier, Jack had lost his composure due to a gene mutation and had run away because he did not want to hurt them. Remembering how he bites, he thinks that the genes had merged with human ones. Holding a napkin, they approached him and gave him a first aid kit, and he asked to get the bullet out. We see a knife. The man asks, "What if there is an infection?" The knife is in the body. Bullets fall to the floor. The main character gets a healing carrot. After that, he bites it. The man looks and realizes that it appeared out of thin air. Squeezing the hand, the wound begins to heal. After that, we see a red mark. Oliver begins to smile. We see two cells, because in the process of their division, it is mostly stable and can completely reproduce all the elements of the old cell, but stability is relative. Molly sits on the dog, and the gene mutation has two possible outcomes. The first is favorable development. We see the silhouettes of people, and we are given an example that if their bodies have acquired new and useful abilities characteristics, then this is evolution, and the second is unfavorable development. The guy looks away. The animals had purple eyes. Because these are animals that have mutated all over the world, have terrifying power, but their genes contain a fatal flaw. Even if they awaken consciousness, they will not live long. The man looks up, and his pupils have decreased. He tears off his chains, clutching his chest. He survived in his chest. We see a heart sitting on the bed. He is told that no one has ever retained their sanity. After an injection, having already put his hand to the door, they tell him that this victory marks the transition to the next stage of research. The guys look at him smiling. He says that he really survived. But this does not mean that the virus allowed him to mutate perfectly. We see his heart. Because his mutation failed and strength and speed appeared, surpassing ordinary people. But negative changes occurred in the structure of the body. Smiling Bill says that he will live a maximum of a week if they do not find the perfect mutant and take DNA. The guys are surprised by his words. There are bones on his back. They come up to him and say that an officer from the military police departments has arrived. Drake stands behind him and is told that Bill knows Thai boxing, Sambo, kickboxing, and other martial arts and various grabbing techniques. Opening his mouth, he says that he has the sign of the Golden Dragon, and there are few people who can resist him. But the person who attacked him cannot be considered such. The source was like a mutated wolf looking into the distance. He says that he may be one with the sources of mutation, and then explains why he went to save the wolf. Drake raises his hand and asks if he suspects two people as one. Standing next to him, Bill says that he knows what he is doing, because the virus did not allow him to achieve perfect mutation. They start walking because he is ready for anything, because there is little time. An officer is standing next to them. The girl turns her head towards them. Walking further, he hopes that his appearance does not frighten, and apologizes for the delay. Ashley opens her mouth and says that everything is fine. Looking at him, she asks, "What is this that should be of interest?" Bill folds his arms and apologizes. His eyes widen, and he answers affirmatively, taking hold of his shirt. He shows his chest and says that in his current state, he is not a tenant. The heart is located near the bones because as they develop, they pierce it holding a bag in his hands. He says that in return, he hopes for their help in finding a person, putting a hand to her chin. Ashley says that the sooner the better. Opening her mouth, she agrees. It was night, we're near a building, and someone wants to buy divine enhancement seeds. Jack lies with Molly and sleeps. The seeds fall. They were cherry tomatoes and contributed to the duplication of genes, strengthening the beneficial elements of the genetic development of the one who consumed the seeds. Holding them in his hands, he says that this is the key to entering a new era of humanity. There was a smile on his face. Squeezing his hand, Oliver says that if in the future people turn into gods, then, with the help of this, he will become the supreme deity. Sitting near the garden, he reads that in order to plant them, you need to spend points to improve the quality of the land. And it was expensive standing near the beds. He spends 95,000 and the land improves. The beds begin to shine because it is now black soil, rich in nutrients, and allows you to grow crops of the 4th level and above, and also increases the yield. Looking at the screen, he thinks, we see that there is not much time left until the second wave. Capsules fall because he bought fertilizers. Robots appear to speed up the process. They take care of the beds, and he still needed to leave points to buy regular crops. We see the place itself, because you need to grow as many plants as possible before the second wave of destruction comes. Lights shine from the windows in the city. Two guys walk to the door. One of them smiles, and the other says that she must tell exactly as she saw, and the Lord knew what to do next. Turning her head, she thanks. We see a window, because their family will be able to hold out for another month, and only those who worship the God faithfully. Walking along the corridor, they enter the main hall where the wisest Lord was. A guy comes up to him and says something. Standing next to him, he asks to tell in more detail. He begins to clap his hands and laugh, folding his hands and smiling. He says that with him the power of their God will increase even more. Looking at him, he congratulates because feeding on the new beast, their God, can appear soon. In his pocket is a pen standing near the abyss. The man says that it is necessary to return the sacred beast and sacrifice it to their circle. A hissing sound comes from the hole. Then they say from the hole that someone wants to eat a puppy. On TV, there was a girl who was telling the news, opening her mouth. She says that yesterday a car went off the mountain road at a turn, flipped over, fell from 100m cliff, and exploded. Looking at the screen. She says that when the firefighters arrived at the scene, the adults had died. Oliver is cutting carrots, and he hears that a child flew out of the car and ended up hanging on a tree branch near the scene. Raising his head, he asks what time it is. We see chats because his parents got carried away with their journey, although they said they would be home by 3. He puts the knife down on the table. Oliver picks up the phone. Looking down, he is told that the other person's phone is turned off, sitting down at the table. He tries to get through again. There is food on the table, and he cannot get through again. The broken phone is on the ground. People are standing near the car because the fire was strong then. The fire completely engulfed the car. Molly is on a portable bed because she was hanging on a branch and lost consciousness. Cars are driving along the road. The red hero was nearby. The girl was bandaged because she was from an orphanage and was adopted 2 days ago. The doctors, widening their eyes, say that they were unlucky. The girls are standing near her room and say that the police have already contacted the relatives of the dead. Turning her head, she asks if the officer wants to identify the bodies. Ashley goes to them and confirms. The guy in the hat is walking behind. His eyes were big. There were bags near them. The guys enter the morgue. Turning her head, she asks to accept her condolences. The guy's eyes were devastated. Opening his mouth, Oliver says that these are not his parents. And where did the child come from? And this is definitely a mistake. Ashley stands near him and asks for forgiveness because she understood his feelings. And he could do a deoxyribonucleic acid test. The main character takes his head and waits. His eyes were open. A small hand took hold of his clothes. The girl is standing near him. Molly had her arm bandaged, and she asks for forgiveness. Tears started coming to her eyes, and she blames herself. And if only she hadn't asked her aunt for help. When the director hit her, they wouldn't have taken her away. Oliver starts hugging her. Holding her, he says that it's not her fault. Ashley heads toward them. Tears are coming out of the guy's eyes. The girl bows her head and says that it's a 99% coincidence, and let him accept her condolences. They are still in this room and are silent. Papers are put on the table. The girl runs because they got the results. Bill turns his head because they found the perpetrator. Looking at the documents, we see Oliver. And he graduated from the Pedagogical University with excellent academic performance. He is also 26 years old and his parents died, but managed to adopt a girl. And now he is a farmer leafing through the papers. They tell him that this is all. And there are no remarkable moments in the dossier. Raising her hand, she says that the test confirmed. And how can he be sure that it was he who attacked? We remember how someone hits a person. Because a person who spent 20 years in absolute responsibility. And perhaps he was hiding all this time. And judging by the skills, he is quite inexperienced. So the version is discarded. We see the silhouette of a person. Because this person's physical training has improved significantly. Only recently, and the only thing that could cause such an effect is a perfect mutation leafing through the papers. Bill explains that he protected the wolf. All because the source of their strength is one holding the sheets. The girl says that this may be a mistake. Raising her hand, she says that the probability of the virus mutating is very small, and the number of mutants discovered is no more than a dozen. And this does not correspond at all to the probability factors. Bill begins leafing through the papers again, as suddenly a smile appears on his face. We see an object because in this world, there is another key that allows you to go through a perfect mutation. Oliver's dossier is on the table. The man sits with his back to us and says that if there really is a case of successful human evolution, then the person he needs will interest them and let him organize surveillance of them. The protagonist holds the harvest in his hands and buys fertilizer. Then he pours liquid on the sprouts, and the ripening time was reduced. The plants begin to grow, and there were 128 hours left until ripening. Turning his head, they shout to him that something is wrong with Jack. Harry stands near them, and they ask him what happened. And he answers that Jack has been sitting on the roof for the last few days, but today he cannot be reached. There is a dog on a roof, and his uncle is looking at them. The animal is looking into the distance, and we had clothes looking up. Oliver thinks that this is similar to how he behaved before, the first period of destruction, because his sensitivity has become sharper after evolution. Something flies near them. The guy looks down because, even at such a time, he receives SMS notifications. Oliver picks up the phone. His face changes dramatically. Vegetables fall from his hand. His eyes widen, wondering what kind of cruel joke this is. The protagonist drives out of the base. There was a car on the screen. Bill had yellow eyes looking at the screen. He says that the target has left the farm with folded arms. He is told that it is unnecessary to use the best drones. For reconnaissance, pointing at the screen, he is asked what is there. There are bones on his back, and Bill says that there are reconnaissance drones and such. An old farm has such equipment, and besides, plants grow on the farm, although the soil is contaminated. We see the beds. The guy stands next to the man and says that all over the world, plants are grown hydroponically. But the crops on this farm not only did not die, but they are also looked after. No matter how you look at it, everything seems abnormal. Bill opens his mouth and says that he has completely studied the structure of the farm. And as for the weapon, let them destroy it with a microwave explosion. And if there is no beast, then there's a greater chance of survival. Helicopters fly to the base. They were in the sky, and then they activated pulse particles 3 times, flying near the buildings. They finished scanning. We see a door. There was something written on the wall. There was wire on the fence. Kneeling down, he says that all electronic elements are disabled by 3 attacks. People begin to fall from a helicopter. The main character stands near the grave. This grave was dug, opening his mouth. He calls the people who did this fools. Looking seriously, he understands that this is not a joke. On the stone, withdrawn his parents. The message says that he is convinced. Another says that he can take the ashes in exchange for a sacred animal, as well as an arm and a leg. The protagonist watches and is silent, looking at the phone screen. Oliver thinks that if his parents knew that he would give up his body parts to return their ashes, they would be so angry that they would appear in his dreams. He remembers his dog smiling. Oliver thinks that Jack took a walk once, and many people already liked him. In response, he writes that he does not need the ashes, but promises to send him to them, crawling on his knees and begging for forgiveness, standing near the dug grave. He thinks that this man tracked Jack down and perhaps knows his powers. He turns his head, because a notification came that the land was invaded. We see the legs of people, because a thermal response was detected inside the building. People surround Oliver's house. Raising his hand, he says that the response is gone. Holding the gun, he wonders where they went, although they were standing on the roof. The girl is sitting on the wolf's neck. They are standing on the roof and looking down because they were bad. Molly has a purple aura and asks to make compost out of them. The glass in the house is broken. It was the same with the other windows. The flash grenade lies on the ground. Then it begins to glow. The guy bends down near the window. Looking to the side, he asks to search. The leg breaks down the door. Then it steps into the house. We see dust. The windows in the house are broken, and there was no one standing near the guy. He says something. Bill bent down and is silent. Opening his eyes, he orders everyone to go down faster. Lasers appear that kill people. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that this is an ambush. The guy starts bleeding. Bill runs to the window. After that, he jumps out of the house. His footsteps on the ground. Looking seriously, he wonders why the pulse weapon didn't work. There are people behind him. Oliver has a smile on his face. Bill's eyes widen. There are robots on the farm. They look at him with bewilderment and ask him. Oliver looks down and understands that he did it to get revenge, standing not far from each other. The man says that it is not difficult to find information on him, and that he exceeded expectations that evening. Spreading his arms, he says that he has nothing to say, and that there is not far left anyway. And if the plan failed, he will die anyway. Harry bares his teeth and says that they need to be killed. Standing next to him, the man says that the people of this company are no good. The protagonist's hand rises, smiling. He asks a question: where are the ashes of his parents? Looking up, Bill asks, what ashes? Oliver looks surprised. The guy also stands in bewilderment, putting his hands in his pockets. He wonders if he stole the ashes. He looks at him seriously and is silent. The phone falls to the ground and breaks. Carl opens his mouth and calls it a puppy. Then he hits the floor, because how can you treat your mother's ashes like that? And in his place, he would not spare his own skin. He hits the phone with his shoe. The man looks at each other while he calls it a curse. His eyes were red, and he says that he did not bring the sacred beast. And because of him, all the snacks for his mother ran out. Starting to leave, they try to calm him down. Turning his head, he says that his mother is tired of dirty creatures. An object falls to the ground, and Carl says that his mother wants a wolf cub. And they're also worthless because they occupy high positions, but cannot even bring the sacred beast. Then he turns his head, standing near the guys. He calls his mother. Carl starts walking further, smiling. He says that he missed her. We see the silhouette of a girl who calls him baby, hugging her. Carl cries and says that he is useless and cannot bring her a wolf cub, and that he should not be angry with him. Something grows from the hole. Hugging the creature, it says that it wants to eat. Behind Oliver lie dead people. Bill looks up and asks what kind of jokes are these. He starts walking towards him, and the protagonist understands that it is not him. A circle is created around his eye. He used the truth. The guy stands in a pose, and he has 118 hours left to live, narrowing his eyes. He thinks that the irradiated plants caused a distorted evolution, but thanks to the perfect mutant gene and their fusion, he managed to prolong his life for a short time, remembering different objects. He thinks about its purpose. Smiling Oliver says that although he did not steal the ashes, the purpose with which he came does not smell good to him, and cannot release if the robots are aiming at him at this moment. The guy opens his mouth and asks to wait. The protagonist is still standing near the robots. Looking at him, he says that the ashes of his parents are important, and may be able to help bring them back. Oliver looks at him with disdain, with his mouth open. He says that there are no disagreements between them, and he needs the perfect gene, and he is acting out of self-preservation. And why not remake the war into a deal? The protagonist looks at him in bewilderment. Then he raises his hand. The robots lower their weapons, exhaling. He says that they can exchange resources. Putting his hands in his pocket, he is told that there are extensive connections, resources, and technology with this. It will be much easier to find someone than on his own. The guy stands and is silent, and they ask him what connects him with this company. There are corpses on the ground, and he says that he is not a member of the company, but only takes his own side, and has nothing to do with the interests of any of the parties. Waving his arms, he says that he has nothing against him, and he does not care who he killed. He begins to approach. Oliver folds his arms and becomes interested. Moving on, he says that he will receive a convenient tool, and he himself will receive a saving gene. Straightening his arm, Bill says that everyone will benefit. The protagonist begins to smile. He approaches him, having passed him. He asks to order his people to drop their weapons, put their hands behind their heads, and sit in the corner of the wall. Jack is standing near them. Molly touches his ears and uses the eye of good and evil. There's a green aura near Bill. The girl shows with her hand that everything is fine. Opening his mouth, Oliver asks not to be nervous, and this is the gene he wanted. Looking at him, the guy asks how he became like this. We see the body of a wolf, because in the process of perfect mutation, the dog's genes merged with a man and received these genes from him, and given the compatibility of their genes, he must stop his distorted evolution. Smiling Bill says that this is the most perfect mutation, and even a motivated king of high-level beasts in the South, merged with human genes, turned into only an unconscious monster with an instinct of insane hunger. There was a drop on his face, and the guy says that he still obeys human commands, and that it is only so long to unravel the secret of his gene and begin mass production. He starts clapping because that is enough smiling. He says that the tour is over and now it is time to make a deposit, showing the screen with the correspondence. He asks to track this number and check all the call records and geolocation for the last 10 days. He takes it in his hand and asks to show what it can do. Looking at it, Bill says that this is not a problem, but now he urgently needs a blood sample, and if he does not find out, then he will have only 5 days left. Closing his eyes, he says that he needs to try to find the person faster. Sighing, Bill understands everything. A helicopter flies near the house. The guy gets out of it. The guys are already waiting for him. Raising his hand, Nate says that they had to get him out of the base, although he did not want to leave. They show him the phone and ask him to stop chatting and get to know the geolocation of the number, better holding the mobile device. Bill asks to fix the chip in the boss's house, and that will be an apology for using the pulse weapon. Nate turns away and says that he is his uncle and a loser. He starts clicking the keys. Looking at the screen, he says something to himself. Oliver turns his head and asks a question. Is this his Age of Gods? We see the speed, because he looked at the files on his disk and admits that he really succeeded in this. Better. The wolves opened their mouths, and 10 days after the world changed, his team extracted a virus from irradiated plants that becomes a source of mutations in those who ate it, and thinks that they could draw inspiration from Jack's genes. Looking seriously, he asks what these conclusions were made after a large number of experiments on people using the virus. Smiling Bill does not consider these methods cruel, and there are many examples in history when data on the structure of a person was obtained through cold-blooded experiments on people. Opening his mouth, they call him crazy. Putting his hands in his pockets. He says that only by walking on countless corpses, they reach today's heights. We see his face, and he says that nothing will change in the new world. Nate had a thoughtful face. He touches the keyboard and finds the information he sent. The protagonist picks up the phone. There was one unread message on the screen. Looking at the guy, he says that he did not leave him his email address. Grinning Nate says that he only needs one photo of him to dig up all his information. In 10 minutes, we see lines in a battery, and the guy says that if we doubt his abilities again, he will hack the phone and start a live broadcast. At the moment when he takes a shower, Bill puts his hand to his head because he was a chatterbox, but he observes professional ethics. Removing his face, he says that if he continues to talk nonsense, he will cut funding. We see a building. It was already getting light. Two guys are standing guard yawning, when suddenly he heard something. A moth flies near him, and he is surprised. The man looks at it and asks, is it poisonous? When suddenly he is shot in the head. Then he is shot too. Oliver is standing on the roof of the building looking down. He decides that they will get some sleep. There are 2 stones in the chest. They open the chest and sing praises to the will, thanking it for its great power and love, and may it grant them the reality they desire. He lifts the chest and says that the ceremony is continuing. People raise their hands and reach for it. Then they begin to eat the object. Carl waves his hand and asks them to sprinkle the fruit with the sacrifice's nectar. The girl looks into the distance, and she needs to be nurtured well. She was lying completely naked, and they wanted to complete the rebirth. One of them approaches her. They had a red thing in their mouths. They sit on her lap. Oliver's eyes turn red from what he sees looking down. He calls them freaks after that. One of them is killed. The other guy looks at the dead man. People begin to run away from the scene. Carl turns and asks how he dared to interrupt the rebirth ceremony. After that, his eyes widened. The protagonist is standing on the roof. He has a weapon in his hands. Opening his mouth, he asks, who is this? The main character says with an evil look that he is his grandfather and wants to kill a bunch of scum. Mechanical flies fly to the guys, and they all decide to save the Lord. After that, many are killed, although they wanted to save themselves. One of them protected Bill, but he was killed. People run away and say that the guards on the left and right were killed. An explosion occurs near Carl. Oliver lands near him and could not even imagine that they were worse than cattle. Opening his mouth, he understands who he is. There's a gun near his face. Looking at him, he asks to return the ashes of his parents and will allow him to die a quick death. Carl looks away. His ally is bleeding. Suddenly, something starts coming out of his mouth. The guy had bags under his eyes, and he says that if he kills, he will never get the ashes. Someone stands up behind him. Oliver notices the action behind him. Turning his head, he is told that his brothers have hatched. We see a monster with someone crawling out of his mouth. The monster stands on his hands. The protagonist bares his teeth. He stands near the monster. There were 2 of them, and everything around them was broken. The enemy had only one eye. There was saliva on his body. Oliver bares his teeth and takes out his second gun. Straightening his hand, he says that they are really disgusting. The monster opens its mouth. After that, they start running. The protagonist shoots at them. He hits their body, but nothing happens. They also shoot at the other one, but there's not a scratch. He turns away from the blows because the gun is useless. Raising the weapon, he opens the backpack. Looking at the inventory, he looks for a deadly weapon. He clicks his hand therefore, because something like a bazooka will be just right. Looking at the price tag, a notification comes that there are not enough points. Oliver runs away and uses the caliber models. The enemy is hit, they were not penetrated, and he thought that it was just an ordinary sect, taking advantage of the end of the world to make money and do evil, but he did not expect that they were hiding such a monster. Grinning his teeth, he stands near the wall. Clark looks around and asks where he is hiding. Taking a gun in his hands, he decides to shoot them in the eyes to buy time. After that, he looks. His pupil has decreased because they're also looking at him. The wall is destroyed and the guy runs. After that, he turns around because the enemy is fast. We see that an explosion is happening. It was visible outside the building. The phone is called and it rings. Ashley picks up the phone and says that it is a police station. Grandma closes her eyes and says that an explosion thundered near his house, and strange sounds and noise were heard. And let them come and look because there is still a child here. The child touches the woman and says that it is scary here. Grinning her teeth, the girl says that they will be there now, and let him tell where the explosion is. Gathering people, she orders to follow her, and all this on the outskirts of the city. Holding a gun, Ashley says that if there is a third-level mutant there, then there is no need to treat them so senselessly. The guy was in the wall raising his head. He extracts an ancient medicine, and his ribs are broken. The monster had no eye. Carl raises his hand and shouts that he found time to eat and cannot resist with such wounds, because he will become a good snack for the brothers. The monster opens its mouth and runs. Oliver looks up after that. The enemy destroys the wall. He flies into another room. Carl smiles and asks, is he dead? Looking at the wall, he calls them pigs. The monsters look at the guy opening his mouth. He says that they cannot go into that room. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. He looks in the other direction because they ask him for help. Near him are girls asking for help. They were limited in movement and asked to go home. The guy bares his teeth because they had iron collars around their necks. Oliver's eyes widen and he wonders how many they managed to kill. The monsters are still trying to get him. Their fingers were on the wall. Turning his head, he realizes that things are bad. The guy is standing on the ground. The girls are crying and screaming for help. One of the monsters was drooling, but he couldn't let them get through here. After that, he looks into the distance. There was a statue near the girls, and they were using them as goods. There were jewelry near the boxes. There was also food. The statue holds swords, and did not expect that they would be hidden here. The protagonist jumps up after that. A few more jumps to reach the statue. Standing on it, he thinks that his forging technology is one of the most advanced in the world. A strong and incredibly sharp blade that is not easy to break. Taking it in his hands, Oliver thinks that this is the height of sword forging skill. Then he takes it out. The monsters were still in the wall. Grinning his teeth, he understands that things are bad. The enemies open their mouths, and he decides to try the sword. He runs with the weapon in his hands. After that, he makes a cross strike. The monsters were cut a little, which was not enough, and with his current strength, he could not kill with one blow. The monsters open their mouths because this angered them. He runs away and asks them to run after him. He looks back, and they are running. We see their silhouettes. The protagonist turns his feet holding the sword. He thinks that they pecked. Liquid flows from the monster's eye. He straightens his hand with the weapon. The object itself was shining because it was perfect. He swings at them after that. He makes a cross cut. The other monster also makes a cut. The protagonist rushes past him with the sword. He smiles because the sword was near him. Then he is hit with a paw. He lands in the wall holding the weapon. He understands that it is difficult to deliver a fatal blow, attacking the shell, and it is not worth delaying it for long. There were bags near his eyes. The monster opens its mouth and screams. The guy bares his teeth in fear. His eyes widen sharply. He holds a sword in his hands. There was a blue aura near him. Next, he strikes the mouth. Looking at it, he screams. His pupils became smaller. He cuts off the monster's head. The monster's body falls down. Oliver looks down while the aura was there. Opening his mouth, he tries to catch his breath. The other monster also looks at him. The enemy begins to tremble seeing what happened. The girls also tremble with fear. Clark bares his teeth because his precious item was taken from him, squeezing his hand. He says that his brothers will eat him and not leave a single bone. After that, he looks the other way, having put the sword to him from behind. Clark understands that he is finished. Turning to him, he cannot believe that he killed. And if he hurts important people, they will not leave him alone. Holding the sword, Oliver asks why he should be afraid of anyone and let him go to hell. We see a white blade. They are holding it in their hands. The guy turns his head. Ashley holds the weapon and asks to lower the sword. Turning his head, Carl says that they want to kill him and let them shoot at him. There is a stain on his face, and he says that they should aim at him. The room was a mess, and Oliver asks to look around. Girls are standing behind the wall and shaking. Ashley turns her head to look around. The hostages are holding on to the wall and watching. With her mouth open, she understands everything. Her allies say that some of the girls were considered missing and saw their photos, so there can be no mistake. We see various jewelry on the other side. There are objects in the chest. Opening her mouth, she wonders what they are. Turning her head, she is told that things are worse than they thought. Approaching her, he says that in the main hall, they found the body of a woman killed in a strange way, and several more shot members of the cult. And in another room, there are monsters. The girl looks the other way, standing in a cluttered room. Ashley asks not to resist because the place is under police control. Carl was handcuffed. The guards took his hands. Turning his head, he sticks out his tongue. Then the guy opens his mouth. After that, more widely. We see his teeth. Oliver's eyes widen because he was asked what he would do to him. He looks at him in surprise, and his hand is a sword, taking it with both hands. They come up to him and say that they have already met. Looking at him, they tell him about the car accident 3 years ago and came to identify the body. Standing next to him, she says that although he hates her, he cannot act rashly looking at her. They tell him to calm down. Opening his mouth, Ashley knows that he has incredible strength, and even though there are many of them, they may not be able to kill such a person and let the military police smoke, because they will not spare the guilty. So they must cooperate. The protagonist listens and remains silent. He begins to put away his sword. We are near the building where the cars arrived. Doctors are meeting the girls who were captured. The parents are crying because they have not seen their children for a long time. Ashley turns her head, holding his shoulder. Approaching the policeman, they ask her what to write about the dead. Looking at him, she says that during the arrest, they encountered fierce resistance, and therefore were forced to fight back. As a result, the other side was seriously injured and died. The protagonist looks at them because he heard everything. Pointing to the car, she invites him to go. Someone is being carried near them. We see a bloody hand. Oliver looks at her, and he turns his head away. His eyes start looking the other way. She's standing with her back to us and thanking us for saving her. Sophie smiles and is afraid that they would have been sold as toys for rich people and would eventually become sacrifices for them. Ashley bares her teeth because she knows something, putting her hand to her chin. The girl says that she used to be a member of a self-help society, and they said that it was an ordinary organization, bringing people to which they could buy food at a low price. But a few days ago, when she found out their goal, she tried to escape and was caught. The girl opens her mouth and asks to tell more. They are standing next to each other and talking. They were visible in the car mirror. The guy is smoking a cigar in the car. He looks and exhales and decides to go, because the overlord is under control. The police are standing and writing down the words of the girls. Sitting at the table, he calls the officer. Opening his mouth, he asks if he can go. Closing his eyes, Oliver says that he has a lot of things to do at home. Ashley opens her mouth and says she disagrees with the way this case is being handled. The man looks at her and says he doesn't have the power to judge and kill others. Ashley turns her head and says it would be if the girls were found faster than him. Simon looks the other way and says the precinct is still waiting for a response from the city council. He folds his arms and says it doesn't look like the higher UPS will tolerate the presence of such a dangerous man. They tell him the world is changing, and the military and police are underpowered. She opens her mouth and says, "It does look like something." Ashley folds her arms and thinks he's nervous about not doing his job. Looking at him, she prepares to send the evidence of the violation of the law directly to the chief's desk as soon as the management responds. And such an innocent appeal will truly restore justice to the girls. He opens his mouth and wants to tell her something. Grinning Simon tells her to watch her words and that he doesn't care about her past and that he is the boss here, and orders her to detain the suspect and take him into custody. The girl opens her eyes, listening to him. The door behind him opens, and they ask what he is doing. Turning his head, Simon asks what he is doing here, putting his hands in his pockets. Lester says that he is not very good at catching criminals, but he is good at threatening. Grinning, he says that this is an order from above. Passing by him, the man asks him to stand there and recite the code 20 times. Turning away, Lester asks him to tell her in general terms what happened. Ashley stands next to him and says that Oliver is in interrogation room number 3, and to follow her, the guy opens his eyes. Lester enters the room and asks his name. Leaning on the table, he decides to sit down and introduces himself because he is the chief inspector of the Handong County Military Police Department. He looks seriously, thinking about his words. Folding his hands, he asks not to worry and wants to look at the document. In his hand are the documents that he brought for him. Taking them in his hands, he asks again if they are for him. Smiling, Lester says that this document is for the same people. He begins to pull out the sheets. There are different animals and mutants drawn on them. His eyes widened in shock. We see strange human faces. Putting his hands on the table, Lester says that this mutant was found in the mountains 5 days ago, and when they surrounded him, they saw that he existed. His eyes widened sharply because they were people. We see human faces. They were found on his back, and he managed to fool the army. Black liquid comes out his eyes. Taking out the documents, Oliver says that everything looks like a person, and perhaps mutation has no limits. Putting his hands to his chin, he explains that they are no longer limited to merging the genes of different animals to develop bodies, and have succeeded in merging human genes to gain intelligence, and call them the kings of beasts. Lester opens his mouth and says that they have recorded at least 5 cases of mutant beasts in Yanwan, and the number continues to grow. Puts the papers back and asks why they are telling him. He raises his hand, standing up from his chair. He places the object on the table. We see 2 red stones pointing to the object. He is told that it doesn't matter, and that these are 2 unhatched eggs. And after he shot 2 cult members, their bodies stopped developing. Opening his mouth, Oliver is told that their scientists extracted the genes and studied them. His eyes widen, because most of them are insect and animal genes, and a small number of human ones. Then he puts his hands on his chin. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asks what he means by this. He is told that there is a good chance that the king of the beasts is hiding in Nanxing and creating his own kind. Holding the sheet of paper, he asks to stop looking at him. He wonders how the king of beasts could remain undetected, possessing such destructive power. Looking at him, Lester says that another problem follows from this, namely the accounting book. Looking at it, he asks, "Did you find it?" The man looks and remains silent, placing his hands on the table. He says that, although the king of beasts has the rudiments of intelligence, he is still far from the consciousness of an ordinary person, and was not able to create an organization. Just a few dozen days after the beginning of the mutation, opening his mouth, Oliver wonders why he is being told. Knocking on the table, he says that he wants to give him an idea of what is happening, and so that he can assess the situation. Opening his mouth, he asks what this means. Sitting next to him, Lester says that due to the brutal attack, the military police were ordered to arrest him and ensure compliance with the law. A warrant was issued for his detention. Ashley smiles and wants to say something. He knocks on the table with his hand. Oliver opens his mouth and asks what negative impact he had by killing the cult members, and these laws and rules only caused laughter. Raising his hand, the man asks not to be angry and to listen. Frowning, he says that when the world has changed, the military police will probably not be able to protect all civilians, but until the social system collapses, it will still remain the most powerful. Putting his hands on the table, They ask him to join them. Folding his hands, Lester says that he can give him a special status. And even if the military police take over the city in the future, they will still have unique powers. Widening his eyes, Oliver asks if he wants to join the military police. He is told that such a status is not bad, and his family will be protected. Ashley exhales in surprise. The guy puts his hand to his chin and is silent, because he needs time to think, and his hands is a sword, and wants to hear an answer no later than the day after, tomorrow morning. Ashley holds the weapon and says that if he decides to agree, then let him fill out the form, and if not, the police will start searching, putting the sword to his chest. She asks not to flatter, and if he joins the military police, there will be no problems holding the documents. He decides to give an answer the day after tomorrow. The protagonist looks at the queue. Looking at them, he is told that these people participated in the purchase and sale and were recorded in the ledger. 2 of them were familiar to the guy. We remember their faces. Oliver's eyes widen because they are members of the Nanjing City Council. They turn their heads to him because last time they told the truth. Standing near the crowd, he did not expect that members of parliament were involved in such a thing. Holding the sword, the guy thinks that they only participated in and sale. He looks seriously because they were already on the other side of the barricades. From humanity, we see a wooden house. The sprouts grew, and there were 62 hours left until ripening. Looking at the sprouts, Molly is asked that if her brother becomes a military policeman, he will support her. Eyes widen from a question. Opening her mouth, she answers yes. Sitting near the beds, the main character says that in this case, he will not be able to spend much time with her, and she may cry if left alone. Squeezing her hands, the girl hopes that her older brother will not have to give up his desires. Because of her looking at her head, he is told that 3 years ago, he quit his job to take care of her and manage the farm further. Stroking her, he is told that she does not want her brother to constantly protect her and wants to grow up. Squeezing her hands, she says that she will support her at any moment and is not afraid, because there is Jack and grandfather who can take care of them. Oliver begins to smile at her, sitting near the beds. He says that she is already grown up, and instructs her to smear the cherry tomatoes with a growth potion, and that she cannot be distracted by cartoons. We see someone's legs. A man is standing near the opening from the door. Then he begins to walk to the cage. The guy is sitting in it and laughing. Carl folds his hands and smiles. An object is placed under him. In the pre-trial detention center, there were 2 objects, and they were rolling towards him. Clark takes one of them in his hands. Then he opens his mouth. Clark decides to eat it. There was blood in the test tube. Someone was holding a syringe in his hand. Oliver was standing in front of Nate when he said that this was the blood sample he promised him, and his boss, the hacker, adjusted his glasses when he asked if this was really a perfect mutant, adding that unlike those beast kings who have minor changes in their limbs and vital signs, this one doesn't look that powerful. The protagonist looked at the guy and said that there are many ways to develop a perfect mutation, and that the mutation of existing beast kings may not go the right way. The white beast was shown in profile when the protagonist wondered if the right way to. A perfect mutation is a banal increase in strength, a change in physical form, or an increase in intelligence, exclaiming that mutations occur differently. So naturally, monsters cannot be the same. Nate's mouth dropped open as he said he was right, and that he had the wrong impression, because everybody has a different genetic makeup, and the same gene, even if it was perfect, could produce completely different results. Jack and Oliver were standing in front of him when the boy asked how his boss was doing, and the hacker said he had destroyed a cult and been in prison for a while, and if the boy didn't give it to him, he was afraid the boss's grave would be overgrown with grass. The heart was protected by ribs. When someone exclaimed that that couldn't be true, and that those bones had grown back in less than 30 minutes after they were removed, and they were growing faster than before. There was a large lamp above the doctors. When they said that operations were no longer possible, the dark-haired boy was lying down when someone called him boss. He looked away. Carefully, Nate was standing in front of them when he exclaimed that he had returned with samples, and they said that it was great. Bill was sitting on the couch when he told them to run the test, immediately reminding them that he only had 24 hours left. The device with the spiral was shown. The doctor was standing in front of the screen. When he said that, there were changes in the arrangement of the 20th pair of chromosomes, and that according to the analysis of blood cells, the skeletal density was more than 10 times that of normal dogs, adding that he had 79 chromosomes, which was one more than dogs. Bill looked forward with excitement. When he said that he had unlocked the genetic code, the boy was standing next to the doctors, who began to talk about how the extra chromosome greatly increased his size strength, speed and bone strength, and how it could almost be called godlike. The dark-haired boy's pupils contracted. People were standing in front of the screen, discussing how these were the genes of a perfect mutant, not the corrupted genetic material of the monsters created by the virus, and that although the chances of success were small, they could try to repeat it. Bill opened his mouth and asked to prepare to copy them. The plants were ripening fruits when a system notification appeared with their characteristics, saying that the 4th level, Divine Enhancement cherry tomatoes had reached maturity, and that the owner could check the condition of the crop. The protagonist looked down in surprise, thinking that he could already see the effect of the Divine Enhancement fruits. At the ripening stage, beasts with glowing eyes were shown when system notifications appeared, telling about the types of evolution when eating 4th level fruits, and that there was an atavistic one that awakens the genetic memory of the blood, improves the original physical characteristics, helps to acquire the abilities of the ancient race, and has an activation probability of 80%. The dark silhouette had a visible brain as a system message appeared, saying that there was an intellectual type, where the human body affected electromagnetic fields, allowing the use of abilities such as hypnosis, mind reading, and control of electronic mechanisms, and that the probability of its activation was 4%. Behind the man was a wingman, as the system reported that there was also a divine type, where the human body gains special abilities, namely immortality wings and super speed, and that the probability of its activation was 4%. On the sides of the creature were fire and water, as a system notification appeared, saying that there was an ancient deity type, where the human body gained divine abilities, namely control over weather, water, fire, and other matter, and that the probability of activation was 0.4%. The protagonist was shown in profile, as he thought that the intellectual and divine types were already tempting enough. Oliver looked ahead with a smile, thinking that evolving into an ancient deity would be just great, and that the probability of atavistic evolution was too high. The boy crossed his arms as he exhaled, and thought that if he mutated into a useless atavistic monster, it would be a biological loss, so it would be better to ask the system. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, asking her if he could reset the atomistic type if he ate a level 4 fruit and evolved into it, to which she replied that the owner could continue to eat level 4 fruits, and that if another type of evolution was activated after that, the owner could choose another. The protagonist smiled, thinking that, in other words, as long as he had enough divine fruits, he would be able to evolve into an ancient deity one day. Lester turned to the girl and asked if he agreed, to which she replied that he had just contacted her and said that he would send a questionnaire tomorrow. The inspector opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was very good, and that his trip to Nanxing had not been in vain. The man put his hands behind his back when asked if he was leaving already, and Lester said yes, explaining that his superiors were already rushing him, so he was going to come back as soon as he finished the cult case, and that he only came to Nanxing because the Ministry of National Security had put him in charge of recruiting special talents. The inspector had his back to the girl, who said that they had arrested the congressman for more than 10 hours, but the political department had taken no action, adding that she felt that something was wrong there. Ashley looked ahead confidently when asked if there was any progress on Rob's part, and she said no, and that it would be better for him to stay in Nanxing. For a few more days the girl looked away, adding that she felt a little uneasy. A black silhouette was visible. The man in the suit stood straight. Half of his face changed as he said that he understood. The guy opened the gate. There were sheets of paper in his hand. Oliver stared ahead. There was blood on the ground in front of him. His pupils narrowed greatly when he asked who it was. The young man imagined two smiling women. When he said that it couldn't be one of them was hanged, the protagonist ran towards her. Screaming loudly, Lester turned to the man and asked if he really meant to say that he was the lawyer for the congressman, to which he replied in the affirmative. Lewis adjusted his glasses and said that he had been appointed by the Nanjing City Council and that he was there specifically to look into the case of the military police's detention of Congressman Bob. And Ron the inspector frowned and said nothing. The lawyer opened his palm in front of him and asked him to answer. When the phone rang, Lester brought the phone to his face and answered. His eyes widened and he asked again. The guy put his hands on his lap. When the woman cried for her daughter, the protagonist looked down lost. When she asked how this could have happened, the man was standing next to the covered body. When he told his aunt that he was sorry, Oliver turned his head to the side. Behind the woman was a lawyer who addressed the congressman and said that they must have suffered in there. The woman looked away, crying. Lewis was standing in front of the two men when he said that he would take care of the matter so that they would not feel any pressure. Bob opened his mouth and laughed, asking what pressure he was talking about. They looked towards the woman who addressed the congressman. Bob opened his mouth, turning to the side when he asked who she was. Clara was in front of the men when she exclaimed that it was him and that her daughter had been talking about him, afraid that they would take revenge for revealing the location of the ledger. And then she died, adding that he was a monster and that Sophie had said that he was in it too, and that it was all of them. Bob glared at the woman who hit him and asked him to give her daughter back. He kicked Clara and told her to calm down. Then she promised to kill him. The woman was lying on the floor when she was asked if she was okay. The protagonist stared ahead when they were told that they should not do that because they were in a police station. Ashley held Clara when she asked, "How dare a prisoner use force in such a place?" Lewis stood in front of the congressman when he answered that this was slander and that, first of all, this woman tried to attack them and they were just defending themselves. Then Bob added that they had no manners. The lawyer held a folder in front of him when he said that, secondly, she should watch her words because the congressmen were released on bail, so it was inappropriate to call them prisoners now. Ashley stood next to Clara when she asked him again. The man with glasses smirked as he asked the woman to calm down, explaining that she had attacked two congressmen for no reason and that he could prosecute her for it. The woman glared as she exclaimed that that was impossible and then asked how they could have been released on bail. Lewis adjusted his glasses as he said that he wished he had warned her that she was going to arrest a city councilman. Ashley frowned ahead. Bob clenched his fist in front of him as the lawyer listed physical evidence. Documentary evidence, witness statements, statements by victims, suspects in committing crimes, statements by the defendant and his defense. Expert opinion examination, examination identification, research lab records, etc. The protagonist stared ahead intently as he summed up that audiovisual materials and electronic data could not be used to indict the congressman, as well as all of the above. Oliver's mouth fell open looking ahead. Ashley's face turned red as she exclaimed that they had captured their leader and that it was only a matter of time before they got his confession. The girl stood in front of Lewis, who said that, unfortunately, the maximum 24-hour detention period had been exceeded, so he was taking these men out of there. The men moved forward as the lawyer addressed Ashley, saying that she always worked very hard to solve cases, but he hoped that in the future, she would be able to differentiate between criminals and law enforcement officers, so that such incidents would not happen again. The girl watched them go, as the congressman said that they had a very tight schedule and did not have much time to cooperate with them. Lewis turned his head to the side as he added that besides, the man she was talking about had already been diagnosed and they had a psychiatric report. The man's glasses were shown as he concluded that his testimony would not be taken into account. Ashley looked at them as she asked them not to think that it was over, because Inspector Lester would not let this case go so easily, and she would also be monitoring the progress of the case. Then, the lawyer replied that the young man really did not have any manners. They passed Oliver as he said that this was a direct order from their Ministry of National Security, and that if she did not believe him, she should ask the inspector adding that he had just gone through all the formalities in his office to pick up these people. Lewis turned towards a guy as he summed up that, as he had already said, the man would later be transferred to the 4th Hospital of Nanjing. Then Ashley said that this could not be. The lawyer smiled widely. The protagonist looked at him menacingly. Then he said that the look of this guy was frightening. The car door slammed as Lewis turned to Ashley, saying that they would see each other later, and then suggested that they leave as soon as possible. Clara covered her face with her hands as she said that her daughter was right, and that they really couldn't hold them accountable. The girl gritted her teeth in anger, as the woman added that, if even the military police couldn't detain them, then no one could punish them. Ashley looked away carefully. In her hand was a piece of paper. There was an open entrance in front of her. When she thought of the protagonist, the torn sheet lay on the floor. The youth was standing in front of the garden when the system reported that the cherry tomatoes with divine enhancement level 4 were ripe, and then asked him to pick them as soon as possible. Oliver looked at the plants with concentration. He held the fruits in his hand. When the system congratulated him for picking 100 cherry tomatoes with divine enhancement level 4, weighing 2.5 kg in total, the protagonist began to eat them. When the system notifications appeared, stating that the 47th evolutionary chromosome had appeared in the host's body, and that the evolution had been successfully completed, as well as that he had gained an atavistic type and an evasion skill, and that the values of the main characteristics had been doubled. The car was driving down the road when the man addressed the two, saying that the situation had been settled. Lewis was driving when he said that. Given the small number of people who knew about the matter, if the follow-up was handled properly, it would not affect the two of them too much. And that his master meant that they should cooperate. To settle the situation, Bob lit a cigarette. When he replied that they were aware, he parted his mouth smiling, as he added that the lower-class people could be taken care of by offering condolences with money and supplies. Ron looked away as he addressed him and said that he couldn't say that, and that public opinion on the internet still mattered. So they would publish pictures of themselves, shaking hands with the relatives of the dead, and handing out money as a token of condolence, concluding that these journalists should write more articles about them, and that eventually they could hold a press conference to refute the rumors, and then all these stupid people would believe them, meaning that it was very easy to change their reputation. The mustachioed man's mouth fell open as he said that. The very thought of having to pretend in front of these fools made him inexplicably irritated. Ron looked ahead as he reminded him of patience, explaining that now was a special time for their master to transform, and that only by calming the masses could they provide themselves with food. The black eye was shown up close. Ron's head was suddenly cut off as Bob replied that. Of course, he knew that the mustachioed man looked away worried. The protagonist looked angry when he asked him again. Then he asked how dare he behave like that. The protagonist was sitting in a car when a man shouted about being a congressman and that he had been warned, and then asked if he was really looking for death. The car suddenly slowed down. Bob opened his mouth wide when he started making excuses. Oliver held a blade in his hand when he said that they all definitely ate that thing, and that only blood could wash away their sins, since they did not want to be human. Lewis looked scared when he screamed loudly. The boy looked ahead with satisfaction and said that in that case, it was wonderful the car door was open. There was a blue puddle near the hood. A red creature was floundering in it. The protagonist crushed it. He opened his mouth to eat a cherry. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that the evolution had been successfully completed and that he had obtained an additive type, with the flash and strength skills awakened, and that the values of the main characteristics had been doubled. Then, the young man thought that he had already eaten 40 cherry tomatoes, but had obtained the weakest evolution type. Oliver opened his mouth, eating the fruit and thinking that he could not fit anymore. There was a blade on the boy's shoulder when he decided that he would eat one more and stop for now, because the atavistic type was more than enough for now. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The protagonist looked ahead with empty eyes when the system notifications appeared, stating that the evolution path had been reset, and that the evolution had been successfully completed, and that he was being congratulated on acquiring a rare intellectual evolution type with the telepathy skill awakened. Oliver's blue eyes glowed as he thought about how interesting this was, and that he wanted to test this ability. Impulses began to emanate from the boy. The hare looked ahead intently, as the boy thought about sensing the presence of living beings. Within a radius of 10 meters or so, a squirrel froze on a branch. An animal ran in front of the protagonist. He clutched the bird in his hand as he thought about, what about direct contact? The protagonist stared at the animal, which spoke of rice and that it was hungry. Oliver walked away from the car, thinking about how, when he touched living beings, he could hear their thoughts. But it was not enough, and that before he reset the path of evolution. He should call Nate. There was no one in the hallway. The lamps were shining under the ceiling. The protagonist sat with his hand on his knee when he addressed the young man, informing him that the man locked in the hospital room was not the one they needed. Then the young man asked him again, adding that the electronic eye showed that it was him. The protagonist was shown in profile when he said that the prisoner was replaced and that it must be someone very similar to him. Then Nate replied that he would check again, and then asked the boss not to worry, promising that he would find him no matter what. There was a link near the icon when the hacker said that he found him and was sending him the geolocation. Oliver held the phone in front of him when he was told that the target was moving, and that if he did not appear in the range of the electronic eye, then he would have to find him himself. Concluding that Nate could not help him, the guy presented a map with the coordinates when he realized that he was underground, and that it was not surprising that he could not sense him. There was a man standing in the sewers. He was wearing a hood. Carl looked back intently. He deftly dodged the blow when he was called a rat, saying that they were looking for him everywhere. The young man looked away with a smile and laughed. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when he exclaimed that he also accepted it, adding that his reaction had become much faster. The protagonist swung the blade at him, saying that he would not be able to dodge the next blow. Carl's hand was cut off. A drop of blood fell on his face. The guy jumped up. He deftly moved to the other side. The bald young man looked forward with a grin and laughed. Oliver stood with his back turned when he assumed that he was trying to escape. Carl looked ahead, eerily laughing. The protagonist swung at him. His blade was enveloped in a dark aura. The protagonist raised his hands up. He lowered his head, looking at his legs. Black bugs were crawling on his stomach. Oliver looked away intently. The huge insect stood up straight as it apologized to the Lord, who said it had taken him a long time to get there. Then the monster explained that it had just evolved into an adult and had not yet gotten used to this body. The young man gripped the handle of the blade. He swung the sword near himself many times. The protagonist knelt down on one knee. The monster stood in front of him. Carl looked ahead and asked his subordinate to forget, because he did not have the strength to punish him now. The monster opened its jaws and turned to the Lord, exclaiming that he was wounded. The bald guy turned his head to the side and replied that his evolution would begin soon, and that this wound was nothing. The protagonist put his hand forward. The monster opened its mouth wide. Carl looked back indifferently. The blade hit and cycled near him. Oliver hung in the air in front of his opponent. The monster appeared behind him, asking how he dared to attack the Lord. A current of air formed around the guy. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, looked ahead. The insect stood in front of the Lord, who asked him to control himself because his bugs had gotten on him. Then the monster apologized to him, explaining that he was still bad at this. Carl turned away from him and ordered him to go and deal with him, to which he agreed. The monster stood in front of the protagonist when it said that it would take the Lord when it finished him off, to which he replied that he did not need to be killed. Carl, smiling, looked away when he explained that he would need to replenish his energy after evolution, and living creatures are more nutritious than dead ones. Oliver stood in front of the monster, who replied that he obeyed. The blond guy looked ahead carefully. His eyes were shown close up when he said that he hated those who liked to brag the most. The protagonist rushed towards the monster. Carl stood with his back Well, he exhaled and said that he could not anymore. He leaned forward and trembled. As he added that he had to return to his mother, the bald guy looked forward in bliss. As he said that he would pupate there, white ribbons appeared near his head. A cocoon appeared near the wall. A purple substance glowed inside. The protagonist extended his hand towards the insect. The monster looked ahead as it addressed the guy and said that he was, indeed, a difficult opponent. The monster narrowed its eyes, thinking about how a normal person could be as strong as him, and how he did not look like he had evolved, and how he constantly dodged his attacks. Oliver definitely dodged the blows. When the insect thought about how it seemed to be able to predict his movements, and how he first hit his stomach, then the left and the front. The guy touched the monster, thinking that he was just playing around to touch him, and that while he was thinking, he had already learned all of his moves. The protagonist looked ahead, using an intellectual type skill called telepathy, when he asked the opponent if he knew him. The monster struck the protagonist. When he replied that, it seemed like he didn't even know who his opponent was. The insect stared ahead when he asked if he liked his gift, adding that the sight of her hanging from the tree was simply magnificent. Oliver's pupils narrowed greatly. The monster grabbed the blade with his hands. They stood opposite each other. The youth opened his mouth, smirking. The protagonist looked at the opponent with a smile. When he said that the bugs should be washed down the drain, there was something glowing inside the cocoon. Cracks appeared on its surface. Beams of light appeared from them. The monster opened its jaws, as it asked if the pathetic man knew who he was talking to. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently. Its eyes lit up. The monster was standing in front of him. As it began to ask, the monster's eyes changed. Oliver was reflected in them. The man was sitting in front of a laughing Carl. The guy looked down with a smile. As he asked Rob if he was satisfied with just being the mayor, then added that he probably didn't want to settle for just that. Carl's eyes sparkled as he asked why he didn't work for him, since he would give him an immortal body, and he would become a being superior to humans. Rob grabbed his cloak when he spoke of eternal life, and that if this was immortality, then he agreed, and then he turned to the Lord and said that if he could guarantee his immortality, then he would do whatever he asked. The tentacles approached the man's face. As he finished speaking, the tentacles gagged him. Carl in the cloak had his back turned when he said that the great deity needed the worship of the faithful, preferably young and vigorous women, and that they needed food. The more the better. The mayor opened his mouth wide and coughed. Something glowed in Rob's chest when he said that he would pay homage to the great deity. The mouth of the Tide Girl was closed when he said that. He was not mistaken. Sophie lay looking away, as the man added that he was just trying to get stronger, to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, and that the situation now was that the weak were becoming prey to the strong, summing up that these reptiles deserve to die and that this way they would help him evolve. Rob looked down with interest. He was standing in front of the bodies of the women when he laughed and said that he was right, and that they were all food that would help him ascend. The monster put its paw to the side when it screamed and asked what he had done to it. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, thinking that diving into someone else's mind was really exhausting. He brought a vegetable to his mouth when the system notifications appeared that the backpack was open and that one healing carrot was used, as well as that the stamina was restored to 100%. The protagonist looked ahead with confidence as he said that it was Rob, after all, and that he didn't expect the mayor to be a coward who was afraid of death. The monster looked shocked as he asked how he knew who he was and where he got those carrots from. The monster stood in front of the guy, who replied that he looked into his memories, which were full of arrogance and self-admiration. Then the insect asked how that was possible and whether he had evolved. The monster introduced the red items, as he exclaimed that he had never heard of such a person in Nanxing, and that the Lord had said that one could only evolve by eating the sacred fruit. Oliver looked serious as he asked if he was talking about those disgusting, slimy insect eggs, adding that he didn't need to resort to such a disgusting method to evolve. The monster was shown in profile. When he asked him what he was talking about, the protagonist looked straight ahead when he said that a more appropriate word for it would be parasitism, not evolution, and that he had seen it. He imagined a man in a bubble, When he explained that the insect's consciousness was fighting his. For control of this body, the monster approached the shell. The protagonist was shown in profile. When he said that it was ready to penetrate his subconscious, and then he would evolve, and that it was only a matter of time before his consciousness would fall apart, the man hugged his knees. He imagined a paw with claws. When Oliver asked how much longer Rob's personality would exist, the monster bared sharp teeth. When the protagonist answered that he would eventually turn into a monster with no consciousness, the insect with wings was decapitated. The mayor's jaws dropped as he told him not to compare him to those pathetic ants, as he had absorbed a high-level egg that was second only to the prince in strength. The insect's eyes were shown close up as he added that even if his consciousness no longer existed, he would become a superior being, and that he would no longer need this fragile and useless human body. The protagonist looked thoughtful as he mentally questioned him. He imagined Carl smiling as he wondered if that bald bastard had also absorbed an egg, adding that it might be of a higher level. Oliver's mouth dropped open as the system notification appeared, indicating that a living being had been detected. The boy looked away in concern, cursing. Part of his torso had been hit. The blue monster extended its paw forward. Drops of blood fell on the protagonist's face, where he thought about how he could hatch so quickly. The monster looked forward carefully. Monster Rob opened his mouth. The protagonist looked at the torn part of his body. The blue monster looked menacingly ahead. The young man fell to the ground in front of them. Carl, who had turned into a monster, looked forward. When he was called a prince and congratulated on his birth, he stood up straight when he was addressed. Then he called Rob trash, who was not even able to kill. A pathetic person, Carl opened his mouth wide when he added that he had to do everything himself. The mayor, who had turned into a monster, looked at him and said that the boy had also evolved. Then he asked him again and said that there were other mutants in Nanxing. After all, they stood in a row as Rob said that it wasn't, that he wasn't good enough. Then Carl replied that no matter how much he evolved, he would only be a low-level human being with no physical improvements, and that it was a waste of the level 3 egg his mother gave him. The monster looked forward as he asked the Lord to look at it. The prince stood in front of him with his mouth open. The protagonist was chewing on something when a system notification appeared, indicating that one healing carrot had been used. The protagonist leaned forward as one of the monsters asked how a normal human could do such a thing. His arm began to regenerate. Carl looked surprised. His pupils narrowed as he said that it was very interesting. Oliver looked at his limb with concern, thinking that the carrot was easy to use, but it would take time for the body to recover. The youth looked ahead, realizing that if they noticed this flaw, he would be in trouble. He was in front of a monster. The prince began to applaud when he exclaimed that it was amazing, that he had grown his arms so quickly, and that he had changed his mind and did not want to kill him anymore. The monster looked forward menacingly when he added that he wanted to get his genes, and then wondered if it would be too boring to just eat him. The protagonist looked focused when Carl said that he had a lot of secrets, and then asked about making a deal with him. The protagonist opened his mouth and told him to talk. He introduced the multi-headed monster when he explained that mutants like them, who were superior to the human race, should unite. The monster spread his arms out to the sides when he added that. Simply put, the poisoning of the soil had already caused a food shortage at this stage, and that in addition, a large number of beasts had appeared that continued to evolve, and also that with the current development of technology, the destruction of humans was only a matter of time. The monster hovered over the bodies of the people, as he concluded that low-level and weak creatures like humans would become expendable for stronger species in the future. The prince straightened his fingers, as he said that only those who had evolved would be able to adapt to the new conditions. Carl hit the wall as he invited the boy to join them, saying that before the Beast King took over the territory, they would be able to take over Nanxing first. And then he invited the boy to become his subject so that they could enjoy food, resources, and high-level evolution together. Oliver looked forward seriously. The monster opened his palm in front of him and asked if he was not impressed by the proposal of their alliance. The protagonist's face was emotionless. He held his hand out to the side as he replied that his speech was good. But unfortunately, humans were not blood bags. The protagonist, looking forward, resolutely advised him not to underestimate the human race. The monster narrowed his eyes. Looking ahead, Carl had his back turned. When he said that he realized that the negotiations had failed, the monster rushed towards Oliver, explaining that his abilities were of great interest to him, but that he could only be his food. And then he offered the boy to go to hell. The boy's pupils narrowed. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed. Jack stood next to her when she was asked about her. Molly closed her eyes, saying that she was fine, and that her chest had just suddenly started to throb and hurt, and that she would rest a little and everything would be fine. The girl put her hands on her chest, realizing that her heart was beating faster, and thinking that she had a bad feeling. Jack and Harry stood in front of Molly, who turned to the man and politely asked him to continue harvesting, because her brother said that before the second wave of destruction came, they needed to stock up on a huge amount of food. The girl opened one, saying that she was feeling much better now, and that she did not want to interfere with her older brother's plans. The monster pressed on the boy's limb, as he said that he finally understood what was going on. The monster loomed over the protagonist, adding that he could only recover after eating this strange fruit. A shadow fell on Carl's face as he said that in that case, he would simply not let him eat. Then the protagonist looked scared when he heard crunch. A body was lying next to them. When the monster said that there were two of them against one, but he was still able to seriously injure his subject, and then asked what to do because he just couldn't wait to kill him. The monster lay in the water looking forward, where he turned to the Lord. Then he exclaimed that he really wanted to know more and more about these fruits. Rob opened his mouth, trembling, when he asked him for help. Carl stood up straight when he said that if the boy told him what his secret was, then he would, give him a quick death. The monster opened his mouth wide as he finished speaking. Birds attacked him from different directions. Carl turned his head to the side as he asked why there were still so many of them, assuming that he really wasn't going to give up. The monster looked ahead as he said that he was just revealing all his cards, and that the strength of these bugs was not enough to penetrate his armor. The monster smirked as he said that they were like stray pets, and that it would be much more dangerous if they bounced back at him. Oliver looked away, thinking that he knew about this, but his goal was different. Bones were sticking out of the monster's body as he said that. They were very noisy and annoying. Just like flies, he waved his limbs in front of himself, as he asked if the boy really wanted to tickle him with them. The birds were cut as the protagonist thought about doing it, now using the hummingbird warrior technique. A blade fell to the ground. The weapon was lying next to the protagonist. He gripped the hilt of the sword. Oliver stabbed the blade into the monster's leg. Blood splashed on Carl's face as he wondered what it was. The protagonist looked away as he said that his thick armor was indeed a problem, but his joints were not so protected. He stabbed the sword deeper into the flesh. The protagonist swung the blade at the monster as it called him a scumbag and screamed loudly. The monster jumped away from the boy. Worried about its legs, Oliver brought his hand to his face. His limb began to glow. The boy looked at the fruit in his hand, deciding that this could not go on any longer, and that he would have to improvise. The monster's leg turned gray. Carl was on his knees as he cursed, saying that he had just evolved and had not yet eaten, so he did not have enough energy to restore his body. He looked forward, breathing heavily as he added that he was hungry. The monster looked away when it was addressed and asked to save it. Rob was lying in front of it when he said that the last battle had drained its strength so it could no longer stand, and Carl replied that, to put it simply, it was useless. One of the monster's eyes was open when it exclaimed that no, and that if the Lord took it to its mother, it could be healed, and then politely asked to be saved, reminding it that it needed its help to control Nanqing, and that it had taken a lot of strength to evolve, and that it did not want to die. The monster took a step forward when it said that it was very noisy in there, and that it was starving to death right now, since it had not yet had time to eat after evolving. Carl put his paw to his mouth when he added that he was so hungry that he had no strength at all, and that the man was like a flea that was hard to catch, and that he was in a foul mood right now. Rob looked straight ahead as he turned to the prince and asked him not to do it. The monster took another step as he explained that he needed him to get rid of the Nanxing military police, and that he wanted to live. Since he had worked so hard to get to this point, the mayor lay in front of Carl as he asked him not to do it. The prince stopped in front of his subordinate, as he said that his job was actually to quickly gather food and that he had allowed him to evolve to level 3 as a thank you for his hard work. But he didn't expect him to be so useless. Rob lay next to the monster as he asked him again, to which he replied that he had heard correctly. Dark currents rushed towards the opening, as Carl explained, that the mother was currently in the final stage of evolution, and that once she hatched, all of Nanxing would be under their control, concluding that when the time came, his people would be able to breed as much as they wanted. He imagined a huge cocoon. The monster opened his palm in front of him when he exclaimed that he was very hungry now and needed to eat to replenish his energy. Then Rob asked him not to do this and called for help, screaming hysterically. There were splashes of blood on the monster's face when he said that he was distracted, and he had already managed to heal himself, adding that the 3rd level mutant was pretty good. Carl bent his paw in front of him when he said that he was full of energy now. The main character brought his hand to his mouth. Then a system notification appeared that the atavistic type awakens. The genetic memory of the blood improves the original physical data, helps to acquire the abilities of the ancient race, and that the probability of its activation is 80%. The protagonist looked forward in shock, thinking that this bastard had eaten his own kind, and that he didn't have many fruits left, and that he had eaten a dozen of the 4th level, and could only evolve into an atavistic type. The monster looking forward menacingly said that if he ate it too, he could become much stronger. Oliver threw the fruit into his mouth when he realized that there was only one left. The enraged monster approached the guy. The young man bit into the fruit, thinking that the enemy was very fast and that he couldn't escape. They were opposite each other. Carl approached the protagonist's face. When he asked what it was, the claw stopped in front of the protagonist's eye. There was blood on the guy's cheek. The monster opened its jaws when it asked what was going on. It extended its paw towards Oliver as it asked why he couldn't move. The boy was enveloped in blue energy as he realized that he had done so, and as the system notifications appeared, stating that the evolution had been successfully completed, and that the ancient deity type of the law system branch had been obtained with the gravity, control, and field expansion skills. There was a smile on the protagonist's face as he thought about not only evolving into an ancient deity, but also obtaining an incredibly rare law system. The boy imagined the planet as the system notifications appeared, stating that this evolution type was divided into the elemental, superhuman, and law systems, and that the world of the blue star was based on the laws of gravity, acceleration, potential energy, and inertia. A dark silhouette was shown, as the system reported that when a person possessed the basic, vital energies, he could become a god in the true sense of the word. The protagonist looked at his palm, thinking that the law system was by far the most powerful branch of the ancient god. Then a system notification appeared, saying that the gravity control radius was 3 meters. Oliver held his hand out in front of him when the system reported that the gravity control radius could be increased tenfold in a short period of time by using a huge amount of mental and physical energy. In front of him stood Carl, who screamed. He was thrown back into the wall by the force of the blow. A wound appeared on his stomach. Blue blood flew out of his mouth when the monster thought that he was a level 3 mutant, but stronger than before, and wondered how this was possible. The protagonist stood with his hand outstretched. He looked down at his palm, assuming that this was the power of the ancient god. Rock fragments appeared in front of him as the protagonist thought about how powerful it was even at level 1, and how if he consumed fruits and meat of level 4 or higher, his ability would continue to grow. The boy looked at the fragment carefully. He suddenly clenched his fist. Oliver, looking at the limb with concern, thought about how he couldn't even imagine what this evolution would bring him. In the future, the boy clenched his fist, thinking about how his heart couldn't calm down, and how amazing it felt to have such great power. The protagonist looked away in delight, realizing that this feeling of satisfaction was addictive. Carl fell to his knees, Blood flowed from his mouth as he cursed in his mind. The monster opened its mouth wide, wondering how he had become so strong. In an instant, the monster had a dent on its stomach, as it realized that he had managed to pierce its thick armor. Carl looked forward angrily, deciding that this could not go on any longer, and that he needed to run. He took a step to the side. The monster ran across the water, thinking that otherwise he would die there. Oliver looked away indifferently, realizing that he was running away. The boy ran, stretching his hand forward. His palm was enveloped in blue energy. The monster was shown in profile. The protagonist pointed his hand at Carl. Part of the monster was split. The protagonist, looking forward, cursed mentally and realized that he still had poor control over gravity. The young man stood with his back. When he realized that the enemy had managed to escape, the brick walls of the sewer were shown. Oliver looked away. There were blue drops on the surface of the water. The monster walked, leaving bloody footprints. When it turned to his mother, Paul was hanging on the edge of the stairs as he apologized to her, explaining that he had failed to live up to her expectations, and that he had screwed up, and that he was a disappointment. He had tendrils sticking out of his back. As he heard a sound and assumed it was her, there was an explosion behind the monster. The protagonist took a step forward as he said that he had found it, and that it turned out that the exit from the sewers, LED, to the first floor of the building. The protagonist's mouth dropped open as he added that it was no wonder the police hadn't been able to spot him, and that Rob had actually found a great place for him. Carl glared back and called the guy annoying. When the guy said that he thought the mayor didn't expect to die at the hands of the cult he worshipped, and then asked if that was ironic. The monster stood in front of the stairs as he exclaimed that the boy was interrupting his time with his mother again. Oliver held his hands out as everything shook. Claws appeared from the ramp when Carl announced that his mother had already finished evolving, and then suggested that the guy go to hell. A huge monster appeared and growled, and the protagonist said that he thought he was just crazy, since he devoured his own kind. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. When he asked about this horror that he called his mother, the disgusting monster opened its mouth. The monster was behind Carl, who told Oliver to shut up, and then asked about who he called horror, exclaiming that his mother was the most loving in the world. The Prince of Ants spread his jaws when he added that this, despite the fact that she has a hot temper, and despite the fact that she often hits him, does not feed him and calls him a fool. He imagined how the woman hit him, when he summed up that if he does not take first place in the exam, then she hits him in the face and makes him kneel. Carl remembered sitting in the corner of the room. A woman stood in front of him. Then he said that when they were surrounded by a bunch of mutant ants, it was his mother who saved him. He remembered pushing her in the back. When he added that he ran away, Carl was running away from a bunch of ants. When he exclaimed that he was trash and a coward for abandoning his mother. The woman extended her hand forward when her son cursed himself. Tears flowed from her eyes. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that he was in good shape, but acting very strangely. The monster's eyes were closed when he was called by name. Then he exclaimed that he would not allow him to hurt his mother, much less be rude to her. The queen of the ants leaned towards Carl and said that she was very hungry and that she did not have enough strength, and then asked him to help her. The prince was shown in profile. When he called his mother, he closed his eyes and said that it was true, and that after all, a body that had only recently mutated would be very weak. The monster held out his hand as he asked his mother to let them be together forever. The protagonist looked ahead tensely as he thought that this was bad, guessing what he wanted to do. Carl opened his mouth slightly and laughed. Blood spurted out as the queen and ate him. She opened her mouth wide. As the boy thought about how he had actually let the king of beasts swallow him, the huge monster stood in front of Oliver, who wondered what the point of going so far was. The blond boy gritted his teeth and cursed. Blood dripped from a monster's mouth as he realized that they had merged. Beams of light pierced the monster's body. A flash occurred in front of the boy. His pupils narrowed greatly. There was blood in the test tubes. There was equipment in the center of the room. When someone exclaimed that they finally did it, and that they copied the divine gene, the masked man looked at the test tubes, saying that it was great the doctors had their backs turned, when they told them to immediately tell Researcher Bill to inject it into his body. The masked guy looked away. Two doctors were standing in front of the table when one of them suggested that it was an earthquake because it was shaking so much. Then the other one said that he didn't feel anything. Then he was advised to look at the test tubes, to which he said that it was better to forget about it because Researcher Bill's life was more important now. Smoke was coming from a tall building when it was reported that an abnormal earthquake had been detected in the administration building and that a high-level mutant had supposedly appeared. Helicopters appeared over the city when it was explained that the Nanjing military police had surrounded the building. There were people in the aircraft. Rocks flew in all directions. A huge level 8 queen ant appeared. The building was destroyed. Ashley looked forward in shock and asked how this was possible, exclaiming that the king of beasts actually appeared in the city. She looked away as someone shouted that it was unbelievable. Another helicopter appeared, as the man added that he would definitely be the star this time. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked how they got there. The hooded man looked forward in concern. He closed his eyes as he replied that he was so excited that he screamed and then apologized to the officer, explaining that they were reporters for the Nanjing Daily Journal. Ashley looked surprised as she asked if they were crazy and who gave them permission to fly in this area, exclaiming that it was very dangerous and politely asking them to leave. The guy looked forward with determination as he said that. Even though she said so, as a reporter, he couldn't miss such a scoop. The helicopters were nearby when he added that one of the high-level Beast Kings that only appeared at the border or in remote areas had actually appeared in Nanjing, and that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Their aircraft overtook the police. When the reporter exclaimed that he had to be the first to film it, the guy held a microphone in his hand when he asked what it was, and asked the cameraman to take a close-up and point the camera at the light. There was smoke in front of the helicopter. When he was told to zoom in, the monster was shown up close. When the reporter repeated his request, a dark silhouette was revealed. When he asked what it was, the protagonist looked ahead. The reporter dropped the microphone. When he exclaimed that it was a human, the protagonist rushed forward. He imagined his silhouette. When he thought about how he was able to fly, after changing his own gravity, the monster spread its paws out to the sides. When the guy thought about how it then reduced the friction of his body due to its improved performance, the monster opened its mouth wide. Oliver's palm was enveloped in light energy. As he thought about how it helped him develop unimaginable speed, there were dents on the monster's body. The monster was in front of the young man, who was thinking about how maintaining this state was draining his mental and physical abilities. Then, the system windows with the protagonist's characteristics appeared. The protagonist looked up carefully as a system notification appeared, saying that by using the field expansion skill, the gravity control radius could be increased tenfold in a short period of time by using a huge amount of mental and physical energy. The queen ant opened her mouth and used summon insect. Part of her body was split. As Oliver thought about how those damn bugs were still regenerating, their damaged claws began to form. As the boy realized that he wouldn't be able to kill her at this rate, and that besides the range of the gravity manipulation skill was too short to deal fatal damage to the king of beasts, the blonde boy gritted his teeth. As he thought about how those bugs were also healing her wounds, veins appeared on the monster's body. As the protagonist thought about how he wouldn't have any strength left, at this rate the boy's pupils narrowed. As he began to think about what would happen if he used field expansion to deal a fatal blow, he was in front of the monster when he realized that he couldn't do that, because if he did, he would most likely use up all his mental and physical strength. The protagonist definitely dodged the attacks when he thought that if he didn't finish her off in one hit, he would definitely die once he lost consciousness. Oliver looked away tensely. Sweat appeared on his face as he cursed. Realizing that this was a real problem behind him, the monster opened its mouth. The boy looked away when someone spoke to him. There were helicopters in front of him when he was told that he would be covered, and that he should attack the core of the king of beasts, because only destroying it would stop the monster from regenerating. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, mentally asking again. Ashley opened her mouth wide. and exclaimed that it was usually near the brain, and that it was the strongest part of the armor, and that he should pay attention, because this place usually stood out a lot. The monster was attacked, lasers were hitting it from different sides. When the boy thought about the location of the core, he rushed past the explosions, wondering where it was. Bones were sticking out of the blue body of the monster. The protagonist's pupils narrowed when he realized that it was where the insects were gathering. Oliver was above the monster when he decided that this must be it. Helicopters were flying nearby. When the guy remembered that he had the support of the military police, the protagonist swung his arms up, then thought that in this case, he would use mental strength and end everything with one blow. He opened his palm above himself using the field expansion skill. Then a system window with his characteristics appeared. The boy's eyes lit up. The protagonist put his hand in front of him. There was a bright flash. The guy began to fall down. His body flew past the windows of the building. His head touched the net. Helicopters appeared above him. The girl looked out of the aircraft, realizing that it was close. Ashley looked ahead worriedly when she realized that the mysterious man was actually Oliver. The injured boy was lying on the net. The helicopters flew away from the monster's body. When the girl wondered about who it was, the slain monster was shown live on air. When it was reported that a strong earthquake was recorded at 6 this morning, and that a giant mutant appeared at the administration building, the mutilated body was shown up close. When it was reported that damage was done to all nearby buildings within a 10-kilometer radius, and that the size and energy fluctuations were believed to belong to at least a level 8 beast king. The boys were sitting nearby when it was reported that the monster was destroyed by a mysterious humanoid. When one of them asked about what could possibly defeat the beast king, the screen broadcasted what happened. When it was reported that the humanoid was enveloped in a blue light, making it difficult to see what was happening. There was no one in front of the TV. When they said that, they did not know if this was a new weapon of the government or a new mutant, and then asked to stay tuned for further news. The man held a phone in front of him. He opened his mouth and laughed. The guy in a hood was looking at the device carefully when he said that this was a mutant. The protagonist's eyes were closed when the system reported that the second wave of destruction was approaching. The boy opened his eyes slightly when it was told that there were 8 hours left. The protagonist was lying in bed when the system advised him to fortify his shelter as soon as possible to cope with the second wave of destruction. The guy was sitting on the bed when he wondered where he was. He looked away, thinking about how he lost consciousness after using up all the energy in his body and mind, and how fortunately he did not sleep for long, and how even the system reminded him that the farm's defenses were not good enough to withstand the second wave. Oliver was sitting with his back to the wall when he thought about how this wave was going to be much more destructive than the first one. He was in bed in a hospital room when he thought about how the current level of human technology was predicted to last until the third wave at most, and how existing civilizations could collapse completely. A system window appeared in front of him when he asked to open it. Items were shown on the screen. When the protagonist realized that he needed a few more points to upgrade, the shelter to level 2 food was shown in the cells. When the protagonist thought about how he just needed to collect another batch of crops and then the upgrade would be available, and how he had eaten a lot of fruit in this battle, and there was room in his inventory, and then he wondered if he could put a weapon there and use it whenever he wanted. The boy turned towards the lamp. He remotely raised the blade when he asked the system to put the sword in the inventory. Oliver's palm was open when he realized that it worked. A blade appeared in the slot as the protagonist thought about it being level 1, and how real-world items can be leveled up by placing them in the inventory, and how that means the weapon's damage will increase as it levels up, adding that it's already pretty sharp. The protagonist was standing in front of a window when he decided it was time to go. As time was running out, thinking about how crops needed time to ripen, he remembered Ashley Oliver was shown in profile as he thought about how she must have been the one who gave him the hint. A smile appeared on his face as he thought that, although he was grateful that she caught him in time, he would have to wait with his thanks. He took off, running. The protagonist jumped out of the window. A shoe print was left on the frame. An empty bed was in front of the people as the man said that he had left. Chris looked at the girl. He asked her if she wanted to take him back. Then she asked him to forget about it because he would not agree. Ashley looked closely at the guy, who started talking about the boy being out there somewhere. Then she asked him if he really thought that the Nanjing Military Police Department, could catch a mutant who could single-handedly take on the King of Beasts. They were standing in front of the window when the girl added that the strongest military mutants could only greatly increase their strength and body. But he had seen what that guy was capable of. Then Chris said that he did not mean to force him. The window was thrown open. When Ashley explained that, she meant that they had to win over people with such power, and that they could not force him to do anything he did not want, and that he was probably angry at them for their incompetence. The officer introduced the Hank girl when she added that the military police were so weak now that even Sophie couldn't protect her, and then asked why he would trust them. Chris turned his back when he spoke about Lester. Ashley was shown in profile when she answered that she could convince her father, and that she didn't think he had any evil intentions towards humanity. On the contrary, he was on their side, adding that they shouldn't bother him for now, and that they should just watch what happens next. She and Chris looked out the window when the girl said that she wanted to see how strong he would become in the future, to which the man replied that in any case, she should just go and tell him, because he didn't want his uncle to beat him up. The gate closed with a distinctive sound. Molly ran forward shouting that her older brother was back. The protagonist leaned towards her when he apologized for making them worry. All three hugged the protagonist. Blood started to flow from his mouth as he thought about how much stronger he had become. But this superpower wasn't perfect, and then he suggested that they let him go. Then his sister replied that she wanted to be held by her older brother. Harry showed him his muscles when Oliver asked him if he had evolved too. Then he answered in the affirmative, explaining that he had already woken up like that yesterday, and that he didn't even know what fruits had done it. Then Molly asked the guy to look at how strong she had become. The girl jumped up next to her uncle. Then the system windows with their characteristics appeared. The protagonist looked forward with interest when he realized that they had received an additive type. His family stood in front of him when the system reported that the radiation-resistant corn and peppers were ripe. Then the guy said that it was just in time, explaining the new batch of crops had ripened, and then suggested that they start collecting it because they were going to improve the farm, to which everyone agreed. He had the fruits in his palm when the system notifications appeared, stating that a rare item camouflage pepper had been obtained and that when consumed, it allowed the user to enter camouflage mode for a few minutes, blending into the environment and avoiding sound wave detectors, thermal imagers, and optical detectors. A system window appeared in front of Oliver when he realized that he had enough points. The screen showed items when the system asked if he was sure. He wanted to spend 800,000 points on a coupon to upgrade the shelter to level 2, warning that after that, the shelter's defense and area would be significantly increased, and the camouflage privilege would become available, and the owner would receive a new skill, flaw detection. The protagonist smiled slightly when he confirmed the upgrade. He was sitting on a pile of hay when the system reported that the coupon had been purchased and automatically used and that the upgrade had begun. The vault area began to change as the protagonist was warned that a second wave of destruction was coming and that there were 3 hours left. More trees appeared as the system alerted that the original vault's property was being maintained. New buildings appeared as the system alerted that the cattle barn had been updated. Oliver looked ahead, watching the changes as the system alerted that the fish pond and crop field had been updated, as well as a 30-kilometer range thermal radar tower and a 20-kilometer range electromagnetic interference tower had been installed. A new fence appeared. Turrets were built on it. Molly threw her hands up as she exclaimed that the fish pond had gotten very big. The blue water sparkled in front of her as she added that it looked like an artificial lake. And then the system announced that the shelter's upgrade to level 2 had been completed, and that the crop field area had been increased to 30 acres, and that the livestock barn area had been increased to 3 acres, and that the fishing area had been increased to 5 acres. The shelter's area was shown from above as the system notifications appeared, congratulating the shelter on upgrading to level 2, and receiving a gift and saying that since it had been upgraded, the owner had unlocked the Camouflage Authority and the Detect Flaws skill. The protagonist looked forward thoughtfully, thinking that the level 2 shelter was like a small fortress, and that it was not bad, but it was still too conspicuous. The protagonist was shown in profile, as he thought that hiding the appearance of the level 2 shelter and using the appearance of the level 1 shelter would be great. An impressive fortress was shown when the camouflage skill was used. In its place, a small farm appeared. Oliver's eyes glowed as he thought about how, after using camouflage, the outside of the area would look the same as before, and how it would save him from many problems. The boy's pupils narrowed, as he remembered that he had just unlocked a new skill. The protagonist was shown in profile, as a system window with his stats appeared, and he thought about his weak points. Jack stood in front of him. As the system reported that the Detect Flaw skill had been activated, the core glowed inside the wolf. The protagonist looked thoughtful, pondering what he now understood, and then asked the system if there were any restrictions on using this skill. The boy imagined all sorts of creatures, when the system responded negatively, explaining that there were no races or creatures without weaknesses in the world, and that even mutants of the rare ancient deity, evolution type, had weaknesses, but they usually hid them very well, so their flaws would be hidden from him. Oliver smiled as he thought about that. In other words, with his skill, even if the world was filled with mutants in the future, he would be able to defeat them with one blow. A glowing sphere appeared in the boy's hand. The protagonist raised his head, looking up when the system reported that the cherry tomatoes, with a level 4 divine enhancement, were ripe, and then politely asked him to pick them as soon as possible. Then the boy thought about the fact that another batch of tomatoes were ripe and that he could now reset his sister's evolutionary path, and also that if he did not focus on the ancient deity, these fruits should be enough for Molly and Jack to reset their evolutionary paths. The girl picked a red tomato. She stood next to the wolf, eating the fruit. Molly brought the cherry to her mouth. She turned to her older brother when she addressed him, and informed him that she was only getting the atavistic type, and that she thought she was going to throw up. Then he replied that if she ate some more, then maybe next time it would work, adding that she couldn't lose to Jack. The wolf looked worriedly at the girl, who exclaimed that she wouldn't lose. She opened her mouth and sighed. Powerful impulses spread around the area. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides. His sister was enveloped in blue energy. Then she turned to Oliver and exclaimed that she did it. Molly smiled widely when the system notification appeared, that she got the intelligent evolution type with the skills, magnetic field and eye of truth. The protagonist clenched his fist in front of himself when he said that she did well. The guy looked away. A portal appeared in front of them. The space began to change color. The passage became larger. The protagonist and his sister looked forward, as she exclaimed that Jack was really cool. A black beast appeared, as the system reported that it had acquired the divine type and became the king of beasts. With the scale, ruler's pressure, steam came out of its mouth as Jack exhaled. There were boxes in the room, as a system notification appeared, stating that there were 30 seconds left until the start of the second wave of destruction. The boy bent his arm, adjusting his sleeves. The youth opened his mouth slightly when he was addressed and asked how he was feeling. Bill stood up straight as he replied that he was in great shape now. Then a system window with his characteristics appeared. The dark-haired boy looked away, as he explained that his physical condition had completely recovered, but that was not the only reason, adding that he was able to successfully copy the divine gene and become a pioneer in the era of gods. Bill opened his palms as he said he couldn't stop it. He closed his eyes, explaining that his body was shaking as a notification appeared, saying that there were 4 seconds left until the second wave. The waves were raging in the sea. Lightning flashed above the ship, as the system reported that the second wave of destruction was approaching. Oliver turned his head to the side as the system alerted him that, from now on, all aquatic life would be gone, and that the third wave of destruction would begin in 60 days. Bill had his back turned. The protagonist looked serious, thinking about the water resources. as the system addressed the lucky ones, advising them to enjoy this moment. A white light appeared above the houses. Lightning flashed somewhere in the ocean near the European warship as someone called to the captain, informing him that the radar was not picking up any signals and that they were all lost. A sailor ran along the deck, asking him to look at it. The guy opened his mouth wide and started talking about the ocean. People stood at the edge of the ship. When they asked how this was possible, the mustachioed man looked shocked. When he wondered why these mutated sea creatures died, and wondered if the watercolor was just weird in this area, or if all the water resources were gone. The captain put his hand to his hat. The ship stopped among the bones in the bloody ocean. The man stood in the middle of the room. A stomp was heard looking straight ahead. The guy said that so this is the divine gene, holding the test tube in his hands. He added that he did not expect that he would actually be able to do this. Suddenly the flask flew out of his hands. The guy exclaimed in fear. Looking at him, Bill asked who he was. How dare he touch his things? The guy grinned and said that his evolution was successful. Looking straight ahead, he added that he came quickly. He must have touched something landing on the ground. Bill asked where he got the password to the safe. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that he really deserved to be a descendant of the family, since the top passed this matter on to him. He really received the divine gene. Frowning, Bill asked that. So it was him, what was he doing here? Grinning, Travis replied that he came to give him an order from the top, his glorious younger brother. Looking straight ahead, he added that from now on, he would be in charge of all his research projects in Nanxing, and he would return to headquarters to report on his work. Bill grinned and asked why he had come alone. He looked away. The boy lowered his head and replied that, of course, he was not alone. He had been informed of his evolution long ago. How could he have come unprepared? A gun was pointed at Bill, and he asked what that meant. Standing in front of him, the boy replied that it seemed he had his own plans. Why hadn't he reported to headquarters immediately? After everything had been successful, he wanted to monopolize this achievement. His brother looked at him, looking straight ahead. He said that they hadn't seen each other for several years. He hadn't changed a bit, domineering, shameless, and taking everything from him. Travis put his hands in his pockets and said that he was not taking anything away. This was called taking advantage. The headquarters and the family had provided him with everything, including research, funding, and technical support, and now he had to share his results. But he shouldn't worry. He had created such wonderful advantages for the headquarters that even if he went back there now, he would still receive a huge benefit. He was not taking credit for it, but taking it back to enjoy a well-deserved rest. The boy gritted his teeth and asked again, then said that he was afraid that once he showed up there, they would make him a test subject for the Divine Creation Project. His brother smiled and said that even he had used his own body for the experiment, so it shouldn't be a problem for him if they studied him. As far as he knew, he had only created 2 copies of the divine gene. He had used 1 copy for himself. He pointed to the side and added that the other copy was in his hand. The boy looked to the side and said that who wouldn't want to get his hands on such a precious sample? The men pointed their guns at the boy. Nate put his hands out to his sides and said that his family business had nothing to do with him. He was just a worker. Could he please let him go? Travis smiled and said that someone as important as him couldn't just walk away. Bill stood in front of him and asked him if he thought he could use them to intimidate him, to which the boy replied that of course not. He was just showing him that he had taken control of the research facility. Even though he had evolved, he was still mortal, and he wouldn't be able to survive if he was shot with such a weapon. So he should give up this useless resistance and just give up the God gene. The boy looked away and thought that, with his current physical strength, there was no way he could stand up to over 20 armed stormtroopers. He stood up and added that with extreme speed, he should be able to escape. Travis crossed his arms and said that he didn't seem to want to cooperate. They say some mutants have healing powers. Looking straight ahead, he added that he could still live with broken arms and legs. Suddenly, something exploded on the ceiling. There was a lot of food on the table. It was heard that Molly really likes barbecue, to which the hero replied that everything she likes was here. The girl grinned and asked what the occasion was for this feast. Looking away, the protagonist replied that to celebrate that they had received all the types of evolution. He had put a lot of effort into cooking the dishes and added a lot of high-quality ingredients. The second wave of destruction had already arrived, and everyone was still at level 1. He would like them to rise 5 levels higher as soon as possible. The food was on the table. Looking at the food, the girl said that's such a wonderful holiday, asked why Jack hadn't come to celebrate with them. A wolf appeared. It was heard that the conditions for Jack to return to his humanoid form, to deactivate the king of beast mode, the value of physical strength must be so low that it was impossible to maintain the form of the king of beasts. Pointing to the side, Oliver said that Jack really liked his current state, so he prepared a separate portion for him so that he could eat outside, to which the girl replied that he looked much more beautiful in this form. He looked in surprise hearing that a warning. 2 heat signatures are approaching the farm. The hero froze in amazement, hearing that the heat signatures are people moving at a speed of 38 meters per second. The targets received significant damage. The body temperature of the targets is dropping. They will arrive at the farm in 23 seconds, to which he thought that they are moving at a speed of 38 meters per second. Only mutants are capable of such things. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A guy was standing in front of the fence looking at him. The protagonist thought that Bill. The guy held his hand out and exclaimed, standing in front of the gate. He wondered what the hell was going on at this farm. Like an invisible wall was blocking him from entering. Damn, it looked like he wasn't going to help him. Holding the guy's body on his back, Bill added that he couldn't stay in one place for long. Travis would find him soon. He turned around. The guy looked surprised to hear that. He looked like he was in deep shit. Looking at the hero, he exclaimed, grinning. The hero asked what the disappointment was on his face. A notification appeared that permission had been granted. Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that they should pass. The guy looked surprised to hear that he had been granted permission to enter, putting his hands in his pockets. The protagonist said that he was very interested in learning about his evolution type. Bill's eyes widened. The doors opened slightly, and he thought that a few days ago this was just a rundown small farm standing in front of the entrance. The guy thought about how he had turned it into a real fortress in such a short time from the outside. It looked like a dilapidated farm, and modern technology could not provide such perfect camouflage. It was simply incredible. He raised his head up. Bill's eyes widened, and he said, "Let him save him. He needed him alive." Turning his head, the hero replied that he could do it, but what would he get in return? Standing in front of him, the guy replied that he needed information. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would definitely be interested in it. The protagonist grinned when he heard this. They walked along the farm. Bill grinned and asked that his evolutionary ability was gravity control, to which Oliver asked again how he could say that so confidently. The hero exclaimed when he heard that he had killed that beast king in the center of Nanxing, right? The building was collapsing, and it was heard that the beast king had a wound. It was left by gravity compression. A blow flew at the monster. It was said that he had reviewed the video a lot of times. It was not possible to see the face, but the abilities of that man are very similar to his. In addition, he can already levitate, which is very similar to how that man flies at high speed. Looking at the guy, the protagonist heard that. All this indicates the ability to control gravity. The beast took a step forward, grinning. Oliver said that it is interesting, although they have different ideas about evolution, but he respects him more and more. The guy looked in amazement and said that they, standing in front of them, he heard that welcome to their farm. Looking at the hero, Molly said that he is good. He is green, to which he responded approvingly. Gritting his teeth, Bill thought about what is green. What does it mean? And then asked that they all evolve. Grinning, the protagonist asked that he was surprised, to which the guy replied that he was simply amazed at the speed of his evolution. Looking up, he thought that besides, the percentage of perfect mutations here was abnormally high. In particular, this wolf had evolved to the size of a small mountain. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked how long he was going to stand and watch, said that the hacker on his back would not last long. Let him hand him over to him. Grinning, the guy responded approvingly and said that he should forgive the disturbance. A glow appeared around the guy. He drank carrot juice. The hero stood next to him. The guy turned around in surprise, hearing that they had to wait until he woke up. They were taking the bullets out of his body. Gritting his teeth, Bill said that he had only been with him for a few minutes. He was an ordinary person. Shouldn't such a serious wound be operated on? Looking away, the protagonist said that he had his own methods. The guy lowered his head and said that he understood he had crossed the line. Oliver gritted his teeth and said that. Now, it was time to tell what happened. The shells were lying on the floor. It was heard that he wanted to say he copied the evolutionary genes to himself, which allowed him not only to survive, but also to completely mutate. Holding the ampoule in his hands, the guy said that yes. He called it the divine gene. Before he escaped from the research institute, he destroyed some data and took the second portion of the divine gene with him, putting his hand to his face. The hero thought that the divine gene, not a bad name, considering that it has the same effect as his divine fruits. The genes appeared, and he added that if the copied atavistic gene can complete the evolution of the atavistic type. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that. Does this mean that copying genes of other types? Standing by the wall, he asked what happens. He is already a perfect mutant. But how did he get such serious wounds? To which the guy replied that it does not matter. So he will be brief the head office. Found out that he is trying to keep the results of his research a secret and sent his brother to lead his projects. They wanted to take him back to conduct experiments on him, but he was lucky to get out of there. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver asked how it could be unimportant. And Molly asked again. The thought arose that experiments. What kind of family is he? Looking away, the girl said that he was his older brother. How could he hurt him if someone hurt her? Her older brother would have cut off their heads. The guy looked at her silently. Bill lowered his head and replied that not everyone was like him and his brother. She had a wonderful brother. Let him take care of him. Molly grinned and answered approvingly. Looking at the hero, she thought that she knew that she had depended on her brother from the very beginning. So with wide eyes, the girl added that no matter what her older brother did, she would always be on his side. Raising his hand, the hero said that although they had not known each other for so long, but with his speed and ability to regenerate, such a calm and rational person like him should have been able to make the most favorable decision and escape. For him, it would not be so difficult. And then asked what happened to that guy. Bill looked at him in surprise. The guy stretched his arms out to the sides and shouted that he should take care of himself. He frowned. It was heard that he hated to remain in debt, especially to idiots who like to interfere in other people's affairs. Bill gritted his teeth looking at him. The protagonist thought that he was wrong. He was not a ruthless, science-obsessed maniac who did not value life. He smirked, looking straight ahead. Looking at him, the guy said that he would not stay here for long. The news of his escape and the theft of the divine gene had already reached the head office. Looking straight ahead, he added that it would not be long before they started looking for him. With their ambitions and power, they would turn the whole of Nanxing upside down to find him. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this gene was too tasty a morsel. It was enough to change the world. Looking at him, Oliver asked that if it was as he said, could he escape with that guy, even if he got out of Nanxing where he was going? And then thought that he understood that the most common atavistic type gene was now a treasure that the whole world was fighting for. Lowering his head, the guy said that he knew that he would be hunted if he deceived the head office. He was going to quietly leave the country with his research, materials, and equipment. But he did not expect that he would be exposed by a spy. From the head office, his private property in Europe was seized, so he was trying to find another way. The hero looked surprised when he heard that he was going to go to the Storm Island. The view of the Storm Island opened up. A map was shown. It was said that it was an island surrounded by 3 large countries: Yanwang, the European Union, and ancient Egypt. Lightning flashed in the sky, and it seemed that due to the terrain, storms raged there all year round, and that it had no strategic significance, and there were no important mineral resources there. Rocks appeared, and it was heard that the island of storms remained untouched. People walked among the buildings, and it was said that only a few indigenous people lived on the island who were engaged in livestock. Farming and fishing destroyed buildings appeared, and it was heard that the level of technology and civilization, there was very backward sitting on the couch. The guy said that he had built a small base there several years ago. When he went to the island to conduct some research, he never mentioned it, which is why the Island of Storms is now the best place to hide from. The head office looking at it. The hero asked what exactly this head office was. The guy looked down. A high-rise building appeared. It was heard that the head office of the North Asian Corporation is a monopoly company which includes several large families. It is involved in almost all profitable industries in the market. Images of people appeared. It was said that the 5 main families are the basis of the head office and the highest center of power. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that after the world changed, he found out that there are endless opportunities that these radioactive plants can provide. The man stretched out his arms to the sides. It was said that, therefore, he proposed the Divine Creation Project to the head office, but opinions were divided about it. A glow appeared near the hand. It was heard that many were against this project, believing that it contradicted the idea of humanism. People joined hands, it was thought that. But the family saw the huge profits hidden behind this project. The guy looked straight ahead. It was heard that without telling the other families, he was given all the resources to establish a research institute in Nanjing in order to resume research on new drugs. Sitting on the sofa, Bill said that his true intention was to use the resources of the head office to achieve his goals. He didn't want his research results to exist only for profit and to give power to a few people. He may belong to the Bai family, but he is only an illegitimate son and has no say in either the head office or the family itself. When he wants something, he has to make up lies that are irresistible to get it. Standing in front of him, the hero heard that he thought he had everything under control, but apparently he never really did. The protagonist silently crossed his arms. He smirked and said that he could send him to the Storm Island. The boy looked at him and asked again. Raising his hand, he said that they couldn't just sneak onto the ship. The ocean was polluted, and if they used a boat to cross it, they might get attacked by mutated sea creatures. And he was afraid that headquarters was monitoring all airlines. Opening the door, Oliver replied that whoever said they needed a boat should follow them. They went outside. The guys walked straight. Bill looked up in surprise, grinning. The hero said that investments require maximum return. A helicopter with camouflage paint will help them remain unnoticed. Raising a finger up, he added that not only would it deliver him and the hacker to the Island of Storms, safe and sound, but it would also provide them with the necessary equipment and supplies. The guy, wide-eyed in surprise, asked why he was helping him. Said that he thought his ideas were too extreme. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that having witnessed many brutal events, he changed his mind. People were mutating. It was heard that especially due to the pollution of the waters, the environment around man needed some radical changes. However, if he accepted his investment, he would have to change some of his concepts. The guy looked at him, silently stretching his hand forward. He said that if he really helped him get to the Island of Storms, then he promised that sometime in the future when he needed him, he would travel thousands of kilometers to come to his aid, ignoring any resistance. He would come to him and cleanse the world for him. The hero grinned when he heard this. They shook hands, and the protagonist said that he should not forget about his promise. Closing his eyes, he added that, but until he sent him there, he would not be able to live and eat here for free. Let him help him feed the sheep. To which the guy asked again. The man stood in front of the screen. He could be heard resisting. It was expected, looking straight ahead. The man heard that he had prepared a lot, but he still couldn't stop him. He had failed in his duties. To which Travis replied that he just didn't expect his evolutionary ability to be so strong. But don't worry, he won't go far. Raising his hand, the guy said that he had sent people to monitor all the airlines and other transportation hubs throughout the city, and the medical industry was also controlled by their people. Nate was an ordinary person. He was seriously injured and without treatment. He would not survive as soon as he showed up. They would immediately seize him. The man smirked and replied that, after all, he was a member of the Lawn family. It would not be easy for them to explain why he was injured. Travis gritted his teeth and said that whether Nate lived or died, it would all be the fault of that traitor Bill. It had nothing to do with the Bai family. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he should just deal with it, to which he replied that he would. Standing still, The boy heard that he had gone through a perfect mutation. That's how looking straight ahead. The father said that he didn't expect that the first perfect mutant among the 5 families would be his son. If he didn't stray from the right path, he could be his successor. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. He frowned when he heard that the Bai family should be the best in every way. Travis clenched his fists when he heard that he shouldn't let him down. Looking at his father, he said that 3 days. If he didn't catch him within 3 days, he would give up all his privileges in the head office, and even his family looking straight ahead. The man replied that this was his task. In 3 days, he hoped to hear good news. Suddenly the connection was cut off. The boy lowered his head silently. Standing still, he said that he should bring Mary here. He wanted to ask her a few questions in person, to which he was answered approvingly. The guy was holding hay in his hands. Laughter was heard. Bill was throwing food to the cattle. Grinning, the hero thought that it was no wonder that there were so many capitalists in the world who liked to watch others work. Bill turned around, hearing that he was doing well. Grinning, he replied that to tell the truth, he did this kind of work until he was 8 years old. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked what the young master of the Bai family did. Before the guy lowered his head, looking at the sheep, he said that he was an illegitimate child, and until he was 8 years old, he lived with his mother. If the Bai family were not so few people, they would never have even paid attention to his existence. But it does not matter. He does not consider himself a member of the Bai family. It is enough for him that this surname allows him to get the necessary resources. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it seemed like the story of the grand scandals in the big families was actually true. Suddenly, a notification came to his phone. Oliver's eyes widened, looking at him. The guy asked what happened. Smiling, the hero answered that he had some important information. Standing by the window, the guy said that he wanted her to tell him as much as possible about everyone Bill had contacted since he arrived in the city, what he knew, and the information received from his insiders were no different. He turned around, hearing that the researcher destroyed most of the data when he left the research institute. She could not help him much, to which the guy asked that she did not notice anything special. Crossing her arms, the girl said that all the information she knew was already given to him, and since he had insiders, he should know that she did not spend much time with the researcher, right? Travis smirked and said that she seemed a little hostile towards him. He put his hands in his pockets and heard that it was probably because of her questioning and her interference in his carefully prepared lab after she arrived in Nanjing, to which the guy replied that it was a decision made by the 3 families. He stole the divine gene belonging to them. Looking straight ahead, he added that he betrayed them. Mary lowered her head and thought that, judging by how seriously the head office took this matter, the power of this gene was probably far beyond her imagination. Frowning, she added that the divine gene. The test subject showed up. It was said that humanoid monsters in the lab. The guy smirked. The thought appeared that Bill's body was mutating after injecting the unfinished serum. The man shot. The thought arose that the DNA comparison results Archie's death. A person with great strength who entered the villa. Was it possible? Looking down, the girl said that it turns out that the head office is actually conducting research on human transformation, right? Raising his hand, the guy said that he could only say that she should not get involved in this. Looking straight ahead, he added that now the 3 families had an opportunity to overcome the difference in strength. So he should find him. As for her, she should just do her job. Smirking, Mary thought that he was really an unpleasant person, and then said that with the power of the Bai family, they should have already blocked all his escape routes. If even the Bai family could not find him, how could she, a simple manager, who did not even have access to classified information, do this? The guy smiled and said that there was no need to criticize him, just because the head of the Rin family did not give her the appropriate access. It just meant that a girl like her was not taken seriously. In the family, the blame was on the fact that she was a woman who did not have the capital to become part of the core. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that this bastard, even if she knew something, she would not tell him anything, and then said that she was sorry. But that was all she knew about the researcher situation. After all, she was only a woman with limited authority asking for forgiveness. She frowned when she heard that this was why he always said that women should stay at home and give birth to children. Suddenly the door slammed shut. Mary stood still. She lowered her head. The car drove along the road. She heard that she was Mary from Tianan, to which she was asked what she could do to help. While driving, the girl said that she knew that Bill was with him. They needed to meet and discuss something important, to which she was told that he did not understand what he was talking about. Looking away, Mary said that he understood everything perfectly well. She rarely showed detailed kindness. She would arrive at the farm in half an hour, standing in front of the hero. The girl said that he should hand Bill over to her, to which he replied that it was very presumptuous of her to come here and say such strange things. Crossing her arms, Mary said that he should not play games with her. Her people had already compared DNA. She did not believe that Bill was not with him. She was warning him he had nothing to do with the head office, so he should not force her to drag him into this. She did not report the DNA comparison to the head office. If she gave her this man, the protagonist, looked surprised suddenly. A shot flew across the ground. A trace of a bullet appeared. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked where the sniper came from. She widened her eyes when she heard that. He didn't expect his shrewd brother to be hiding in this rundown farm. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that thanks for showing him the way. She better think twice about how she was going to explain to her family that she had warned the traitor, standing in front of the people. He heard that. How he found this place was because he had been following her, to which Travis replied that he didn't trust the illegitimate son of the Bai family. So what made her think that he would trust a woman like her? He had been monitoring all of her devices. He just needed to provoke her, and she would give herself away immediately. Looking straight ahead, Travis said that she wanted to take Bill and hand him over to her family. That's why he said that they women. The girl gritted her teeth when she heard that. She was incredibly stupid. She looked up angrily. The guy smirked and said that just like his illegitimate brother, they were all just a bunch of trash. The gun was aimed at the hero. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that it was better for them not to move. He had excellent snipers. They would resolve everything peacefully, standing behind the car. The girl heard that as long as she did not go against him, she was still a member of the Rin family, and he would not want to accidentally hurt her. Okay, let him give it to him. He looks so poor. It seems that he is in a difficult financial situation, stretching his arms out to the sides. The guy asked that he was a fugitive. What use was he to him? Said that he should hand over his useless younger brother to him, and he would give him a fortune and a lot of supplies. The protagonist silently looked at him. The guy smirked and asked that he did not want to anger all these guys and get into trouble, gritting his teeth. The protagonist said that a stupid woman, an illegitimate child, a peasant boy. What a noble young gentleman. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. Suddenly a blow flew at the people. It was heard that he knew. Frowning, the protagonist said that he hated people like him the most. Let him look at himself. He is so arrogant that it is even disgusting. Suddenly shots began to fly at the people. It was heard, what the hell? Where are they shooting from? Turning his head, the guy shouted that he should let the snipers kill them. The shots flew straight at the hero sitting behind the car. The girl shouted for him to be careful. The protagonist looked straight at the bullet. Suddenly, he activated gravity control. Travis looked at the worthless one in amazement. The bullets fell to the floor. The girl looked in surprise, putting his hands in his pockets. Oliver asked why she was hiding behind the car, said that it seemed like she still did not trust him, putting her hand to her face. The girl said that she could not control so many people now, to which the hero replied that everything was fine. Her level was not high yet. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the hell, why he could not move. Were they all perfect mutants? Frowning, the girl said that she was just trying to survive, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Shots flew at the people. It was heard that why he could not move. Looking to the side, Travis shouted loudly that she brought him here on purpose. As she guessed, he opened his eyes in amazement. Looking straight ahead, Mary said that he even assigned a spy to her brother. Naturally, she was wary of him. The first thing she checked was that her phone was not bugged. The girl walked down the street. She put the phone in her pocket, heard it, and sure enough, she found it. So, she borrowed a phone from a colleague and sent a message to Mr. Oliver. and then they planned this little show together. The guy gritted his teeth in anger when he heard how lucky he was, that he was so desperate to catch them, that he even brought all these people, saving them the trouble of hunting them down individually. Molly frowned suddenly. The guy looked at her in amazement, putting a claw to his neck. Bill said that he deserved to die. Gritting his teeth, Travis said that he did. Looking straight at her, he added that this was no longer a world that could be controlled by money, power, and military force leaning against the car. Mary said that to die at the hands of a woman and her father's illegitimate son, whom he despised so much, what was it like? The guy scowled and shouted that the damn bastard shouldn't dare touch him. The Byron and Ryan families wouldn't let it go. Could he afford to kill the heir of the family? The girl smirked and asked, what if the By family didn't investigate this matter? Travis gritted his teeth and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Bill looked at him and said that you shouldn't forget that his family name was also By, to which the guy replied that he wouldn't dare. Wasn't he afraid? Bill smirked and asked, why not saying that if he killed him, he would be the only child of the By family? The boy frowned when he heard that. He really thought that with a character like the old man, no matter how much he loved him, the eldest son whom he considered his heir, he would do something to him, the only remaining son, to which he asked what kind of nonsense. He was a bastard born from a fallen woman. His father would never recognize him. Slitting his throat, Bill replied that it was not up to him to decide. Looking to the side, the boy shouted that if he dared to kill a member of the By family, he would never gain their recognition. His father would not leave him alone. Gritting his teeth, Bill asked that the approval of the By family was really so important, said that he had already lost everything. He had nothing to fear anymore. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he was, after cutting off his head. His brother said that he was also from the By family. The corpse fell to the ground. The boy lowered his gaze, standing behind him. The hero said that the By family. Bill picked up the phone. He called his father and heard that he had caught him. Gritting his teeth, the boy said that he was sorry to disappoint him. Looking down, he heard that he was also his son. Let him not do anything stupid. Let him come back with Travis. And his status and attitude towards him would not change. To which the boy replied that he was afraid. Only at such moments he remembered that he was his son. He must tell him the sad news about his chosen heir, the future head of the By family. Bill stepped on the corpse with his foot, grinning. He said that he had just died at his hands. The boy looked away and smiled. The man's eyes widened in amazement and said that he had killed a member of their family. Looking down, Bill replied that he had not had a family since he was 8, standing next to the corpse. He added that he was officially informing him that if he continued to look for him, he would hand over the serum he had to the authorities, or he could give it to the Zeus Company and the Lion King Corporation. There were many people in this world who were interested in it. The guy smiled and said that he was now his only son, and the only person who had the right to become the heir to the By family if he wanted to preserve the remnants of their family. Perhaps after his death, he would continue to contribute to the prosperity of this family. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that, of course, if he decided to use all his strength to kill him, an unwanted bastard, to avenge the death of his beloved eldest son, he would accept it, but he could tell him for sure as long as he lived. He would destroy the By family and everyone who bore this family name. The man sat among the flames. It was heard that they would die a miserable death walking straight. The guy said that he would not return to Yin Wang anytime soon. He should take care of himself. Holding the phone in his hand, he added that if he exhausted himself with anger, it would be difficult for the By family to survive until he returned. The helicopter flew through the barrier. The guy waved his hand and turned to the boss. Bill smirked when he heard that. He thought his father would compromise. Even the most sensible person would go crazy when he heard that his beloved son was killed. The hero stood behind him. The guy smirked at what he heard. Looking straight, he said that this was the problem with having power. Even if he was very angry, he still had to remain calm and think about the pros and cons. People like him would do anything to make a profit. Looking down, Bill said that firstly, he was the head of the By family, one of the 5 major shareholders of the head office. And secondly, he was Travis's father. He just didn't have the courage to give up power. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was right. He looked at the guy after hearing that it was okay. The Bai family would be keeping a close eye on him for the next few hours so they wouldn't notice him. Travis was a very independent person, so even if he found out that he was hiding in the farm, he wouldn't report it to the head office or the Bai family. He didn't want the Rin family or the Lon family to take credit for his efforts. Once they got rid of all the people, Travis left and Nanching, his farm would still be safe and hidden. Looking straight ahead, Bill said, regarding that Run family member over there. The girl looked at him in surprise. She turned her attention to the side. The guy's hands were covered in blood. Looking at him, Mary asked what he was up to, so that she also had a hand in Travis's death. So they were all in the same boat. Standing in front of her, Bill replied that it wasn't that he didn't want to believe her, but he really didn't see any reason why she would want to help him. Siding with headquarters was the least risky option for her. His claw flew up, and he added that Travis's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. He apologized for his reaction. He didn't want Mr. Oliver's identity to be revealed because of someone he couldn't trust. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that he did. Looking straight at her, the hero said that he shouldn't hurt her. Let him finish, closing her eyes. Mary said that well. Cooperating with them was indeed risky, but she would rather take the risk. Lowering her head, she added that she believed that they, being on the same level as her, were more trustworthy than the people at headquarters. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that besides, they probably heard Mr. Travis's sexist remarks. It was really annoying. There were many things that the 5 major families treated differently depending on gender. And bloodline people's eyes lit up. The girl smirked and said that she decided to help him, in the hopes that he would also help her climb the ladder, so that she could become the main one family. How funny would the expressions of these rotten stumps be when 2 unwanted children seize power? Don't they want to see it? Mary looked at them happily. The guy smirked and said that she was a very interesting person. A helicopter flew over the building. The buildings below were burning, and it sounded like the boss had cleaned up the mess. The guy looked away and said that he was really something, to destroy the corpses and clean up all the traces. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he had accepted his request. Yes, Bill turned his head. His eyes widened, standing in front of the guy. The hero said that he could not agree to experiment on people without taking into account the person's wishes, to which Bill replied that he promised that he would change his program. The guy smirked and said that following a code in an apocalyptic world seemed too naive to him, but he felt that he needed some rules to restrain himself, only so that he would not fall into the abyss too quickly. The man was falling into the abyss. Nate looked away, hearing that besides, everything had already reached the point where it was difficult to even just survive, so he would not lack subjects for experiments. He grinned and replied that he recognized his boss with his inhumane phrases. Bill turned his head away. The helicopter flew away. It was heard that he hoped they would meet again. When they climbed to the top, the planes flew forward rapidly. The monster dived under the water. Shots flew along the tentacles. The ship swam forward. It was heard that square number 50 was cleared. Let them continue patrolling. The man looked forward. He frowned and said that they successfully completed their mission, but they seemed to be in a bad mood, which worried him, to which the guy replied that these sea creatures, no matter how ferocious they were not comparable to their powerful ships and guns. They were nothing more than giant, brainless animals, and even if there were 10 times more of them, I was sure they could kill them all. Purple beams appeared above the ground. Looking away, the captain said that, of course, they could block the harbors and coasts. But who said there weren't underground rivers and caves leading to the cities? Once the monster broke into the city, would they be able to use missiles to strike the city center? Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was a difficult question. He hadn't noticed anything strange in the behavior of the sea monsters, to which he replied that he should explain. Looking down, the man said that they were acting like suicide bombers, judging by past experience. These mutants should be completely mindless, but this time, instead of fighting each other, they were uniting in groups and attacking their ships. He pointed to the radar and added that it was as if someone was directing them. They were attacking them with a certain periodicity. The captain, looking down, said that they didn't look like unconscious beasts driven by instinct, but rather like an organized group. Joe looked at him and asked what he meant by these mutants. Having created their own ethnic group and civilization in such a short period of time, they looked straight at him. It sounded like a civilization. He thought it was too early to talk about it. Black smoke rose into the air. The ships were sailing forward. It sounded like they were in the early stages of development, and he felt like they weren't just mindlessly attacking them anymore. They were attacking them very frequently and in stages. Joe frowned when he heard him think they were learning. The man gritted his teeth and said they were trying to understand them, to learn their flaws and holes in their fighting techniques. Looking down, the guy said that if that was the case, these monsters were truly terrifying, to which they replied that the perfectly mutated king of beasts already had an intellect that was not inferior to a human. The man stretched his arms out to the sides and said they would hope he was wrong otherwise. The guy looked away hearing that. He was reporting an urgent message from the Ministry of National Security. Raising his hand, the captain shouted that there was an urgent message for him. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what was going on, holding the letter in his hands. The colonel said that the Ministry of National Security had sent an urgent telegram. In 3 days, the military and police departments would be united throughout Yanhua. The military department would take over the country, to which he was asked where exactly. Putting the letter in an envelope, the guy said that it was in the combat zone. Bezo's hand on a view of the city opened up. A huge settlement appeared. A monster was crawling out of the ground. The creature looked angrily. He was looking at the city. The girl opened her eyes, having gotten up. She said that she heard some strange sound lying next to her. The man said that she was probably delirious because she wanted to eat. He did not hear anything, to which she replied that it was true. Just outside the window, the girl turned her head to the side. The monster was standing in the middle of the city. A frightened cry was heard. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that the first level of danger was declared in Nanxing. The king of beasts invaded the city. In the city of Meshi, which is 200 kilometers from Nanxing, more than 5,000 people died in one night. They asked everyone to gather in the city shelter. Evacuation is underway. People walked forward. The crowd of people stopped. It was heard that they asked the residents of all villages and villages to evacuate together. The residents were eating. It was said that in order to facilitate control over the situation, the monster gritted his teeth. Looking straight ahead, he said about the smell of food. A glow appeared around the wolf. It was heard that attention. A huge thermal signature is approaching the farm. They stood opposite each other. The creature's eyes lit up. He jumped up and said that he was no match for him. He would bite him in half. Opening his mouth, the monster added that he was a king. The wolf looked at him furiously. It was heard that the strength was 850. The speed was 105. The evolutionary characteristic was berserker. A fatal brain defect, gritting his teeth. The hero said that it was just a huge pile of meat. Asked why he called himself a king. The monster looked away in surprise. Standing over the monster, the protagonist said that he should kill it, and for a change, they would try the mutant's meat. Grinning, he added that the farm was almost out of meat for him. Jack suddenly rushed forward. The girl silently looked straight ahead with wide eyes. She asked that the meat was not ready yet. Raising his eyebrows, Oliver answered that not even close. Sitting by the fire, he added that the meat of the mutated king of beasts is really difficult to cook, to which Molly replied that, but the aroma is simply excellent. Grinning, the hero said that he should wait a little longer. If Jack can't stand it anymore, he can bite off a piece of this leg. Looking away, the girl said that it was unfair the pet ate meat. It was heard that Jack was a dog and he could eat raw meat. How could they be compared? To which Molly replied that for sure. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that from the skin of this monster, you can make a jacket or a pair of leather shoes, and grind up the teeth and claws and use them for medicine. The meat can be stewed, the brains boiled, and the bones soaked in wine. Such treasures should not be wasted. Sitting by the fire, he added that it weighed almost 10 tons. This is enough to feed Jack for about 10 days. They should at least taste its meat too. Oliver grinned and thought it was ready. The stew appeared. The girl began to eat. She looked away and said it was delicious. She had never tasted it before. Looking down, the hero thought that indeed the quality of the Beast King's meat was different. It was so tender and snow white. much better than the meat of the third-level animals he raised. And after he ate it, his strength seemed to have increased slightly. A glow appeared on his body. Empty plates after eating appeared. Looking at his stats, the protagonist thought that it had indeed increased. In addition, his evolutionary abilities had also improved. He grinned while looking down. Frowning Oliver thought that it seemed like there was another way to open the path of evolution. Eating the meat of mutated animals could have certain beneficial effects. This change was very minor, completely different from the previous one. Mutated monsters appeared. Looking down, he added that the only explanation for this was that the speed of evolution from the fusion of similar species was much more powerful than the effect of absorbing other mutants. No wonder that cockroach had not hesitated to devour its own kind. The hero frowned and thought that the flesh and blood of mutants could be of benefit to similar creatures. The monsters appeared, and he added that the second wave of destruction had just begun, and it was a matter of time before most of humanity would be infected with a V-shaped virus. And when that happened, many would die. But there was a tiny chance that some lucky ones would still survive. The people's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that they could not even imagine what would happen if mutants knew that absorbing their own kind greatly increased their strength. It was like Pandora's box, which once opened LED to eternal hell. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he did not know how many people would dare to disregard all moral standards and laws to commit such a crazy act. He looked at the pet. Oliver grinned. Molly jumped up and said that it was so funny. An idea appeared that from this point of view, he needed to increase his strength. The selection of candidates for evolution should undergo a thorough check. The car drove forward, putting his hand to his ear. The man said that he was reporting that there was no information about the location of the king of the beasts, to which he was asked how this was possible. Looking straight ahead, he added that they followed the trail to this area, but then he just disappeared. Byron gritted his teeth and said that it was strange. This king of the beasts did not develop the ability to fly, so how could he just disappear like that standing next to him? The man replied that this was not the strangest thing. They found several fragments of his scaly armor nearby. Judging by these tracks, there were teeth on the ground. It sounded like he was being torn apart by sharp teeth, and there was no trace of the Beast King nearby. Byron looked away and asked again. He frowned and added that there was an even stronger Beast King here. That was a problem. The girl looked at him and said that he should rest. He had not slept since last night, to which the man replied that, although the parliament had been dissolved, and he was now just an ordinary person, he really could not rest until that Beast King was captured. He closed his eyes and added that when he first started working, he was also a military police officer. He was later transferred to the parliament. And although he was older now, he could not just hide in the shelter, to which the girl objected. Blood appeared on the man's hand. Sitting in the car, he said that everything was fine. It was an old problem. Don't worry about him in this world. If he lived too long, he might have to endure even more unbearable things. It was probably a blessing that he left Yin Wang early. Looking to the side, Byron asked if there was anything else suspicious, to which the guy asked again, frowning. He said that this was a rather deserted area. After that incident, the people of the nearby villages moved to a newly built shelter. But 3 kilometers away, there was a farm where there were still traces of human activity. Looking to the side, the man said that the farm, it was so close to the place where the scale was found. But the king of beasts did not touch it. It was strange. The girl raised her eyebrows and thought about the farm. She frowned and added, really. The car was parked in the middle of the road. It was heard that they would go and check this place. They drove forward, wondering if this was Oliver's doing again. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared. Light flashed around the girl. She took a step forward. Molly rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the ground and exclaimed. The hero grinned and said that this time, the range and duration of brainwave control had increased. And that was great, to which the girl replied that she was so tired. Training was not fun at all. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that her brother would give her fried chicken. Legs later, with the help of training, Molly could develop new ways to play. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought about his words. The dog looked surprised to hear that it was true. let him give her a try. She happily ran after the pet. Lowering his head, Oliver thought that the value of Molly's special skill did not increase after eating the meat of the king of beasts, but her basic mental strength increased significantly. Looking straight ahead, he added that the strength of her brain waves was entirely dependent on the strength of her mental stat. The level of humans was rising. The pet looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that it seemed that the effect of eating meat was largely dependent on the type of evolution. When a divine-type mutant completed evolution, its overall stats would reach the maximum. The hand reached out to the monsters. A thought appeared that the buff from the food would give an increase in all major stats. It was almost invincible power for the atavistic, intellectual, and ancient divine types. The eyes of the beast slid up. It was said that although the king of beasts that attacked last time was far superior to Jack in strength and size, it was an atavistic type, so he easily got rid of it. Food appeared on the frying pan. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that, but being a level 7 atavistic type beast, it was stronger than the one they had encountered before. This was probably because without human intervention, sea creatures absorbed each other and gradually evolved. In this case, the Sea King of Beasts would be much stronger than the King of Beasts. On land, a huge monster appeared looking to the side. The protagonist thought that it belonged to the atavistic type, but its strength should not be underestimated. If it was one of the sea mutants of the intellectual or divine types, a huge serpent appeared, and he added that. Or even an ancient deity looking straight ahead. Oliver thought that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that humanity's chances of survival were terribly small. Shaking his head, he added that he should not draw too pessimistic conclusions. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that most sea creatures are currently unable to go on land. Moreover, sea beasts are too huge and will not survive long outside the water. The monster swam underwater. A thought appeared that until they mutate into creatures that can freely move on land. He gritted his teeth and added that humanity can sleep peacefully. They must level up as soon as possible. Looking down, the protagonist thought that. In any case, he frowned and added that he was thinking about catching the King of Beasts and raising it at home. Due to the King of Beasts' ability to self-repair, they could eat an unlimited amount of meat. Crossing his arms, Oliver thought that. But based on the results of previous experiments, the flesh and blood of the same King of Beasts still has limited benefits that it can give to a mutant. The meat of this overgrown crocodile increased Jack's stats by about 3 times. The monster was lying on the ground. A thought came to him that the rest of the meat, no matter how much he ate, only filled his stomach but did not increase his physical parameters. Looking up, the hero thought that of course it would not be easy. It was a pity that such a bug had arisen. He looked to the side and added that where did this meowing come from? And even so loud, the protagonist frowned. Sitting on the ground, Jack was meowing. Raising his hands up, the girl screamed that it was so funny. Oliver grabbed her hair, looking at her. He asked what was going on here. Turning around, Molly answered that she was just doing as he said. She was just trying out new ways to play. To which the hero asked what new ways to play. Then, what happened to the pet? Looking straight ahead, Jack was meowing. Looking at the hero, the girl replied that in fact, she watched a cartoon and also wanted a cat. Then she discovered that she could get into Jack's head and change his memories. She made him think that he was a cat. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that he should quickly return it back, to which she replied that he was such a mean one. A thought appeared that he did not mean this when he said to develop new ways to play. Looking at the pet, Molly said that this was just a small change. Does it change anything? Jack looked around. Suddenly, he looked forward in bewilderment. The pet looked away, looking at him. Oliver asked what was wrong with him. Molly looked at Jack, grinning. She said that Jack said that new food appeared nearby, to which he asked again. The car drove away from the monster. It was heard that the shell of these stinking crabs was too strong. The people were shooting at the monster and shouting what the hell these sea creatures were doing on land. A shot flew at the claw the people were shooting from the window. It was heard that, damn, even bullets couldn't get through it. Let them aim for its eyes. The girl frowned. A blow flew at the monster's eye. An eye appendage appeared. The car rushed forward. It was heard that when it was wounded, It compressed itself into a shell, and after a while completely recovered. The monster grew a claw. It abruptly struck the car. The transport flipped over several times. It fell onto the roof. Interference appeared. The girl opened her eyes slightly, hearing her name lying next to her. The man told her to wake up. The monster was approaching the car. The girl got out of the car, hearing that she should quickly get out of here. She clenched her teeth. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that she should not turn around. The monster lifted the man up. Lying on the ground, Byron said that his death should not be in vain. They began to run away quickly. Suddenly, a small monster rushed forward. People ran straight through the forest. Looking to the side, the man shouted that he should take care of himself. The girl turned around in amazement. Suddenly, he covered her from the blow. With her eyes wide open, the girl turned to him. They flew to the side. The people were lying on the ground. The girl looked to the side. The monster swung in front of her. The thought appeared that this was the end. Ashley closed her eyes. She looked to the side. A glow appeared around the claw. The thought appeared that it had stopped. Looking at the monster, the girl asked again. The hero grinned and said that he was glad to see her again. Looking at him, Ashley turned around. She looked at Jack in amazement. Sitting on the ground, the girl said that he should turn around. There was a monster behind him looking straight ahead. Molly replied that he was not a monster. He should not be afraid, frowning. The girl said that behind her suddenly. Jack waved his hand. The monster flew to the side. The girl looked in bewilderment. The monster extended its claws to the sides. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that another crab was a male. Turning around, he added that he should eat its heart and not touch the meat. To which Molly said that she wanted a dish with crab roe. To which he added that they could only cook crab paste. Lowering his head, the protagonist heard that he should take care of himself. Sitting next to the man, Ashley said that she would clamp the wound and take him to the hospital as soon as she stopped the bleeding. To which he replied that everything was fine. He told her so. Tears poured down the girl's hands lying on the ground. Byron said that he was ready to sacrifice himself to save her, so she could rest easy. To which the girl replied that he should not give up. This mutant is very fast. They will take him to the hospital in the blink of an eye. Looking away, the man said that it was not necessary. Let him not waste the medicine. Leave it to the young people who need it. And seeing the strength of this man, he believed that Yin Huang still had hope. So now he could die without regrets. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that he was a member of parliament. Looking at him, Ashley replied that now was not the time to ask questions. Let him quickly help her take him to the hospital. To which the protagonist thought, what a fierce woman, gritting her teeth. The girl said that it was urgent. Let her take him to the hospital. Their military police station was indebted to him. Closing his eyes, Oliver replied that she should not cry. Let her not worry. He would not let a kind and honest person die. A notification appeared that he took out cherry tomatoes with a level 4 divine enhancement from his backpack, holding a tomato in his hands. The hero said that he should give it to him. Ashley turns her head and wonders why he is giving a tomato, holding a vegetable in her hands. She could not even imagine that the guy was such a crazy person. Opening her mouth, the girl says that he has a fatal wound and needs more than just tomatoes. Closing his eyes, Oliver thinks that it is very noisy. Opening his eyes, he thinks that the woman was also seriously injured, but she still had the strength to make such a fuss. Opening his mouth, he asked to hear him. He had a slight contusion of the head, a broken rib, multiple bruises of soft tissues, and also a comminuted fracture of the tibia. Holding tomatoes in his hands, he gives them from the backpack. Then he puts in the man's mouth. Ashley also gives a vegetable. He covers her mouth with his hand. As she began to blur, holding her neck, she feels heat. There was blood on her clothes, and an aura was blowing around her. She turns her eyes. Ashley looks at the man, who has something happening. After that, her eyes close. She falls to the ground with her head. The protagonist stands near them, and the girl asks, what happened to her sister? Putting his hands in his pants, he says that everything is fine. If the first evolution begins when the body is weakened, it will go into a state of sleep to recover. Smiling, he says that the fruit of the fourth level, with divine reinforcement and not a product of the virus radiation, and the chance of activating the atavistic type is still 80%. They were lying on the ground, and the evolution type was atavistic. Turning his head, he asked to erase their memories because for them, the benefits of joining them are much less than returning to the side of the authorities. Putting a finger to her mouth, Molly understands that it does not make much sense for them to accept ordinary evolutionary types. Stroking her head, he expected it from an intellectual type, because she is becoming smarter and more intelligent, remembering the monsters. Oliver says that the sea creatures are becoming active and can come out onto land, so they should allow the authorities to select more people suitable for evolution before the sea creatures come out on a land in large numbers. Opening his mouth, he believes in the selection system of the Yin Wang soldiers. Creating magic, the girl says that she changed their memories. Picking up the boys, Oliver says that that's it for today, and to take the crab meat to the farm. Flying into the air, he says that he will cook her a stew of crab meat, and will be back soon. A helicopter flies near the building. There are two guys on the roof. The helicopter lands on the platform. Joe opens the door of the helicopter with a hand to his head. They are greeted, and Joe was a former naval captain, and he was ordered to take command of the military administration of Nanjing. Mike takes the document, and they are told that from tomorrow, all operations in Nanjing will be under his command. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hongshan district will send 2 regiments of troops to deploy. Standing next to them, he is interested in one thing. Opening his mouth, he heard that 2 high-level mutants appeared in the Nanjing military police station, and their evolutionary progress is stronger than before. Chris stands next to him and confirms. Other candidates accepted by the military department are usually only a few times stronger or faster than ordinary people. Turning his head, he allows him to meet him. They walk through the lab. The room begins to shake, and Joe looks around holding his head. Chris realizes that he is in his own, putting his hand to his lips. He says that nothing's serious. We see black shoes, and the professor will have a hard time. The glass was broken, and everything is in liquid. Looking seriously, we hear that this was his last successful development. Holding his head, he asked for forgiveness, because he completely forgot that he needed to control his power. The chemist says that a lot of money was invested in them. Folding his hands, he asked for forgiveness again. His hands were completely different. The guy looks and thinks that people can transform. Chris opens his mouth and agrees with him, because this is a new transformation that military mutants have not yet had. Standing next to him, he says that Byron's physical data is higher than others, and even developed the skill of bloody rage. Raising his hand, it sounds interesting to him. A girl appears behind him. He turns sharply in surprise. Ashley jumps next to him, smiling. She says that this is the same colonel who replaced her father. After that, she sits down on the ground, standing next to him. She heard a lot about him. They look at each other, putting a fist to his lips. Chris asked to imagine that this is another ideal mutant of nano-cheating, and her special skill is stealth. Smiling, she shakes his hand. Raising her hand, she is flattered. But her ability is only good for fighting small groups of monsters, and it will not be easy to deal with the strong armor of the beast. King opening his mouth, Joe opens his mouth and says that being able to defeat such a beast with one blow is truly terrifying. They turn around because they said the man's name. Clenching his fist, Byron asks, "What's the matter?" Shaking hands. Ashley says that this is the colonel who took command of the Nanjing military administration. Looking seriously, he is curious to know the origin of their abilities, and as far as he knows, they were found unconscious in front of the entrance to the military police department, and the CCTV camera was broken. On the camera, 2 guys are lying on the ground. Closing his eyes, Byron tried to remember the events of the last few days, but nothing came of it. The girl stands and says that it is as if her memory was erased, and she cannot remember anything. Turning his head, he is sorry. But if they could trace their evolutionary origin, then the military power of Yin Huang would increase significantly. Liam looks down and says that there is no need to trace the origin, since there are samples of 2 genes of the superhumans. Adjusting his glasses, he says that with the approval of the management, it is allowed to conduct experiments on humans on a small scale, to analyze and reproduce evolutionary mutants. Raising a finger, he says that the most difficult thing is to get money, and according to his calculations, the cost will be considerable. There is something lying on the floor, since now most of the budget is spent on building shelters and military reservations. Raising his hand, Joe says that he will emphasize the importance of this program to the authorities and ask for more financial support. Looking down, he thinks that if Dongyang's fleet does not get rid of all the weak points in defense in time, their number will increase. Looking into the distance, he thinks that if sea monsters start attacking land in huge numbers, then he's afraid we are underwater in the Mariana Trench. Monsters are swimming in it. Some of them are swimming somewhere. A mermaid is sitting on a rock. He smiles and his eyes are shining. Then he opens his mouth and makes sounds. The monsters rise up into the water. We see that the water has risen even more. The silhouette of the monster is smiling. The mermaid had a cross on her chest. Then he cuts her chest. Something starts to glow from the open wound. A bright white ball rises. It continues to fly up after that. It falls into the water. We see that the sphere is in the city. Then a large circle appears. Lanterns are shining in the houses and the rain is pouring. The object hit the window and fell. The guy turns his head towards the sound. Opening the window, he wonders what it is. We see a water worm was part of the king of beasts. The worm's eyes are closed. Then they open and are red. After that, he jumps on the man's face. The guy falls to his knees and trembles. His body turned green. There were no pupils in his eyes. Getting up from his knees, he calls out to the king of men. Another eye appears on his forehead. The zombie looks up and tries to find the king of men. His hands were in the water. The girls are sitting near the basin. Molly closes her eyes and picks up the fish. Her eyes open and turn blue. She lifts her head up. The fish falls back into the basin. Oliver stands behind and asks what she felt sitting near him. The girl says that it is afraid of something. Putting her hand to her chin, the protagonist thinks that she is using the magnetic field of her brain to penetrate the magnetic field of this mutant fish and read the memories. Putting his hands on his hips, he decides to take a short break. The girl closes her eyes and holds the fish. Sweat began to appear on her face. The fish begins to electrify in her hands. Her eyes turn white. We see Terry's face. Oliver crossed his arms and calls his sister. The girl rises into the air. Blood came out of her mouth. Her brother runs to catch her. Molly is in his arms. Terry shudders and opens his mouth. His eyes were white and he is silent. She looks at her brother and says what she felt, putting her hand to her head. Molly says that she saw murders, horrors, and far away. So many clusters of brain waves and magnetic fields. They are filled with madness and violence. Holding the girl, he asks not to be afraid. Blood came out of her mouth, and Molly says that she was found. Looking at her, her brother asks again. We see his eyes, and the guy asks, "Who is it?" Terry sits on a rock and thinks about a human child. Looking into the distance, he felt a powerful brain wave looking into the distance. He understands that the girl may be the queen of people. He begins to emit sound waves and asks to find her. The zombie walks, and his name is called. Another monster raises its head because they asked to find a human girl. Smiling, it says that it wants to challenge her personally. Zombies walk the streets. The girl is grabbed by the neck, and she asks to let go. Then they squeeze her neck. After letting go of the body, it realizes that it is not the same. We see an explosion nearby. An object crawls out of Thomas's forehead. The object begins to turn blue on his head. After this, the zombie begins to jump along the street. It kills the girl with its forehead. Ashley holds a knife and kills it, putting a hand to her cheek. She says that the puppets of Zone D have been cleared. She looks down and everything shakes. An explosion occurs behind her, putting a hand to her forehead. She is surprised because Zone F has also been cleared. Byron puts his hand on the zombie's head. Looking at it, he hears that they need to find a little girl. They smile because they are asked not to destroy everyone and to bring a few live samples. Looking back, Byron says that they constantly repeat several phrases. Liam stands near the screen and talks about the king of men. The guy turns his head and agrees. Ashley puts her hand to her chin, thinking that she moved so quickly and did not notice. The man folds his hands, having a bad feeling. We see food and the panda guys are sitting near the fire, and crab meat with baked cheese is boiling, putting her hands to her cheeks. Molly says that she can no longer eat seafood. Turning his head, Oliver wonders if she does not have enough fish on the farm, and is told that there is not enough for Jack. Closing his eyes, he thinks because this is really a problem taking sticks, with food in his hands. The protagonist thinks that the amount of meat from the king of beasts is enough to satisfy Jack's appetite. But hunting this monster no longer brings points. He starts eating because, unlike meat from the farm, which gives him points every time, and when he collects, hunting mutants gives for improving the farm, and therefore is unprofitable. Shaking his head, he thinks that the meat is really luxurious and it is delicious, although he is thinking about something else. The lions are approaching his head. Everything around him begins to shine, and he increases the level of evolution. Widening his eyes, he is surprised by the increase in level. Sitting on the ground, he is asked to pay attention, that the difficulty level of side quests will be increased. Widening his eyes, the system tells him that for completing each side quest, he will receive a large number of points. A screen appears near him where they offer to start a side quest. Oliver thinks that harvesting slowly increases the level and needs to be increased so that it can withstand any attack. Looking up, he understands that the more dangerous the task, the greater the reward, and will not only get more points, but will also solve Jack's food problems. The protagonist remembers Terry because he has contact with Molly. Oliver sits and remembers because it saw his sister, and most likely understands her abilities and can also go on land and put her in danger. Making a serious face, he decides to start side quests. His eyes widened after accepting. We see a flooded city of puppets. Zombies are swimming in the water. Monsters are walking up to their heads. And the first goal was that you need to destroy more than 1,000 of them. They carry crystals that need to be found. In the second goal, we see a stone and summoning crystals that need to be destroyed. Opening his mouth, he is surprised, and he has 48 hours left, and for failure to complete the additional task, a penalty will be imposed. We see a leg on the ground. The protagonist is standing on a cliff and looking at the city, putting his hands in his pockets. He thinks about this city. The city was quiet, and something was glowing. Looking down, Oliver thinks that apparently that place was a cluster of summoning crystals. Opening the screen, he sees that the inventory is filled with supplies. After that, he jumps down. The protagonist flies down. There are zombies walking on the street. They all turn to him. The girl had a water worm on her forehead and needed to destroy the clones. To kill the puppet smiling, he identifies the flaws. He picks up a sword because it would be the most suitable. The monsters start running at him. His weapon shines in his hands. After that, he wants to strike. Oliver exhales after that. Standing on the ground, he destroys the puppets. He looks in the other direction. Zombies are walking along the road. We see smoke coming from the city. Sitting on the corpses, it is written that there are 28 hours left and killed 429. Chewing food, he realizes that he has almost recovered and returned to normal. After that, he looks down. The zombie had a cut head, and this god-type beast king was able to infinitely divide into creatures that can be controlled by him. There are summoning crystals on the ground. Killing a monster of this ability was truly terrifying, but the creatures had 1/10,000 of the power of the Beast King. Putting his hand to his chin, he realizes that he will waste a lot of time if he kills one by one, and in this scenario, it will be impossible to complete everything in 48 hours. Turning his head, he was interested in the penalty, and it will be a disaster if he loses all the points. Folding his hands, the guy thinks that there must be a solution. Taking the sword in his hands, he thinks that in order to kill the puppets, he needs to destroy the creatures that control them, and will do this until the end of the stamina. The protagonist stands on the corpses. and thinks that the puppets nearby are almost destroyed, and they need to go to the central crystal. He flies through the air landing. He realizes that they are all here. Looking at the place, Oliver thinks that there are quite a lot of them, and maybe several hundred, holding the sword in his hands. He wonders what the crystals are for. We see a stone in crystals, because the puppets drag them and stack them on top of each other to create a magic circle. Looking closer, we see that in different places, there are different numbers of crystals. Remembering them, the guy thinks that the ones he broke earlier didn't seem special, but apparently they weren't important in themselves. Closing his eyes, he says, in other words, that the second goal can only be accomplished if the magic circle is destroyed. But he might have to break the biggest crystal as well. He jumps off the roof and decides to try. Oliver lands near the puppets. His hand starts to glow and decides to deal with the puppets first. The zombies run straight to him. One of them had half of his face missing. The girl was in the same situation. The protagonist jumps over them and hits them. His eyes widen, looking in the other direction. He wonders what is happening. A screen appears near him, because if he uses gravity control, the consumption of strength and spirit increases. We see that his characteristics are rapidly falling. Oliver's eyes widen sharply, putting his hand on the ground. The guy understands that side quests are not so easy to complete. Then he runs near the puppets. Grinning his teeth, he can no longer use his skill killing zombies. Oliver thinks that otherwise he will run out of stamina, and a crowd of puppets will eat him before they are destroyed. The guy hits his opponent on the head. Then he cuts off the head of another. Oliver bares his teeth and sweat pours off him. After that, he opens his eyes. He kills enemies, although their number increased. Straightening his hand, he realizes that the stamina from the carrot was only enough for 20 minutes. He opens his inventory. Looking at the items, Oliver sees that there are no more carrots left and 4 hours left to complete. Looking at the screen, he thinks that the only soybeans left are divinely enhanced. Looking away, the protagonist thinks that the amount of power they can replenish will not be enough to withstand such a wave. He kicks the zombies he was sweating, and could probably finish them off in 30 seconds with corn. The protagonist lowers his head and wonders, what if the berserk mode ends and does not kill the puppets? Opening his mouth, the zombies run, and he is weak after the berserk mode, and the chances of survival are small. Oliver cuts off the head of the monster. Then he looks at the inventory. He decides to eat the beans. The monster's mouth was open. The protagonist turns his head. A puppet begins to bite him. He looks back. His clothes were torn by the bite. The protagonist turns and kicks the monster. Then he cuts off its head. He almost fell. Blood flows from his hand, which is a waste, but nothing can be done. Oliver bites his hand. The monsters approach, but he has disappeared. They look and are surprised. We see transparent legs holding a sword in his hands. He understands that without the healing properties of carrots, constant bleeding and rapid depletion of stamina will kill him. We see crystals on the ground. The protagonist sits down on the ground and takes a lunchbox, which restores physical strength. He takes a vegetable from the lunchbox. Holding it in his hands, he takes a bite. His shoulder begins to heal. Oliver sits on the ground, exhaling and closing his eyes. He deactivates camouflage mode. He kills monsters again and completes the first goal. He has 20 minutes left. Oliver throws beans in his mouth. His legs approach the circle. The protagonist looks at the crystals. After that, he raises his hand. He straightens his hand, and we see magic stones begin to fly up from the ground. He stands near the stones. The protagonist squeezes his hand. We see a big explosion. There is also an explosion in the sky, and 15 hours left. The road was destroyed, and in the hole sitting next to him, he is congratulated on the award. His hand is on the ground and receives 2 million bonus points. He looks down because he received a coupon to upgrade his weapon. There was sweat on his face, and he received seeds. His eyes close because his stamina will soon run out. The protagonist falls to the ground. We see a hole in the road. Smoke was coming from the city. There was a glow near the circle. Terry bares his teeth and becomes electrified. Liquid flows from his mouth. He stands near the circle. There is a crystal in it. We see a drawn circle. His eyes glow, and he understands that the summoning crystal has been destroyed. He opens his mouth and makes sounds. The wave looked like a monster. Another wave was the same, and they are ordered to go to land. Terry bares his teeth and makes them check, raising his hands. He shouts to find the one who destroyed the magic circle. Monsters are running on the ground, and they have to kill the pest. He opens his eyes. The protagonist looks up. Having risen, he receives a new side quest. A screen appears where he offers to accept. Scrolling through the inventory, he sees that the food in the inventory is running out. In his inventory, there was a coupon for upgrading a weapon. Putting his hand to his chin, he remembers how he fell because the reward was given out before that. Oliver calls the sword to himself. He uses this coupon holding the weapon. He uses it on the sword. The weapon is electrified. And now a new skill of the martial spirit has appeared. Widening his eyes, he thinks. Standing near the screens, he has a new quest after that. He begins to scroll. Oliver sees a screen with an inventory. His eyes widened. Because he was asked to destroy an army of armored soldiers. The ground begins to shake near his feet. Something is approaching him. And the earthquake itself was approaching from the coast. We see that something is falling to the ground. The protagonist rises into the air. His eyes widen, smiling. He thinks that one wave after another. We see a red pond of monsters splash green liquid. They go and say that we need to kill the pest. We see a monster with a mustache. He had an eye. They called him a siren. His eye was purple. An earthquake was heard in the city. The main character is in the air. Terry's eyes were white, and he found the pest in his eyes. We see a guy. Oliver had a red aura, and he was able to destroy the magic circle. Opening his mouth, he says that the guy killed an army, and in addition to the human king, there are other people with similar strength. We see a man who is killed because the puppet sent him messages. One of the guys is bitten on the neck. Opening his mouth, he will not tolerate the fact that weak people are above their clan. Looking up, Terry says that if it were not for the water that became their prison, and the pressure on land, raising his hands, he says that he would love to fight him. Behind him are the monsters, because he and his general have been thirsty for blood, and battles for too long, smiling. Terry says that in this world, only the strong deserve to live, and those people on land have no rights to the resources of their clan. Opening his mouth, he initially thought that he would destroy the king of people and dominate the land, but he finds it boring, sticking out his tongues. He did not expect that besides the king of people, there are others who can awaken in him the desire to fight, and he will see what he is capable of, and whether he can give combat experience. Terry makes sounds and uses the dominant skill. These sounds were heard in the city. The monster begins to electrify. He just stands on the ground. Then his eye opened. Terry smiles and talks about dominance. We see the claw of the monster. The protagonist just watches. They stand near him and ask him not to die quickly. Terry smiles and says that if he dies soon, he will be disappointed. The protagonist looks down. Oliver stands near them and asks why he keeps talking to himself. Pointing his finger, he asks why he's so happy. Because he destroyed a bunch of rocks. Looking at the monsters, he wonders why he sent the seafood to deal with him. Terry bares his teeth and says that he can see him through the puppet. We see a wide eye, and they ask if he can speak their language. Smiling, Oliver says that the language of the sea tribe is not difficult, and he's sorry, but it's simple and easy. And there are dozens of human languages, and he won't be able to learn it. The monster still looks at him. It had an atavistic evolution. Looking at them, Oliver thinks that the language system was not developed enough and bought a translator in the store, which came in handy. Smiling, he thinks that he needs to scare them. Baring his teeth, he asks again about the simple and easy language. Raising his head, Terry angrily asks how he dares to underestimate their clan. We see the claws, and he says that his people do not bother to learn the languages of the lower races. The monster rises up near him. The boy looks up right at them. The eye looks down and tells them that in the face of absolute power, his pathetic metal devices are just toys. Opening his mouth, he asks why people have not been conquered yet. Seeing his face, the boy asks, maybe because he cannot go out on land in large numbers. He raises his claw, then he hits the ground. We see great dust. The road was destroyed and a hole formed. Looking down, he says that so much nonsense pours out of man. We see the area of the house. Jack is lying on the ground. Molly is sitting near him. She turns her head. We see her eyes. The girl jumps off Jack, pulling herself up. She offers to go walking along the road. She asks to call everyone. The eye of the monster squinted and asked not to overestimate themselves. There was smoke near him. Then he looks away because something is wrong. The main character is behind him. Then he attacks. We see a hole in the ground. The monster looks at him because he managed to dodge this fast attack. His white eye widened. The monster is on top and jumps. Then he lands on the ground. There was sound around them. Everything was in black and red tones. The protagonist is standing nearby, and he realized that due to his size, he is an easy target. Looking at him, Oliver wonders what is going to hide in a bunch of monsters and use a minion to defeat him. His eyes began to shine because this is not enough. A screen appears near the monster, which uses the dominance control skill. His eye widened and asked to take the guy. The protagonist runs to them. Then he jumps from the ground. Oliver jumps on the monsters, holding a sword in his hands. He decides to make a strike. We see monsters in dust looking back. He feels something. The guy turns over on the ground. Then he jumps up. The monster squints its eye and watches. Its claw is ready to attack. Then it hits Oliver. The guy lands in the building. There was a blue aura in his chest. Looking down, he decides to control gravity. His hand is shaking, and he thinks that the change in gravity reflected most of the damage. Getting up from the ground, the guy thinks that the power of an atavistic creature with the ability to control animals should not be underestimated. Looking at it, he thinks that there are too many minions on his way. The monster looks at them and says that if he cannot defeat his subordinates, then he will not have to do anything. The monsters begin to run at him. The crabs jump and are in the air. The protagonist widens his eyes. Then he kills them. Oliver turns his head. Molly opens her mouth and says that intimidating someone who is in the minority is not an achievement. Behind her are different creatures because reinforcements have arrived. The monsters are lying in a green liquid. They are standing opposite each other. Molly opens her mouth and says to attack all together. Jack and the man run at them. Then he bites off the crab's body. After that, he runs on. Dave punches the enemy. The robot drives along the road. The sister turns to him and asks if he is okay. Standing next to her, he says that she came on time. Flying up, she laughs and says that she felt a presence and immediately came. Her face was unhappy. Her hand was covered in scars. Opening her mouth, Molly screams and asks how he could get so badly hurt because there's a lot of blood and he will make a snack out of them. She is hit on the head. The girl bows her head, and she's asked to relax. Turning around, he tells her that he has already healed. Opening his mouth, Oliver understands that she should never have gotten involved in a dangerous matter. And in general, he is a useless brother. He closes his eyes. The girl looks at him. The protagonist opens them, smiling. Molly says that no matter what dangers he has encountered, he hopes to meet them together. Looking at him, she brought him healing fruits. There are beans in the bag. Oliver reaches into the inventory, putting her hand to her chin. She is asked to check the monster and whether it has anything to do with the abilities of the monster connected to her consciousness. She begins to electrify using the skill. The girl's eyes glow blue. We see Terry's head near the city. Robots are fighting monsters. The monster spits out a green liquid. Then he makes a blow with his liquid. Jack tries and just waits. The liquid was on the ground and gave off a smell. There was an abyss near them. The dog's mouth electrifies. Looking up, the monster says that these are very familiar brainwaves. He is standing near them and found the king of men. Molly's eyes were white looking down. The girl says that it is him. The monster looks at them and says that he is a subordinate of the king of men. She raises her hands because she has no idea what he is talking about. We see the eye of the monster, which says that once he defeats her, nothing will stop him from creating a water summoning circle. There's a flash in it that went up. Opening his mouth, Oliver says that the circle is needed to summon water, to flood the entire city. The protagonist looks into the distance, frowning. He says that only in this case will they be able to go on land en masse, and then gradually capture. Terry begins to bare his teeth and asks to shut up. The monster's eye turns purple. and he says that he will get rid of everyone who stands in his way. His eye turns black, and he uses the skill coming. We see that the eye disappears, and an abyss appears. The guy frown claws grab the ground. The monster rises and makes sounds. Then he begins to attack, baring his teeth. Oliver thinks that this is much faster than before. He tries to cut off his claws. Then he flies into the air. Oliver's eyes widened in surprise. Molly runs away because she was his goal. She jumps, and the guy sees that he cannot attract attention. Grinning, he looks and wonders if the girl is really the king of men. Remembering her, the protagonist wants to know where the misunderstanding came from. He runs because once he kills the king of men, they will not rule humanity. And in general, this is nonsense. If you think about it from the point of view of a pack of animals, everything makes sense. The girl jumps on the building. The crab runs after her and also jumps. Molly turns her head because she cannot get rid of it. The monster is sitting on the building and watching her with wide eyes. She asked her brother to go to the mall. Flying in the air, he asks to be careful. There's a claw on the ground. Dave's t-shirt is torn and he was covered in blood. Jack's eyes are glowing and he was in a green liquid. They are standing next to each other. The dog is trying to catch his breath. And they killed almost all the little monsters. Turning his head, he thinks about Jack's wounds. We see red spots on his fur. Jack turns his head, although there are still 3 left. But their strength is running out. He clasps his hands together, thinking that Oliver is busy too. The wolf bares his teeth. Dave turns his head and looks at him. The monsters jump on top of him. The dog inhales air. His belly gets bigger. He opens his mouth and attacks. We see his attack. The silhouettes of the crabs were also visible. The other monsters were also visible. Jack has his head up, and he exhales. Dave bares his teeth in surprise. He stands looking at this. He turns his head and says that this is excellent. The man looks at the dog and asks, "What is happening?" Dust was flying in the air, and we see the outline of the dog. He is lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Dave opens his mouth and calls him. The crab is still jumping on the buildings. Molly is nearby, and she is asked to stop hiding. The crab attacks and asks to fight. The girl turns around and is told that they want to fight her. His eye was black, and he is happy because she accepted his challenge. He jumps on her because he wants to tear her to pieces. Molly closes her eyes, straightening her arms. She creates magic. The monster was caught by her attack. His mouth was open in pain. Terry looks and screams with straightened arms. She asks her brother to come already, because she will not hold on for long. We see the tip of the sword. The weapon cut the crab. The eye turns red and calls him vile. Oliver bares his teeth and asks him why he could not feel the presence. The protagonist cuts him further. Liquid squirts out of the wound. Turning around, he asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Flying near him, Oliver says that during the fight, you need to use your brain. We see explosions in the building. The guy quickly flies down. The protagonist flies to the ground. Molly also sits on it, sitting on the floor. She is happy because it worked. Having created a carrot, he calls his sister incredible, and it was probably hard for her, and she was almost completely exhausted. Molly says while eating a carrot that his brain structure was simple and therefore easy to control. Otherwise, it would not have been able to penetrate his consciousness. Given the hostility, we see a monster calling him a fool. His pupil moves in different directions. His mustache was hanging down, and he says that this is impossible. And how could he hide from his senses? The protagonist stands next to him and says that his senses are really very heightened. Opening his mouth, the brother says that when they fought for control of the body, the dreams were the most weakened. We remember how the girl controlled him, because he concentrated on regaining control, and this is what prevented his ability to function normally. We see the two of them, because if you attack from his blind spot, there will be a greater chance of success. Then he approaches him from behind. The monster looks at him and says that people are cunning. Raising his hand, the guy says that he is stupid, as are his tactics, and let him not be so hypocritical. The monster tries to get up and stand up normally. Then he looks at Oliver, the protagonist, scratches his cheek, and says that he is probably not that angry. The monster stands near them, and the task was completed. Rewards appear in his inventory. Oliver picks up one of the rewards. Looking at the item, we see that it is diving equipment. Turning his head, he hears someone asking him for help. Dave holds the wolf and says that Jack emitted a wave of energy after he was seriously injured and became like this right after that. He shows his hands and puts the wolf on the ground. Oliver's eyes widen and he uses the truth skill. A screen with his characteristics appears. Exhaling, he asks not to worry because he is just sleeping. Smiling, he asks how big the wave was and is told it was bigger than the previous ones. Putting his hand on his knee, he says that he must have used up all his energy, which is why he returned to his human form. And he also needs a certain amount of physical strength to maintain the form of the king of beasts. Jack sleeps on the ground and Molly asks to feed him a carrot. We see water and bubbles. Everything around Terry becomes electrified. Grinning, he can no longer tolerate such humiliation. We see Blue Line's eyes appear, and he is told that the ruler cannot yet go on land. Terry stands near the eyes and is told that there is no water there, and this will weaken their clan. His eyes widen, and he denies raising her head. The mermaid says that if they are not able to defeat the king of men, even at this stage, then they are not strong enough. And the evolution of men is beyond their understanding. We see his hair, and he is told that the warriors of the Sea Clan will never give up. Terry bared his teeth and said that they would stay here. Seeing the rocks, he said that as long as the deep sea existed, their clan would be able to evolve into something more powerful. Baring his teeth, he knew that he would do something one day. The boy gritted his teeth and said that such humiliation should be washed away with blood. He looked ahead menacingly. Then waves began to emanate from him. They quickly sank to the bottom of the ocean. Two huge eyes appeared, and the boy said for it to wake up. Then several tentacles appeared. A huge monster began to crawl out of the water. It stared at its master for a few seconds. Then it raised its tentacle along with the boy. The monster said that its master had summoned it. What would be its order? The boy placed his hand on his face. Then turning around, it said that it needed strength to defeat the enemy. Without it, it could not cope. The monster nodded its head and said that it understood, because its master's shame was its shame too. The guy looked at the monster's eyes in surprise. Then the monster rushed forward menacingly, adding that he would kill the one who had disgraced him. A second later, he jumped up. We are transferred to the girl. She shouts in displeasure that she would never do this. The protagonist looked down in surprise, saying that, wouldn't it be better to earn more points in this situation? If they didn't quickly upgrade their farm, they would be in serious danger. The girl, looking up, replied that the conditions of this task were too suspicious. Oliver looked at the system message, and the girl added that she couldn't see the window he was talking about, but it could only be completed by players. It sounded like a trap. It was too dangerous. The man behind him replied that she was right. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him, thinking that in fact he had been feeling this for a long time. The girl came closer, telling him not to forget that his hunger level was already very high. So if he got hurt again, the carrot's healing ability would be very low, and then he would be in danger. As long as he was alive, they had hope. Raising her eyes, she continued to say that they should abandon this quest, because it would not give that many points. They could afford to lose them. Then with her hand, she said that she calculated the farm's productivity. Within 10 days, they would be able to earn points for the unfinished quests with the growth potion. They exchanged for the points from the last 2 quests. The farm would definitely be updated in time for the next wave of destruction. The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that he did not doubt her calculation abilities, obtained after evolution, but the problem was not in mathematics. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Oliver, frowning, said that she probably wouldn't understand. After completing 2 tasks, he had a feeling clutching his head. He added that it didn't matter. It seemed he was too worried. The girl waved her hand in displeasure, answering that he shouldn't be so secretive. Let him tell her she hadn't participated in the previous tasks and was now dying of curiosity. Oliver replied that he didn't want to express unfounded speculation. Without evidence, turning away, he said that it was just his inner feeling. He constantly felt it since he started doing side tasks. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he had become part of the task. Looking at him in fear, she shouted, "What does that mean? Did he really become an NPC?" Oliver, lowering his head, replied that he could say that it was like completing the story. There were two options: complete the task or do nothing. And the system was called Doomsday Game of Survival. He looked at the dead monsters, saying that if he as a player did not follow the storyline, then what the girl lowered her head a cloud, then opened her eyes. She said that, for example, new quests would no longer appear, and then everyone who did not have enough points or props would die. Or after the farm's productivity reached a certain level, the income level would decrease and the farm would collapse anyway. Imagining the hands in his head, he said that this was like the program settings, and so he could not refuse this time. Looking in front of him, he added that his previous experience was like being in a newbie village, and the system was almost non-existent. And now she was actively launching a quest. He lowered his gaze downwards, thinking that it seemed like the real story would begin from now on. Something red splashed in different directions. A huge monster with tentacles appeared in front of them. The leg looked down menacingly. The protagonist looked at the task and then pressed the accept button. Oliver, raising his head, said that it was useless. Frowning, he added that he had already gone too far. He had no reason to refuse. Looking into the distance, he added that he had arrived. In front of him was a huge monster. It waved its tentacles and lunged forward. A huge wave immediately rushed forward. The tsunami quickly destroyed skyscrapers. It filled the entire city. Oliver, along with his comrades, followed the approaching water. Turning around, he told the man to take the girl and go higher, and let her wait for him there. A second later, the protagonist jumped forward. Turning around, the girl thought that he should take care of himself. The man, turning back at her, shouted that they needed to go. He made a quick dash, holding his comrade on his shoulders. The city was quickly enveloped in water. Oliver, like lightning, rushed over it. He was moving through the air at great speed. Then he saw a monster ahead. Stopping, he thought that it was huge. Raising his head, he continued to think that it really was a sea animal. Given the pressure that this monster experienced at depth, it was not surprising that it was able to grow to such sizes. The guy looked menacingly in front of him, said that here he had humiliated him, and they would decide everything here and now. The monster sank lower, and Oliver, raising his head, said that he was probably the king of a sea tribe, thinking that the guy with a human body and a fishtail was just like he had been told. Frowning, he thought that this was a murderous aura. Ordinary mutants were not capable of such things. The guy, smiling widely, said that he had excellent perception. He was a king. The protagonist looked at his skills in fear, thinking that the key information was not visible at all. And what about the octopus? He lowered his head down, looking at the monster carefully. He wondered if it couldn't see his information. Was there a problem with the system? Or maybe after reaching a certain level of evolution, or when meeting a beast that is more advanced than him, his eyes would be limited. Then a sword appeared in front of him, and he thought that this was the first time he had met a beast king that his skill couldn't read. Obviously, after passing the beginner level, it wouldn't be that easy. The guy smiled widely and said that he had previously thought that their king was that girl. But after the battle, he realized that he was wrong. Her anger was much less than Oliver's. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Raising his head, he wondered if only the Beast King could see this, or if he would have to evolve to a higher level to see it. The guy stretched out his hand, and then said that he was the king of humans. Oliver stood up, saying that he didn't care if he was a king or not. He knew one thing: if anyone tried to hurt his sister, he would die. The guy raised his hand, saying that he was talking too much. Then many tentacles rushed towards him. The protagonist swung his blade several times with a deft movement. He cut one of the tentacles, thinking that it was close. He quickly rose into the air, looking at the severed limbs. He thought that he had attacked from behind. He shouldn't have expected a fair fight. Suddenly, the tentacles began to tremble. A second later, they were completely restored. The protagonist looked down with displeasure, thinking that the size, speed, strength, and regeneration. This is an incredibly strong opponent. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that the regeneration of soft-bodied animals was difficult. Smiling, he said that earlier he had sent a horde of low-level minions. So why was he the only one who had come out on a land? Now turning around, he thought that he couldn't miss the opportunity, and then asked if the other sea creatures were too afraid of him. Turning his head, he thought that it seemed that they weren't very smart, and not very aggressive looking at his opponent. He thought that perhaps they had given priority to muscle development, and there weren't enough nutrients for brain development. First, he had to gather more information about them, and he hoped that this would at least clarify something. The guy looked menacingly ahead, and replied that the sea tribe believed in absolute power, and this matter only concerned kings. Gritting his teeth, he added that why should other sea creatures be involved in this? Let them feel the thrill of a one-on-one fight until one of them dies. His anger will not subside. He extended his hand using dominant skills. Oliver, smiling, replied that since it was only their business. Suddenly, a huge tentacle rushed forward. The protagonist managed to react at the last-second dodge, and the guy looking ahead with displeasure replied that he should stop talking. The pressure on land irritates him. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he should fight. His patience is running out. Oliver, looking towards the monster, thought that apparently he was right. Deep-sea creatures cannot adapt to the pressure on the surface, and this is all he could find out. And this is only an assumption. Nothing more useful. The monster waved its tentacle. The protagonist jerked to the side, thinking that he needs to act. The guy pointed his finger forward. A second later, several more tentacles appeared on the surface. Oliver dexterously cut one of them. The guy waved his arms, controlling the monster's limbs. Oliver dodged the blow again. Turning around, he saw a bloody mark on his hand. He looked in fear at the wound that appeared on his cheek. Then he stopped suddenly. He began to fall, thinking that the tentacles were poisonous. Raising his head, he thought that the suckers were full of tiny thorns. He carefully looked at the spines that were on the appendages, thinking that if he was caught, he would not be able to free himself without losing his skin. At great speed, he rushed under the water, thinking that first he needed to hide inside the blind spot and eat a carrot to remove the poison from his body. He completely forgot that the octopus is capable of killing its prey, not only by strangulation. Holding his breath, he quickly swam down. Then a carrot appeared in his hand, and he thought that it was a poison that was produced in the salivary glands. And since it was the mount of the head of the sea tribe, he should not underestimate the level of its evolution. A second later, he bit into the vegetable, putting a respirator on his face. He thought that this drop of poison was enough to knock down even an elephant. Fortunately, he had carrots for healing. If he had not taken care of this, he would have died already. Several tentacles were approaching him. The protagonist created a sword in his hand. The guy turned his head. Oliver suddenly saw that the fingers grabbed his leg. They squeezed his body. The guy, smiling widely, said that he wanted to use the same trick twice. We are transported to another place. Someone stretching out his hand thinks that it is here. The guy in the hood touches the barrier, adding that it is right here. Suddenly his face turns pale, and he thinks that he can't move. Someone's hand appears behind him. The girl uses her magic to disable the stranger. Frowning, she tells him not to turn around. Otherwise, she will attack his brain. Let him answer who he is. What he is doing here. The guy raises his hand up. Still standing, he tells her not to kill him. He does not wish harm to anyone. The girl, stretching out her hand, answered that he did not answer her questions. Then the stranger grabbed his hood. Taking it off, he turned around and then introduced himself. The guy, looking down, asked that she was the sister of his benefactor. He will not resist. She can tie him up. The girl, looking ahead with displeasure, wondered if he was really talking about her brother. This man really did not pose any danger. The guy bowed and answered that he couldn't answer her other question. Now he came to see her brother and would answer as soon as he did. We were transported to the protagonist. The tentacles had completely enveloped his body. He looked through the crack in fear. They continued to squeeze him. The guy smiled and clapped his hands. Telling him to die, he clenched his hands. The tentacle obediently pressed the protagonist. Then he looked ahead in surprise. A glow appeared between the cracks. A moment later, Oliver burst out, cutting through his rejection. A strong aura appeared around his body. He was informed that he had eaten white corn. The monster went berserk. The guy sitting on him shouted discontentedly for him to calm down. And how is that possible? Where did he get the strength to resist? After being poisoned, he stretched his hand forward in displeasure. The protagonist dove under the water. He stared menacingly in front of him. Then he quickly ran forward, replied that since he knew that his tentacles were poisonous, naturally he would take the necessary measures. He imagined his body in his mind, thinking that by adjusting the range of gravity around his body, he was creating a thin layer of vacuum. An image of himself inside the tentacles appeared in his mind. He thought that in this way, only a minimal amount of mental energy was needed to protect his body and prevent the tentacles from piercing him. Remembering how he raised his hand, he thought that when he was entangled in the tentacles, he decided to use white corn. But the disadvantages of using it were also obvious. Looking at the system message, he thought that the stamina was decreasing too quickly. Then he found a system message appeared in front of him. White corn, the effect lasts 25 seconds. He swung his sword thinking that he had little time. He can't waste energy fighting this octopus. He needs to give it his all. He looked ahead in fear. Oliver swung his blade. His opponent stretched out his hand in shock. The protagonist cut 2 tentacles. A second later, the guy clenched his teeth. Oliver struck his opponent with his blade, cutting him in 2, looking ahead in fear. He wondered if it was a ghost in front of him was an illusionagi. Looking around, he saw many similar ones. They all said in one voice that he thought he could only control sea creatures, and he had no attack abilities. He was very wrong. The sea creatures were under his control, like their abilities continuing to circle around the protagonist. He said that this was the ghost's skill. He killed 1 clone, but he can create more. He will never find his real body. Looking around, Oliver replied that nothing, that he just went and told about his abilities. The guy smiling laughed, answering that he fell into his trap. So he is already dead. The power of this skill can be strengthened tenfold as soon as he gets closer. Just let the illusion created by his voice prevail. Nato opened her mouth, shouting what it was like to die in such a painful illusion. A barrier appeared around the protagonist. Lowering his head, he began to feel strong pressure, after which he lowered his blade into one of the illusions. The guy looked ahead in fear. Blood gushed from his heart. The protagonist, raising his hand, answered that he died, used his skill. A huge hole appeared in the guy's body, and then he was torn into several pieces. The protagonist fell to his knees, saying that he lied because he shouldn't let his guard down so easily. This trick is really hard to figure out. If it were anyone else, he would have definitely fallen into his trap looking at the falling guy. He added that unfortunately, his ability is the perfect opposite of his skill. The guy had a wound on his arm. An octopus is standing next to him. It had 4 eyes. It turns and makes sounds. The protagonist raises his head to look. Tentacles were flying towards him. After that, we see that an impact occurs. Oliver jumps and crosses his arms with his mouth open. He eats a carrot. We see a red explosion. He falls into the water. He was in a weakened state. His eyes are closed and his stats are dropping a lot. His eye starts to glow and the weakened state is canceled. The octopus is standing next to him and watching. The protagonist is holding a sword in his hand. We see that the water has risen. We are at the border of the Yanhuang Federation, the city of Manhwa, which was destroyed. There is a crowd, and they are asked to move. A bullet flies to the ground because they're walking slowly, holding a gun. A man asks to remember those who gave them a chance to survive. People were in dirty clothes, and they're told that their lives are not worth a penny if they want to take part in the experiment tomorrow. They could die of hunger and cold. So let them be grateful. The guy opens his mouth, and he is shaking. Someone is sitting on the chair. Bill puts his hand to his face and says that the experiment is going extremely badly. Closing his eyes, he says that the experiments with genetic drugs conducted by the head office have not yet been successful, and the probability of mutation is small. Standing next to him, he says that in any case, no one cares about the lives of these vagabonds. Holding a paper, he thinks. Sitting on a chair, Bill says that today, let them choose several dozen people and replace the toxin injection with ordinary glucose. Then let them give food and let them go to spread the information. Opening his mouth, he agrees. The crowd is still standing and screaming. Their mouths are open. One of the guys approaches him holding a gun. He asks them to stop panicking because these are just his men, executing thieves who try to steal food. Raising a finger, Bill beckons him over. Moving closer to his ear, he asks him to tell his men not to shoot if the test subjects develop malignant mutations. With his mouth open, he asks to use a knife, because this way he does not scare the expendable material. Bill scratches his head and thinks that malignant mutations are really hard to control. More than half of the survivors in the city participated in experiments, but there were no successful cases. Grinning his teeth, he thinks about the stench of the homeless. An explosion occurs near them. Bill's eyes widen sharply. Some people start praying. Another explosion occurs nearby. Standing up, his ally asks him to stay put. The guy smiles and laughs. The people look up where there is a blue glow. One of them kneels down. They look at the explosion and call it a miracle. The helicopter is near the head office, and it lands on the ground. The guys are holding guns in their hands. They are standing near the helicopter. Damon comes out with a stick, looking into the distance. He says that he is an old bag of bones and wants to see with his own eyes the assets that belong to the corporation. We see smoke on the ground. There is a silhouette near him. Leo is chained, his feet were bare. Larry was a first-level mutant. The guy with the helmet on his head was a second level. The employee was holding a gun in his hand. The barrel was pointed at them. Raising his hand, he says that this is a grand event because two successful mutations at the same time. The man stands near them and congratulates them because now other families from a conservative faction will no longer dare to subject his decisions. Smiling, Damon asks to wake up the second-level mutant. He had a mask on his face and says that the abilities of a level 2 mutant are completely different from the abilities of a first mutant. They can't let him stay awake. Every 10 minutes, he is given a dose of anesthetic, putting his hand to his chin. He says that the first mutant is conscious. Larry was in chains. A man stands next to him and asks what is happening to him. The guy in the mask says that his ability is regeneration. That battle completely destroyed his right arm. We see him sitting with his arm torn off. His eyes were red. Leo flies next to him. His eyes were white. He lands on the ground. And they say that the second mutant lost consciousness because he evolved and his abilities were unstable. Only thanks to this, they were able to save Larry. Holding his head, he says that dozens of soldiers were involved in that battle to capture him, and most of them began to have excruciating headaches. Before they got there, another guy opens his mouth because many touches with his body made him lose consciousness, and 2 were even declared clinically dead. The guys are lying on the floor. He had a mustache on his face, and he says that this is an incredible ability. Raising his hand, he asks to take them away and copy the genes. The man holds a gun and says that only by creating an army of mutant people can they take control of the world. The main character opens his mouth and asks a question. Who is this? Molly turns her head and rejoices at the octopus. Raising his hand, he asks what is happening standing next to him. They tell her to tell everything himself. A tear begins to flow from his eye, removing the tape from his face. The sister says that she can talk. William holds his cheek and says that he came to seek refuge with his benefactor. Opening his mouth, he says that he will do everything to stay, putting a finger to his head. Oliver asks to explain calmly. We see a stone in the forest. The protagonist folds his arms and says that he is the younger brother of the girl he saved during the cult incident. And after they destroyed his family in revenge, he did not die, but returned and gained powers. We see him sitting next to a knife because he stabbed himself with it several times. Holding his chest, William says that he lost a lot of blood and should not have survived, but there was not a single injury on his body because everything healed. Opening his mouth, he discovered that he can feel strange auras. Holding his head, he screams because he saw how they buried his sister's body. Looking down, Oliver regrets that this happened to his sister because she did not deserve such humiliation. Looking at him, he says that an aura surrounds him and there's another similar form. His eye glows, and he thinks that the siren mentioned something like this, and interestingly mutated naturally. Sitting on the ground, he decides to see what the guy is capable of. William looks away. He was 15 years old. A chameleon, Oliver sits and reads his characteristics, putting his hand to his chin. He thinks that the boy really is a mutant of the divine type, although he thought that most evolved into the heuristic type, but he was able to mutate naturally. His hand is on his chin, and he asks a question. Can he cook with his mouth open? William answers in the affirmative. Raising a finger, he asks, what about cattle and sheep? He is told that he knows a little and was involved in farming. Poking with his fingers, he says that he can do housework and is good at cleaning, and also repairs household appliances, because he likes to disassemble things. Raising his hand, the main character says that he wants to work 8 hours a day, without pay, food, and accommodation included, in addition to everything. There's a risk to life. The boy raises his head and is silent. Looking down, he says that his body is like the body of a monster, and there are no more places for him to go. Opening his mouth, he says that it is better to be with people like him than to die alone, and will do everything in his power. He is in a car, because he wants to repay the benefactor for his kindness, and avenge his family. The car starts to leave, and no matter how terrible the job is, it will cope. We see the roots of a tree. There was a boy in them, then he received the mutant skill. Oliver begins to smile, because he is the same. Opening his mouth, he accepts it. William gets a blush on his face. Putting his hands on his hips, he asks to call him boss. There's a tentacle on the ground. We see buildings in the city, and they called the boss there, because they made an important discovery. Liam raises his hand and says that he found the secret of gene replication. The man sits and holds a mug, then asks again, putting his hands on the table. He says that today he found an important reason, which lies in the discrepancy between the genotype and the Superman, and the object of the experiment. Between the genotype and the Superman and the object of the experiment. He gapes and asks that it is a highly polymorphic complex, consisting of a number of closely related gene loci. Wiping away the sweat, he asks the professor to calm down. Liam's face flushes, and he decides to give a simple example. Bone marrow donation, since this procedure requires that the donor and recipient have the same type. Closing his eyes, he is told that this is essential for successful implantation. Otherwise, a severe rejection reaction will occur. He also smiles and is told that if the donor's type matches the recipient's type, the likelihood of this reaction will be significantly reduced. And the function of the neutralizer is to neutralize the rejection reaction. They put their hands on him and say that he can provide a detailed report on these aspects later. Opening his mouth, he asks. To get to the point, Liam puts a finger to his glasses and says that he has successfully copied the mutant. Standing up from his chair, he asks why he is only telling you about such an important thing. At the end, Lima squeezes his hand and says, his team is conducting an examination right now. He scratches his mustache and says there are problems. The drug made from genes can only turn people of the same type into mutants. They take his hand, we see a building, and they ask him to be gentle because it can crush his bones. We see equipment in the room. The guys are walking, and the old man asks where everyone went, because the lights are off. His hand is placed on the professor. Turning his head, he asks why there is a smell of blood. He is told that it is normal. His foot is placed on the blood. Their eyes widen from what they see. There are corpses on the floor. We see an object with water. Liam is sitting on the floor while people are running. They come up to him and say that it is not his fault. Liam bends down and says that he is afraid because he calculated the uncontrollable factors of evolution. He decided that he is ready for any outcome. Ashley is standing next to him and is told that she is afraid of this force. Looking at him, she says that the patrol team found a tracking chip that is implanted in a mutant in the stomach of a stray dog, 12 kilometers from the command center. The girl opens her mouth and says that he ripped out a piece of flesh, along with the chip, and the fact that he knew about the need to destroy the tracking device means that he was sane. We see her face, and she says that he betrayed them. She folds her arms and is asked what the current situation is. The man is standing near the house, because 6 teams try to catch him, but his physical abilities are amazing, and he also managed to steal a weapon. She turns her head and says that the commander and the other teams are still tracking the location of this man. Liam puts his hands in his pocket and says that they should catch him, even though they can't use his abilities. He grabs his glasses and says that This mutant is an exact copy of the commander's evolutionary genes, which theoretically puts him at a disadvantage, starting to follow him. She is told that she should join them and get him back. Oliver drinks juice and says that he's been eating stew and steaks for several days. It is starting to get boring. Holding a fishing rod, he asks the kid to catch crabs. Fish and Shrimp William holds a bucket in his hands and agrees. Standing next to him, he asks to fish in another place, so as not to scare away the local fish. He starts to leave, and the protagonist thinks that he is clumsy. He sits near the river because compared to that, reward points for farming are just nothing. We see blue water with his mouth open. He thinks that he is biting. There was a fish on his rod. The animal was black and was a silver carp. Looking at Oliver says that fishing is fun and looks like an apocalyptic version of the game, with opening random boxes, putting his hand to his chin. He says that when men reach a certain age, then the fisherman genes awaken in them. Such a life was wonderful. Molly comes up to him and says that this is boring, putting her hand to her face. She says that she reads his brain waves. A warning appears near him. His face became serious taking the cape. He leaves and says that the patrolman he sent to Nanxing recorded several alarming facts. Molly waves her hand and says to call if anything happens. After that, the guy jumps smiling. She sees that his brain waves have become more active. We see a blue line near the buildings. The protagonist flies near the buildings. A screen appears near him after that. He lands on the ground. Leo flies and becomes electrified. Larry holds the man by the neck. Oliver looks from behind the wall and asks a question. Is this a mutant from an ancient Indian state? There was a smile on his face. And he did not come to life that the mutants in Yen Wang are so weak. And he has not yet had time to have fun. And he is already finished. Leo stands near him and says that there are two of them. Then he turns his head and the man says that the company rarely allows them to go out and stretch their muscles. The protagonist stands near the wall and asks a question. Did they feel him standing near the guys? Leo asks not to kill him because they must return him to the company. They jump and leave an iron bird flies, and he asks it to follow them. We see a large building. Someone sits on a couch and asks a question. Are these lower creatures able to accept his genes? He writes with a pen on paper. Raising the pen, he is told that there is no need to waste resources on copying his deoxyribonucleic acid and can help achieve everything. A man with a mustache asks if he likes Yanhan. Near Larry, there's a girl, and he says that this is the most wonderful place he has ever been. They take him by the chin and say that everything is much better than in his country. Folding his hands, Damon is glad that he likes it sitting on chair. He asks about Leo hugging the girl. He says that he is a strange guy with untold resources and could get anyone, but still spends time with only one. He puts his finger to his mustache. We see a room, and there was music playing. A girl is sitting on the couch. A man is on her lap. Chloe closes her eyes and strokes his head. He smiles from the pleasant music. Then he opens his eyes. He gets up from her lap, and the girl asks, "What happened?" Chloe starts to get electrified. They look at her. Leo opens his mouth and asks what's wrong with her. They answer that he can't move. Her hands are raised, and she asks what's going on. She starts to go somewhere asking for help. The girl immediately starts running. Grinning his teeth, Leo asks if he was following him all this time. Oliver is standing next to her because he was noticed. The girl looks down, and the main character asks to talk face to face. Getting up from the floor, he says that if he needs anything, then let him ask directly. There was concern in his eyes, and he asked to let go. Raising his finger, Oliver says that if he uses his skills at such a close distance, he should be careful not to blow her brains out. But he could try standing next to him. He asks what he wants. The girl looks down. After that, her pupils rise with her mouth open. She asks for help, showing his palm. Leo asks not to be afraid because he will save her. Oliver looks at it and thinks that he was not mistaken, and it can be used as a bargaining chip. Then asks to take him to someone. Raising his hands, he asks not to harm her and will do everything. He says the girl was visible in his eyes. There was a ball near her hands because she is the sunlight, unattainable for such a dirty worm as he. There was a one-sided coin on her neck, and for now, she can control this person. Pointing to her neck, Oliver says that this is a mini-bomb, and the power is enough to instantly turn a person into ashes. And if he cooperates, it will be neutralized. Standing next to her, Leo says that he will cooperate if he keeps his word, but does not mind dying with her and also blowing his brain. He is told that he does not need trouble and just wants to get something. They walk down the corridor. A man stands and calls the master holding a weapon. He asks who is behind him because he is not in the company, raising his hand and creating magic. Leo says that he is from the company. The minds of people immediately changed. The guy asks to go further. Oliver smiles because his power is much more powerful than Molly's, and it was definitely the right decision not to come into direct contact with him. He had bare feet turning around. He says that they have arrived. They are standing on a hill looking down. He is told that this is a mutant factory, and in their language, it sounds like this. There's a man in the capsule because the renewal process is complete. Neil had his eyes closed. The guy looks at him. A wet foot steps onto the floor, drying himself with a towel. He is told that this is a great job, and the number of mutants created using his deoxyribonucleic acid has doubled. Smiling, he says that he was from Yanwang, and therefore the probability of genetic compatibility is much higher than with those aliens. Walking toward the girls, he says that if he wants mass copying, then he needs more source material from ancient India. Hugging the girls, he says that he is going to demand a reward. Grinning his teeth, he asks them to stop talking nonsense, because he only helps so that he himself can live in clover. And if he continues to spoil the mood, he will crush him, raising his hand. Neil says that now is the turn of two foreigners. He walks naked with the girls. The guy is angry and nervous because this mutant is arrogant, and those who betray the owner will sooner or later be thrown out. They aim at this guy. We see a camera that is shining. A bird flies near him, which was a camera. Oliver looks down at him, frowning. He thinks about the betrayal that was mentioned. Leo stands next to him, saying that he escaped from their military lab. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks who joined the company later. Looking at him, the guy says that he killed all the researchers, and now the military is hunting him. Opening his mouth, they tell him that he killed every single one. Looking the other way, he thinks that apparently the military also succeeded in creating mutants, which is what he was afraid of. Coming closer to his face, Leo says that he himself saw how he got into this company, looking down because he really noticed him. Then, smiling, he says that it really was him folding his hands. They tell him that the micro movements gave him away, putting his hand to his chin. Oliver thinks that the number of mutant factories in this world will only grow, and with this level of perception, it is almost impossible to continue to live peacefully in such a large country. He frowned because one day he will be found out. He pays attention to him because he is asked what else he wants to know. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver is thoughtful, raising his finger. He wants to talk to that person. Leo is walking near the wall. A man is walking towards him. Neil looks at him and asks, "What's the matter?" raising his hand. He creates magic. The guy looks up from the blow and screams. They are standing close to each other when magic is used on him. Leo's eyes turned white, and he uses the mental shackles skill holding his face. Chains appear near him. He looks up and makes sounds. Leo casts a spell and says that the effectiveness of his mutant abilities is reduced. And to do it quickly, the girls behind him tremble and ask for help. Raising his hand, he orders them to sleep. They fall to the ground. Oliver looks on in surprise. He was shocked because he used two abilities at the same time and was strong. Chloe looks into the distance because she remembered everything. She is sitting on the floor. The house is gone and there is nowhere to go. There is a window next to her and she has nothing left. She remembers Leo holding his cheek and asking him to wait. Smiling, she laughs. The girl again remembers the moments when he was lying on her lap. Chloe stands on the windowsill because she does not want to live as a puppet. We see her standing in a dress and looking at the sky. After that, she falls because she would rather accept karma than enter the wheel of reincarnation. Neil opens his eyes. He holds his head. It hurts. The girls are trembling behind him, and he thinks, why is he lying here looking at the girls? He says that he does not remember anything. From a moment, he left the lab, taking the keys to deactivate the bomb. He holds them. Leo stands next to him. and is told that he will leave the keys in the lab and will have to look for them himself. Opening his mouth, he says that there is no need to be so afraid of him, and if he lets her go, he is not doing anything, because he wants to live with the one he loves. Closing his eyes, the protagonist remembers that, judging by her reaction, she does not know him. We see his face because initially he wanted to recruit him to himself, but looking closely, he saw that he uses his abilities to control the emotions and thoughts of other people. Looking at him, the guy says that he is prejudiced against him, which they began to deny, turning his head. He asks that if someone's memories disappear, will he not be the first to be suspected? He has answered that there is a small probability. Standing with his back to us, he knows many first-level mutants, and most of them are physically strong, but simple-minded. Looking at him, Oliver thinks that he probably means the atavistic type, remembering the people we understand that their names are different, but the description is accurate. Throwing the keys, he smiles. Leo opens his mouth, looking at him. A blue aura appears near the keys, and he is asked to get ready. Then he jumps and throws the keys as well. Leo watches and bares his teeth. The guy jumps on the ground, smiling. He asks not to rush because he needs time to return and get ready. He jumped on the building and flew on. There was a blue aura near him, and he thinks that the information is enough to adjust the next step. We see people without faces, because the military and the corporation are increasing the production of mutants with a high level of perception. Seeing his nose, he understands that his farm may soon be discovered. Seeing his back, Oliver thinks that if they target them, they will be at a disadvantage, both in numbers and in the amount of supplies. He flies near the buildings. Leo opens his mouth and says that he has the key. Entering the room, he asks not to be afraid because he will remove the bombs. Looking around, he does not hear her voice. The guy goes to the window. His eyes suddenly became wider. Opening his mouth, he understands what happened and screams. We see his back in the sky. His eyes turn red, looking at the ceiling. He gets angry and wants to kill it. We see the girl's lips opening his mouth. He wants to kill him. Leo's eyes were red, and he screams. Oliver passes through the protection because the authentication was successful. Molly hugs and rejoices at her brother. Seeing his legs, he asks to come over because there's important news. They sit down near the map. The guy looks at him and asks if they really have to leave Nanxing. He is told that they must leave because the farm is located too far from the coast. Looking down, he says that Nanxing does not have the resources they will need in the future. Moving can be risky, but it also opens up huge opportunities. He looks and asks where they're going. They point to the island with their finger. The island was small and called Quanji. Sitting on the ground, he says that in 35 hours, the number of points will reach 20 million. And as soon as the farm upgrade is completed, they will leave Nanxing with it. Molly raises her hand and says that she will go where her brother is. The guy squeezes his hands and wants to almost with him. Dave closes his eyes and also agrees. Oliver smiles, liking everything we see. Their farms because they are heading to a new base.